Small clouds float slowly across the sky, illuminated by the bright sun, gradually dissolving. Huge numbers of motorists rush along the city's wide roads to get to work on time as quickly as possible. A courier with a smile on his face chats loudly with his friend and shares his plans to leave work as quickly as possible. However, a strange, long-haired man suddenly appears on the streets of the city and immediately attracts attention. This stranger turns out to be a great warrior, nicknamed the Flame Emperor, who accidentally found himself in this world. He stops in the middle of the street and tries to focus on his thoughts, despite the loud noise around him. Then, he suddenly raises his head and looks around in confusion, trying to figure out what to do next. He remembers his past life, in which he stands on a mountain of the bodies of his defeated enemies and looks up at the sky. After a series of victories, the Emperor of Flames decides to abandon his former life and settle near a village in the thick forest. He carefully examines the vastness of the forest from a high point and enjoys a hot drink. However, a girl soon approaches him and, with an innocent smile on her face, shows him a huge pile of leaves in her small bag. But the young hero does not understand the point of collecting leaves and remarks that it is silly, which upsets the girl. Despite the words of the Emperor of Flame, the girl is not upset and notes that one day he will be able to understand the charm of ordinary happiness. After that, she hands the Emperor a small flower, which the man turns in his hands, examining it from all sides. Thoughts of the unfamiliar girl constantly rush through his head, and he thinks about the value of ordinary happiness. Suddenly, a hurricane of various petals appears in the air, spinning around the hero, who dissolves into it. After a while, the man opens his eyes and quickly realizes that he is in an unfamiliar place. Then, the Emperor of Flame, Kan So, begins to look around carefully and sees a huge number of stones in front of him. After a couple of minutes, he notices a hole and decides to head in that direction in the hope of finding a way out of this cave. But at that very moment, a huge monster appears behind him, ready to attack the stranger. Meanwhile, not far from this place, a huge magical portal appears, from which a large amount of energy is seeping out. A reconnaissance group appears near it, studying the surroundings and trying to find the reason for the portal's appearance. Suddenly, they hear the loud roar of a monster coming from the depths and immediately stop. When the sound subsides, they move forward and notice a large monster with a huge hole in its body. They are extremely shocked by what is happening when they find several more monsters and do not understand who dealt with them. The reconnaissance team continues to find the bodies of monsters and then contacts the base and reports what happened. After a while, one of the team members reports to the commander that there are no monsters nearby. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Flame uses the portal and ends up in a strange place that looks like a desert. The story jumps back a few minutes to when Kang So is fighting the monster. His strength is incredible, and he only needs one blow to deliver a fatal blow to a dangerous monster. Memories of the battle flash through Kang So's mind, and at the same moment, he looks at the desert in front of him. He is extremely surprised to see that everything in front of him is destroyed, and begins to feel a strange magical power floating in the air. Suddenly, he notices a lone skeleton near a destroyed column, and decides to take its clothes for the time being. After that, he looks around and decides to find a safe place and learn more about this world. At that moment, an image of one of the members of the Heavenly Demon Cult appears in his mind, and he assumes that the organization is connected with sinister magic. He creates a small magical sphere and dispels the unpleasant magic around him, deciding that he should act more carefully. After that, the Emperor of Flame tries to focus on the flows of magic and find a safe place nearby. Soon enough, he notices a tall tower in the distance and decides to head in that direction. Meanwhile, in a small restaurant called Spring Pavilion, the loud voices of two people can be heard. In the empty restaurant, a girl sits across from her friend and calls over an employee to order food. The senior restaurant manager, with a smile on his face, immediately approaches the guests with a tray of food in his hands. He then carefully places the food on the table and asks the visitors to enjoy their lunch. A few seconds later, the girl hears the sound of the door opening and looks up to see another visitor. It turns out to be the director of the Association of the Awakened, who greets the hostess with a slight smile and asks her to show him to a free seat. He sits down lazily by the window and complains to the hostess that he has been very busy lately. Director Sun Jin notes that the Awakened ones give him a lot of work and recalls their images in his mind, which makes him shiver. Manager Lim So-young is concerned about her friend's condition and notes that he needs to sleep more, otherwise he will drive himself to his grave. A couple of minutes later, the restaurant manager appears and, with a sympathetic look, puts food on the table. He listens to his friend's problems and sighs heavily, while the association director just smiles broadly and notes that everything will be fine with him. At that moment, a loud noise is heard, and everyone notices an iron box with the restaurant's name on it falling to the floor. After that, a courier enters the restaurant, clicks his tongue in dissatisfaction, and loudly declares that he is going to leave this establishment. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he shows the owner of the establishment the news about the opening of another portal and notes that his work is worth more. Restaurant manager Yu Sun-tae looks very confused and asks his employee not to rush into quitting. However, the courier just rubs his temple and loudly shouts that his life is worth much more and he doesn't want to risk it for nothing. Yu Sun-tae then approaches his wife and asks her to pick up their daughter from kindergarten while he looks for a new employee. Lim So-young looks very concerned, but decides to listen to her husband and heads for the exit. The restaurant manager thinks for a moment and concludes that it will be very difficult to find a good employee now because of the increased danger. At the same time, the courier takes out his cell phone and suggests that the owner of the establishment think carefully about increasing his salary, then leaves. Meanwhile, Kakuso walks through the streets of the city and attracts a lot of attention from people who are surprised by his appearance. The Emperor of Flame notices this and decides to stop to carefully examine the surroundings. He uses his power and begins to see a huge amount of energy inside people, which surprises him. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a girl who is being held by the hand by restaurant manager Lim So-young and led home. Only the Emperor notices the huge, powerful purple aura emanating from the little girl. He watches her for a while and is surprised that an ordinary person can have such enormous power. Suddenly, a strong wind begins to blow, and Lim So-young holds her daughter tightly by the hands so that she does not fall. However, the wind is so strong that it blows away the fake ears the girl was wearing. Ha-yoon is extremely saddened by the loss of her ears and breaks free from her mother's grasp to catch them. She quickly runs out onto the road where her rabbit ears are lying and does not look around. With a smile on her face, she picks up her ears but does not see a car speeding towards her. At that moment, the sound of car brakes is heard, and the rabbit ears fly up again due to the strong wind. All the people around, including Lim So-young, watch in horror, not knowing how to save the little girl. But at that moment, Kang-so runs onto the crosswalk, quickly grabs the girl, and saves her from the car. Ha-yoon slowly opens her eyes and looks at her savior in surprise, not understanding what is happening. Kang-so tries to catch his breath and asks the girl in a calm voice if she is okay. When he sees that she is unharmed, he quickly releases her to her mother, who runs toward her with tears in her eyes. Lim So-young hugs her daughter tightly and then approaches the stranger and thanks him for saving her little girl. Thanks to the power of the Emperor of Flame, the girl looks calm and just smiles at Kang-so. The Emperor of Flame looks at them and notes that he did what was necessary and that there is no need to thank him. At that moment, his stomach begins to rumble treacherously because he is very hungry. After that, Lim So-young becomes a little confused and offers Kang-so to feed him as a reward for his help. At that moment, the Flame Emperor remembers that he ate very little before his teleportation and is clearly hungry. However, he is about to refuse Lim So-young's offer when a girl with a smile on her face approaches him and pulls on his clothes. Senior manager Lim So-young apologizes for her daughter being very clingy and asks the man to be patient. After a while, the Emperor of Flame calmly says that it is time for him to go. However, at that moment, his stomach growls again, and he agrees to go to a restaurant and have a bite to eat. After a while, they arrive at a small restaurant together, and Lim So-young lets the man inside. Kang-sun looks around the restaurant carefully and is surprised to see that there is no one there. At that moment, the father of the family appears and is horrified to learn that his daughter was almost hit by a car. He carefully examines her for injuries and suggests going to the hospital for a thorough examination. However, Lim So-young says that there is no need for that and introduces her husband to their daughter's savior. With tears in his eyes, Yu Sun-tae rushes to Kang-so, shakes his hands firmly, and thanks him for saving his daughter. At that moment, Ha-yoon points to her savior's clothes and notes that dirty people cannot sit at the table. After these words, Kang-so looks at his clothes and notes with regret in his voice that he has nothing else. Then the head of the family gives his daughter's savior clean clothes and offers to take them as a token of gratitude. Kang-so feels awkward about this, but Yu Sun-tae notes that he has not needed these clothes for a long time and that there is no need to worry. After that, the restaurant manager accompanies Kang-so to the bathroom, where the man freezes in surprise. After a while, Kang-so calls the restaurant manager and asks him to explain how to wash with water from the well. After these words, Yu Sun-tae approaches Kang-so and looks at his calm expression with surprise. He notes that there is no well in this house and does not understand what his daughter's savior is talking about. But everything falls into place when Kang-so points to the toilet, which greatly surprises Yu Sun-tae. At that moment, the restaurant manager understands the situation and explains to Kang So how the toilet works and what it is for. After that, the Emperor of Flame tries to use the shower, but because he does not know how to use it, the hose falls out of his hand. The noise causes Yu Sun-tae to rush into the bathroom and ask him to turn off the water immediately before the room floods. After several hours of explanations, Kang So manages to take a shower, but the restaurant manager looks very exhausted. Then he turns to Kang So and asks him why he doesn't know how to use ordinary appliances. At that moment, the Emperor of Flame thinks about it and decides he doesn't want to tell the whole truth about himself and doesn't know what to say. When the whole family gathers at the table, Yu Sun-tae and Lim Soo-young are surprised to learn that their new acquaintance doesn't remember anything. In a fairly calm voice, Kang So explains that he remembers absolutely nothing about this world and woke up near the portal. The Emperor of Flame also asks detailed questions about the portals in this world and wants to learn more about them. The restaurant manager then explains that people accidentally end up in the portals and then return but lose their memory. Kang So listens carefully to the restaurant manager's story and notices that it is very similar to his own story. In addition, Yu Sun-tae notes that people like Kang Sung are called Awakened One, who have hidden great power. The Emperor listens to the story for a while and then lowers his gaze to his plate of food. He finds the appearance of the food strange and does not dare to try even a small portion of it. At that moment, he remembers that the color of the dish reminds him of a moment from his initiation into war. He recalls memories of having to drink water mixed with blood. However, he quickly dismisses his thoughts when Ha-yoon addresses him and asks why he is not eating. The girl smiles and begins to twirl the food on her chopsticks, explaining how to use them properly. He then twirls a small portion onto 2 chopsticks, and with a smile on his face, hands it to Kang So. When the Emperor tastes the food, he feels relieved and realizes that it is incredibly delicious. After that, he begins to eat his portion quite quickly and enjoys every bite. Seeing this, the restaurant owners smile broadly and note that next time they will treat Kang So to more delicious food. However, Kang So notes that he liked this portion, and the girl smiles and notes that her savior has gotten dirty. Some time passes and evening begins to fall. Kang So thanks the restaurant owners for the clothes and delicious food. Suddenly, he notices a strange announcement and asks why it is posted at the entrance to the restaurant. Then the restaurant manager, Yu Sun-tae, notes that he is currently looking for a new food delivery person, whom he urgently needs. This notice interests Kang So, and he asks the owner for more details about the job. At that moment, Yu Sun-tae scratches his head and notes that it will not be easy for him to hire someone who has just woken up. However, Lim Soo-young joins the conversation and asks her husband to accommodate the man who saved their daughter. The restaurant manager thinks about his wife's words for a while, and, with a heavy sigh, agrees to hire Kang So. After these words, Lim Soo-yeon and her daughter smile and say that they are happy to welcome Kang So as their new delivery man. Suddenly, Kang So remembers that he has nowhere to stay and asks where he can find accommodation. In response, Yu Sun-tae promises his new employee a room inside the restaurant, for which Kang So thanks him. Overjoyed, the Flame Emperor puts his hand on his chest and promises to perform his duties as a delivery boy diligently. Yu Sun-tae shakes his hand firmly and says that now they will be one big team. At that moment, memories of a girl who smiles broadly at the sight of him flash through the Emperor of Flame's mind. He replays these memories in his head and hopes that he will be able to take her hand again. Several hours pass, and night falls. A huge flock of birds flies in and settles on the wires, looking around. A new day dawns, and the Emperor of Flame decides to meditate in order to concentrate more energy in his body. To his surprise, he notices that he feels better in this world and can completely relax. At that moment, Yu Sun-tae enters his room and asks why Kang So is sitting in the dark. The restaurant manager is surprised when he realizes that Kang So does not understand how electricity works and tries to explain everything to him. However, Kang So says that he does not need to use the light because it is much easier in the dark. These words surprise Yu Sun-tae, and he fears that training the Awakened One will take a long time and sighs heavily. Then he points to the light switch and shows Kang So that he can turn on the light in his room at any time. Seeing this, Kang So comes closer to the switch and examines it carefully, trying to understand how it works. At that moment, Lim Soo-young approaches him and suggests that he not worry about it and asks him to sit down at the table. The Emperor of Flame feels uncomfortable when he sees that the restaurant managers are working and offers his help. He notes that he is ready to help with any work and cannot sit idly by while others are working. In response, Yu Sun-tae smiles slightly and notes that he does not want his new employee to overwork. However, Kang So insists that he is ready to get to work and wants to repay the kindness with kindness. After these words, the restaurant manager thinks for a moment and notes that Kang-so can help with cleaning while they are cooking. He then gives his courier a vacuum cleaner, but Kang-so has difficulty understanding how the device works and examines it with slight surprise. Seeing this, Yu Sun-tae smiles slightly and notes that the vacuum cleaner can clean up quickly and explains a brief instruction on how to use it. However, this information is too complicated for Kang-so, and due to his inexperience, he sucks some of his hair into the vacuum cleaner. When Yu Sun-tae hears a strange sound, he turns around to check on his courier's progress with the vacuum cleaner. To his surprise, he sees Kang-so's disheveled hair and his dissatisfied gaze directed at the vacuum cleaner. The director sighs heavily and says that he needs to leave Kang-so alone for a while and asks him to be more careful with the appliance. Kang-so examines the vacuum cleaner once more and realizes that he will not be able to master it in such a short time. Therefore, he decides to use magic to quickly clean the house. The Emperor of Flame raises his hand, and magical particles begin to gather around it. After a few minutes, the magic of the wind completely collects the dirt in the room and directs it towards the trash can. After that, Kang-so charges his hand with energy once again and forms clumps of pure water in his palm. In a matter of seconds, the water rushes through the room and brings cleanliness and order to the surroundings. When Yu Sun-tae returns, he is surprised to see that the room has never been as clean as it is now. He looks a little confused and asks how the courier was able to clean the room so quickly and efficiently. Kang-so smiles slightly and notes that he used magic because he finds it much more convenient than using modern tools. After hearing this, Yu Sun-tae opens his mouth in surprise and then points his finger at the calm Kang-so and notes that he is a genius of magic. At that moment, he remembers that he used to work with people who could use magic, but he has never seen anything like this before. He tells his new employee that there are many skilled awakened ones who are incredibly powerful. Yu Sun-tae also notes that Kang-so can achieve a lot and become rich if the Hunter's Hotel learns about his powers. At this moment, Kang-so's gaze darkens, and he notes that he wants neither wealth nor recognition because it corrupts the soul. He says that he came from another world, which greatly surprises the restaurant manager, who listens attentively to his story. The manager thinks about Kang-so's words for a while, and then asks him to tell him more about his past life. The Emperor of Flame begins his story by saying that he had a life of wealth, but decided to settle in a village in the forest. However, after a while, something transported him to this world, and he found himself in the middle of a city that was unfamiliar to him. Yu Sun-tae listens attentively to this story. He looks very concerned about the situation and doesn't know what to say. Kang-so looks away and apologizes for not telling the whole truth about himself from the beginning. But suddenly, Yu Sun-tae comes closer, abruptly puts his hand on Kang-so's shoulder, and looks intently into his eyes. Then tears begin to flow from his eyes, and he says with emotion that he understands that Kang-so had a difficult time and does not condemn him. The Emperor of Flame did not expect this reaction at all. He thinks he is extremely lucky with his first encounter in this new world. Gradually, the sun rises higher and higher, illuminating the huge tower of the Awakened Support Association from almost all sides. The director of the Awakened Support Association, Sun Jin, is sleeping at his workplace despite his laptop being on. A girl approaches him, extremely dissatisfied with the fact that the director is sleeping at his workplace again. She clicks her tongue loudly, and the sound causes Sun Jin to quickly raise his head and look around frantically. When he comes to his senses, he slowly turns his gaze to the girl from the inspection department and lazily greets her. Myung-hee from the inspection department is holding a small document, which she waves in front of the association director. However, Sung Jin doesn't quite understand what is going on and stretches in his chair to regain his composure. After that, he carefully examines the document and asks why Myung-hee has come to him with this piece of paper. At that moment, the girl hands him the document and notes that an order has come from above to stop searching for the Awakened with 0 level. When Sung Jin hears these words, he takes the document in his hands and begins to study it carefully. His gaze becomes gloomy, but he says in a calm voice that this order is pure madness. Then he grabs his head and notes with dissatisfaction that the search for the Awakened with 0 level should be a priority. However, Myung-hee shakes her head negatively and says that because of the order, they will have to close the case. She asks her friend to stop working on this case because it is harmful to his health and the Awakened may not exist. But Sung Jin completely disagrees with this point of view and notes that he has dug through a lot of information that confirms his words. After these words, he points to a folder with documents and notes that the information about the portal cannot be false. An image of the head of the association appears in his mind, and he says that abandoning the case will only harm their organization. Myung-hee looks at her colleague with slight surprise and asks what he intends to do next. Sung Jin-ho replies confidently that he will continue the investigation despite the order he has received. After these words, a smile appears on the woman's face, and she wishes her friend luck and says that she is going to have lunch with her brother. She invites her colleague to join them, but the director of the association notes that he has too much work to do. However, the director decides to ask his colleague where he is going, but the girl notes that she knows nothing about the place. She tries to remember the name in her head, and notes that it seems the restaurant is called Spring Pavilion. After these words, a slight smile appears on the director's face, and he notes that it is a great place with good food. Then he adjusts his tie, wishes his colleague a good time with her brother, and leaves. A few minutes pass, and Myung-hee finds herself in front of the doors of a small restaurant, looking at it with surprise. A couple of seconds later, her brother, who works as a paramedic, approaches her. He looks a little confused when he sees his sister. They quickly find common ground and exchange a few words, and the tension between them quickly disappears. Then they enter the restaurant, and Myung-hee smiles, hoping that it is a very good place. But to her surprise, there is no one inside the restaurant except for a girl who greets her and her brother with a smile and asks them to choose any table. This situation makes Myung-hee a little confused, and she thinks that next time it would be better to take her brother to a normal restaurant. After a while, Myung-jin and Myung-hee sit down at a table and carefully examine the menu. The girl looks a little tense, while her brother smiles as he looks at the menu and asks her to relax. A few minutes later, Myung-jin hands his sister the menu and suggests she choose something. However, Myung-hee orders the same thing, deciding to trust her brother in this matter, after which Myung-jin calls the manager. Quite quickly, Lim So-young takes the man's order with a smile on his face and listens attentively to his wishes. Myung-hee, with a broad smile on her face, tells him about her wishes and praises the place. Seeing this pleasant conversation, Myung-hee feels uncomfortable. She does not understand why her brother is chatting so amiably with the restaurant manager. When the manager leaves, Myung-hee asks in bewilderment why her brother was talking to the girl with such a smirk. However, Myung-jin looks at his sister with incomprehension and notes that he always talks like that. In response, Myung-hee just sighs heavily and decides to make herself some tea while waiting for her order. She takes a few sips and tells her brother that there is now a real commotion around the association. After that, Myung-hee adds that the director of the association must have torn up the document, terminating the search for the special awakened one. At that moment, a strange energy envelops the girl's entire body, and she instantly freezes in place. She quickly turns around and tries to determine the source of the strange energy she felt. Her brother is surprised by this turn of events and asks what has suddenly alarmed Myung-hee. However, all of the girl's attention is now focused on a stranger with long hair standing in the distance. At this moment, Kang-so is playing with Ha-yoon and does not notice that he is being stared at intently. Meanwhile, Myung-hee uses her special ability and tries to find out the source of the strange magic. However, after a while, the source of power completely disappears, and this situation baffles the girl. Myung-hee is quickly distracted from her speculation when Lim So-yeon approaches her with her order. She looks down at her food, but cannot get the thought of the strange aura she felt out of her head. However, the food looks extremely tempting, and the girl decides to put her unnecessary thoughts aside. Soon, Myung-hee winds the vermicelli noodles around her chopsticks and begins to eat her portion. Her brother watches his sister's actions closely and worries about how she will react to the food at this establishment. But to his relief, he sees a satisfied expression on his sister's face as she devours the food. Meanwhile, Kang turns his attention to Myung-hee, who begins to eat her portion quickly. He sighs heavily and realizes that he needs to be able to quickly hide his power to avoid problems. Even from a distance, he can clearly see the auras of two people and realizes that they are very gifted. Due to the tension, Kang so tightly squeezes a teddy bear and does not notice that Ha-yoon is looking at him with dissatisfaction. Several hours pass, and the Emperor of Flame once again begins cleaning the room with his magic. When the cleaning is almost done, he thinks about what to do next and how to hide his power better. Suddenly, he hears a strange loud noise and immediately runs outside to find out where it's coming from. To his surprise, he sees Yu Sun-tae holding a helmet in his hands and smiling at him. The restaurant manager explains to Kang-so that to work as a courier, he needs to use transportation to quickly deliver orders. However, Kang-so is extremely skeptical at the sight of the strange vehicle and stares intently at it. Yu Sun-tae notices this look and smiles, saying that he will teach Kang-so how to use this vehicle in time. After these words, he points to the motorcycle's handlebars and explains the basics of driving. At this moment, Kang-so looks extremely surprised. He cannot believe that there is a vehicle faster than a horse. A few minutes later, Yu Sun-tae throws a helmet at the courier and says that it is time to move on to practice. He then demonstrates how to put on the helmet correctly and notes that it is necessary for safety. Kang So smiles slightly and notes that the helmet looks very similar to a piece of knight's armor. Meanwhile, the restaurant manager starts the engine and invites Kang So to sit behind him. Before setting off, Yu Sun-tae warns Kang So that the motorcycle can reach quite high speeds. For a while, he stares intently at Kang So and hopes that the awakened one will not be too frightened by the new mode of transportation. A second later, the restaurant manager twists the throttle and the motorcycle picks up speed. However, Kang So does not look frightened. He notes with surprise that this mode of transportation is a little slow. For a while, Kang So and Yu Sun-tae race through the empty streets of the city and head towards its center. At this moment, the Emperor of Flame notes that the vehicle is very loud, and this may attract unwanted attention. Some time passes, and the heroes find themselves in the center of the city, among the tall, multi-story buildings of an elite complex. Seeing this, Kang So asks how people can live here if a portal could appear in this area, which surprises Yu Sun-tae. Quite quickly, a smile appears on the restaurant manager's face, and he explains that monsters only threatened humanity in the past. Yu Sun-tae talks about the old days, when the first dangerous monsters appeared and destroyed all living things in their path. He then points to the protective field and notes that a similar barrier keeps the monsters at bay. In addition, the restaurant manager explains that the crystals that create the protective fields can be obtained from the bodies of monsters. When talking about this, Yu Sun-tae looks very inspired, and Kang So is surprised that his friend is not afraid of dangerous monsters. The restaurant manager continues his story and describes in detail the red gems that are capable of generating energy. As the story draws to a close, the restaurant manager smiles and offers Kang So a fizzy drink. However, the Emperor of Flame looks at the red can with apprehension and worries about the unfamiliar aroma of the drink. With trembling hands, he reaches for the can and decides to try the strange-tasting drink. Kang So swallows his saliva and carefully examines the contents of the can. But after a few minutes, he makes up his mind and quickly drinks the entire contents of the red can. After that, he feels an unusual surge of strength and freezes in place, because he has never tasted anything like this before. At that moment, Kang So feels as if he is floating in the air because he has tasted the nectar of the gods. When the Emperor of Flame comes to his senses, his face is covered with cold beads of sweat, and he notes that he has never tasted anything better. Yu Sun-tae smiles and notes that such drinks probably did not even exist in the imperial palaces. In addition, the restaurant manager notes that this drink has healing properties, which surprises Kang So even more. After a while, Yu Sun-tae notes that it is time to go home, and is about to get on his motorcycle. However, Kang So stops him and asks him to let him get to customers without using a motorcycle. This suggestion surprises the restaurant manager, and he notes that there are many other modes of transportation. But Kang So interrupts the manager and says that he wants to deliver orders on foot. At these words, Yu Sun-tae is stunned and doesn't know what to say to such a statement. The restaurant manager starts waving his hand from side to side and says that orders must be delivered quickly, otherwise they will lose their marketable appearance. However, Kang So says that with the help of magic, he can move much faster than any motorcycle. After these words, Yu Sun-tae folds his arms in front of him and carefully considers the proposal. A minute later, he jumps on his motorcycle and suggests a race, saying that if Kang So wins, he can use magic for deliveries. At this moment, Kang So looks serious and promises that he will definitely win this race and show Yu Sun-tae his true speed. The restaurant manager puts on a helmet and says that he will wait for Kang So near the restaurant if he is late. After these words, he twists the throttle, and his motorcycle rushes forward at full speed. The Flame Emperor recalls his past, in which he often used the magic of flight and speed. A magic circle begins to form around his feet, increasing his ability. After that, Kang So instantly takes off and heads towards the restaurant at tremendous speed. Despite his speed, the Emperor of Flame remains unnoticed by other people because his movement is concealed by magic. Even the men on the roof he flies past pay no attention to him at all. Several hours pass, and Yu Sun-tae arrives at his restaurant and looks around. He slowly gets off his motorcycle and is surprised that he doesn't see Kang Sung anywhere. Then he takes off his helmet and thinks that he was driving too fast and got too far away from his friend. He then approaches the restaurant door and hopes that Kang So has not gotten lost in the city streets. However, to his great surprise, he sees his entire family with Kang So, who has been waiting for him for 10 minutes. He is extremely surprised by this turn of events and allows the courier to use magic to deliver the food. Lim So-young smiles and notes that her husband had no chance against magic in the first place. After these words, Yu Sun-tae approaches Kang So and offers to take an exam to determine his magical power. At this moment, Kang So thinks that he doesn't really need this exam, but still agrees to the director's proposal. Ha-yoon sits on the shoulders of the Emperor of Flame and loudly proclaims that her uncle is the strongest wizard of all all. Several days pass, and the bright sun illuminates the huge tower of the association, where they help the awakened. Restaurant director Yu Sun-tae and Kang So approach the doors and prepare to enter the building. When they go inside, the director looks excited and notes that after passing the tests, Kang So may have a new life. Despite his positive attitude, Yu Sun-tae looks a little anxious because he is afraid of losing his new employee. After a while, the emperor receives a form and, together with the restaurant director, begins to fill it out. At the sight of various questions, the director is overcome with panic and hopes that the association will not find out the truth about Kang So. Before moving on, the Emperor of Flame asks how exactly the test to determine the level of abilities is conducted. Yu Sun-tae explains with a smile that there will be 2 magic spheres on the test that must be touched. He also notes that if the spheres are weak, they will begin to emit a large amount of energy and strike the owner with it. Kang So listens carefully to Yu Sun-tae's story and asks if there are any other tests besides this one. The restaurant director thinks for a moment and replies with a smile that this is the only test to determine ability level. After these words, Kang So heads to the next room and hopes that the association will not find out about his true power. At that moment, memories of ordinary days in the company of a stranger come to his mind, and he hopes that his life will be the same. Suddenly, the emperor stops and looks up, carefully examining the floors of the tower. Yu Sun-tae, with a smile on his face, encourages his friend and wishes him success on the exam. After a while, Kang So finds himself in an elevator and tries to figure out how it works. On the 20th floor, he is met by the head of the department, Park Soo, who greets him with a smile on his face. They exchange a firm handshake, and Park Soo asks Kang So a few questions about his well-being. The Emperor of Flame is extremely surprised by this approach and notes that there are many interesting people in this world. For a while, they walk together through the huge complex where Park Soo gives him a tour. The Awakened One notes that there are many interesting things in this world, and Park Soo smiles and notes that Kang So has not seen everything yet. When they approach the right office, the Emperor of Flame feels uneasy because he senses a powerful aura. Park Soo pays no attention to this and tells the hero how the test to reveal his abilities will proceed. Soon the doors open, and Park Soo hands the girl a sheet of paper with information about Kang So. She carefully studies the document, then sets up 2 energy spheres and asks the man to approach them. At her command, Kang So touches the energy spheres, but tries to restrain his power so as not to reveal his secret. In a matter of seconds, the test comes to an end, and the girl checks the results of the experiment. All the instruments show that Kang So's result is low, which greatly surprises Park Soo, who expected more. At this moment, the girl explains the details to the awakened man, and Kang So thinks and listens to her carefully. Several hours pass, and the sun gradually sets below the horizon, but still illuminates part of the association's huge tower. It gets dark very quickly, but the director of the association, Sung Jin-ho, is in no hurry to leave his workplace. He heads towards Park Soo and finds him in a far from good mood. Then, with a smile on his face, he knocks on the workstation and attracts attention, and then asks about the new awakened one. When talking about this, Park Soo looks dejected, although he tries to smile, and explains that the Awakened One has not shown good results. In response to these words, the director of the association pats his colleague on the back and notes that maybe everything is not so bad. Park Soo, with a dissatisfied look on his face, scratches his nose and notes that the Awakened One will be of no use. He shows information on his computer screen about Kang So, who has been awarded the penultimate rank of magical power. The director of the association carefully studies this information and notes that it is strange for an Awakened One to have such low power. Park Soo smiles and notes that the era of the Great Awakened Ones is long gone, and there is no point in hoping for such a thing. At that moment, he sees the director of the association become extremely dissatisfied and look at him with apprehension in his eyes. Sung Jin-ho very slowly begins to talk about how one should not underestimate the awakened and speak ill of them. After that, he grabs his colleague firmly from behind and shouts in his ear that he needs to work hard to achieve results. The next day, the Emperor of Flame wakes up in a small room provided to him by the association. He feels exhausted and notes that even a good night's sleep in this place did not help him fully recover. After saying this, Kang So tries to stretch his arms and thinks that it would be nice to start meditating. However, he quickly dismisses this thought from his mind because he feels that he is being watched closely and does not want to reveal his secret. At this moment, the Emperor of Flame begins to carefully analyze the structure of the association in his mind. He transports himself into his imagination, where he divides the Tower of Association into several zones. When Kang So realizes the full scale of the building, he feels uneasy and folds his arms in front of him. In this state, he tries to remember everything Park Soo told him during several weeks of training. During this time, he remembers several illustrations from books where brave heroes defeat dangerous monsters and save the world. In addition to this, he now knows that there was a cataclysm associated with portals in the past, and this thought does not leave his head. After several hours of reflection, Kang So concludes that another incident involving high-level portals could destroy humanity. In his mind, the entire world is currently built on blocks that will scatter in different directions at the slightest problem. In such a world, everyone will revere him as a true hero and god if they learn of his abilities. These thoughts make the Emperor of Flame feel uneasy, and he promises that no one from the association will learn of his true power. Thoughts of his new acquaintances from the restaurant and the beautiful girl rush through his mind, and he wants to stay with them. Suddenly, Kang So catches himself feeling a strong aura and pushes the extra thoughts aside, preparing for someone to come in. A few seconds later, he hears a light knock on his door, and Park Soo's voice asking for permission to come in. The man looks very tired, and notes that he had to work all night to finish sorting through the documents. Seeing this, Kang So smiles and offers to make his supervisor a cup of coffee to help him continue working. Seeing his protege making coffee, Park Soo smiles and notes that Kang So is a quick learner. Kang So, who is only slightly awake, smiles and notes that his progress is entirely due to Park Soo, then hands him the drink. Park Soo quickly takes a few sips and empties the plastic cup. To his great surprise, he feels an unprecedented surge of energy and notes that the coffee was very tasty. After that, he takes another cup of drink and tells his ward that there will be a new training session today. Then, Park Soo smiles and heads for the exit, noting that today they will go to the cafeteria together. When they arrive, they notice that a large number of people have already gathered there, and there is a line at the cash register. Park Soo smiles and notes that the cafeteria is a great place to have a good meal and prepare for the workday. He then explains to Kang So that they can put any food they like on their trays. This greatly surprises the Emperor of Flame, and he asks what will happen if the food on display runs out. In response, Park Soo laughs and notes that, thanks to new technologies, this will not happen, and there will always be an abundance of food. This information greatly surprises Kang So. He sits down at the table and notes that he finds it hard to believe in such progress. Park Soo smiles and notes that there is a huge amount of technology everywhere in the city that makes people's lives noticeably easier. When they both sit down at the table, they begin to enjoy their meal and discuss recent events. After that, they leave the dining room together, and Park Soo asks him how he likes the local cuisine. At that moment, Kang So looks pleased and notes that he really enjoyed the cuisine and the tour of the dining room. After that, Kang So asks if there are any other plans for the rest of the day. Park Soo thinks for a moment and realizes that there is one more place he should tell him about. But he says with confusion that he doesn't have much time because of work and won't be able to give many details. This information does not upset Kang So, but it is unpleasant for the department head to realize that he is not coping with his responsibilities. After a while, they go downstairs, and Park Soo says that now there will be a short visit to the gym. After these words, they enter a spacious hall where a huge number of people are training hard. Park Soo notes that thanks to his status, Kang So can come here at any time to keep his body in shape. But his face flashes with surprise when he hears Kang So say that he is not interested in this place and that there is no point in coming here. In response, Park Soo points out that visiting the hall is completely free, but Kang So assures him that with his rank, there is no point. For a while, the Emperor of Flame looks around and thanks his mentor for the tour. The department head is a little shocked by what is happening and does not know what to say to Kang So's words. When they leave the hall, Kang So smiles and thanks Park Soo once again, then heads for the exit. Yu Sung-tae and his wife are waiting for him at the exit of the tower and are very happy to see him. With a slight smile on his face, Kang So tells them that he passed the test and will receive the penultimate rank. After saying this, he shows his new ID on his smartphone screen to Lim Soo-young. However, Kang So looks a little worried and notes that he wanted to get the lowest rank. They continue talking to each other for a while Soon-jin watches them through the window of the building. The director of the association asks for more details about Kang So and how his last day at the association building went. In response, Park Soo looks through a folder of documents and notes that the newly awakened one did not show great results. Then he looks up, thinking about something, and notes that Kang So has an excellent mind and adapts well. Sung-jin listens carefully to his colleague's report and notes that something is wrong here. However, Park Soo does not understand what the director is talking about and points out that the devices showed the exact rank of the awakened one. In addition, he notes that the newly awakened one has shown no signs of special magic. But these arguments mean nothing to Sung-jin, and he points out that the security department is interested in Kang So. Meanwhile, Kang So returns home, where Yu Sung-tae gives him a new cell phone. The emperor feels awkward about such a gift, but the restaurant managers assure him that he deserves it. When the hero thinks about it, he notices his hair and realizes that it would be nice to get a haircut. After these words, Lim Soo-yeon's eyes light up, and she says it's a great idea. At this sight, tears begin to roll down Yoo Sun-tae's face, and he says he is going to take care of some personal business. However, in reality, the director has no business to attend to. He just doesn't want to listen to his wife's stories about fashion. Meanwhile, Lim Soo-yeon looks extremely excited and tells Kang So that she will find him a suitable haircut. The next day, they all go to the barber shop, where Kang So gets a new hairstyle. At the sight of his courier's new look, Yoo Sung freezes in place and doesn't know how to comment on the new image. When they return, they notice that everyone around them is looking at Kang So. One of the girls comes closer and asks the awakened man to take a picture with her because she thinks he is an actor. However, Yoo Sun-tae explains to the girl that Kang So is just a regular guy, and there is no point in taking a picture with him. After hearing this, the girl looks extremely confused, but still wants to take a few photos. After a while, Yoo Sun-tae manages to chase the girl away and notes that Kang So's new haircut is causing a lot of problems. At that moment, the Emperor of Flame thinks about this and agrees that he doesn't need such attention. After that, he turns to the restaurant manager and thanks him for diverting unwanted attention away from him. The next day, a huge number of guests come to the restaurant, and Kang So tries to serve them quickly. Most of the visitors are girls, who look at Kang So with smiles on their faces. They find him very attractive, so they try to get his attention. However, Kang So himself does not notice this, and simply does his job, once again taking orders from restaurant customers. With each passing minute, there are more and more customers, and among them are only girls who have come to see Kang So. Due to the huge influx of customers, Lim So-young has to turn away other girls because of a lack of seats. But even so, the girls want to get into the restaurant, even if they have to eat standing up, just to see the delivery man. Suddenly, a young girl named Kim Ji appears among them and says that she came to the restaurant because of the advertisement. She talks about her cooking skills and quickly passes Lim So-young's interview. The restaurant owner quickly gives the girl permission to work because the restaurant is short-staffed. At that moment, Kim Ji notices Kang So and looks him over carefully from head to toe. However, when she meets his gaze, she freezes and doesn't know what to say because of the tension in the air. At that moment, Lim So-young approaches her and gives her several tasks to do in the kitchen. She then gives Kang So several addresses where orders need to be delivered. Kang So quickly puts on a motorcycle helmet, and Kim Ji smiles and wishes him a safe trip. Meanwhile, Yoo Sun-tae welcomes the new employee and tells the girl what dishes need to be packed. After finishing her work, the girl looks around and notes that there are many more people in this restaurant than she expected. However, she is quickly distracted from these thoughts by Kang So's voice, who has returned after delivering the orders. The girl quickly turns around and asks how he managed to deliver all the orders so quickly. In response, Kang So begins to load the rest of the food into boxes and says that the roads are clear today. Then he grabs a metal container and gets ready to go out on another delivery. Seeing this, Kim Ji absent-mindedly wishes him luck, and Yoo Sun-tae notes with a slight smile that Kang So is an excellent delivery man. Some time passes, and Kang So returns to the restaurant with empty food containers, while the others clean up the food. He approaches Lim Soo-yeon and asks if she needs any more help, but the owner confidently replies that there is no longer any need. At that moment, Kim Ji approaches the owner and notes that there were a lot of visitors at the restaurant today. After these words, the restaurant manager absent-mindedly turns her head towards Kang So and notes that many people come to the restaurant for him. This explains a lot to Kim Jin, who smiles slightly and notes that their delivery guy is very popular with the girls. She smiles broadly and starts to laugh nervously when she learns that Kang So is not dating anyone. At that moment, Yoo Sun-tae winks at his wife and suggests that the employees go together to pick up their daughter from kindergarten. They agree and set off, but it starts raining heavily outside, and the employees have to take umbrellas with them. During their journey, Kim Jin introduces herself again and shares some details about her life. She is very surprised to learn that Kang So is awakened and remembers nothing about his life. However, even during the trip, Kang So does not let his guard down and carefully observes the girl. He notices a strong aura around her and asks why Kim Ji is wasting her talent in such a hole. This surprises the girl, and she notes that she actually has no talent and has always dreamed of working in a restaurant. She talks at length about her love of cooking, but it is immediately apparent from her face that she is nervous. After a while, she changes the subject and points her finger toward the kindergarten where Ha-yoon is standing. Kang So turns his gaze in that direction and sees Ha-yoon waving at him with a smile on her face. Next to her is a teacher who is holding her hand and learns that Kang So is her uncle. Seeing him awake, the teacher smiles and says she is very happy to meet Ha-yoon's new relative. She looks at him for too long, and embarrassed, her cheeks turn red, causing the teacher to apologize. After that, she turns her gaze to Kim Ji and asks if she is Kang So's wife. The girl answers in the negative, and the teacher recognizes Kim Ji as her friend, but she tries to keep this information a secret. The teacher has no idea what is going on, but Kim Ji asks her to be quiet and puts her finger to her lips, preventing her from saying anything. After that, Kim Ji once again signals for silence and asks her friend not to say anything about her. Meanwhile, Kang So asks Ha Yoon how she is doing at kindergarten and helps her find her umbrella. Finally, Ha Yoon straightens her umbrella with ducklings and says goodbye to her teacher until the next day. Before leaving, Kang So stops and tries to find out from the teacher how she knows Kim Ji, but she says nothing. Then, the Emperor of Flame decides to find out this information from Kim Ji herself, but she is in no hurry to talk about it. This greatly surprises Kang So, and he asks why Kim Ji is so eager to avoid her friend. This question stumps the girl, and she absent-mindedly replies that this time she had no time for conversation. Then she starts joking around and tries in every way to change the subject. At that moment, Ha Yoon joins the conversation, showing off her umbrella with ducklings and smiling broadly. Then Kim Ji comes closer to her and asks the girl why she is in such a good mood. And the Emperor of Flame watches this from the sideline and catches every moment of the little girl's smile. She notices this and smiles, then asks Kang So for permission to carry her on his shoulders next time. After these words, a smile appears on Kang So's face, and he promises that he will definitely do so next time. Suddenly, Ha Yoon stops, points toward the gate, and says that she hears a strange sound. She doesn't wait for Kang So's answer, and quickly runs toward the source of the noise. The girl looks around carefully, and notices a very small, wounded animal whimpering pitifully. The Emperor of Flame notices this, and looks closely at the animal, trying to understand what it is. Kim Ji joins them, and tells the awakened one that she is holding one of the monsters from the portal. However, the rodent in Kang So's hands looks harmless and is constantly shivering from the cold and whimpering pitifully. At this moment, Kim Ji says that such rodents are not dangerous to humans and are good at hiding from the dangerous monsters of the portals. She notes that such creatures are often used by hunters and that something bad has probably happened to the owner of this animal. Meanwhile, Ha Yoon looks at the animal with a plaintive look and asks what will happen to it now. When she hears another squeak from the rodent, she cries out loudly that she does not want the animal to stay here and send it to the other world. However, Kang So says without emotion that he does not know if it is possible to help this animal. After these words, tears appear in the girl's eyes, and she asks Kang So to save this creature. At the sight of her face, memories of his past, in which life had no value for him, flash through the hero's mind. He does not want to return to his past, so his expression changes dramatically, and he promises that they will save the rodent. After that, he closes his eyes and tries to concentrate the magic in his body to help the animal. Pretty quickly, a green glow appears around the rodent, and it regains consciousness a little, causing smiles to appear on the faces of Kim Ji and Ha Yoon. Ha Yoon tries to wipe away her tears and asks if they will be able to bring the animal home in time to save its life. Kang So uses his healing magic again and says that they have time and everything will work out. However, the animal looks very tired, squeaking quietly and constantly tossing and turning in the Emperor's hands. Seeing Kang So's magic, Kim Ji is a little surprised. She doesn't understand how someone so weak can use such magic. After a while, the heroes find themselves inside a restaurant, and Ha Yoon quickly runs to her mother for help. Tears appear in the girl's eyes, and she asks her mother to help her new pet as quickly as possible. Lim So Young has no idea what is going on until she sees the strange creature in Kang So's hands. At that moment, the Emperor of Flame tells them that he and Ha Yoon found this strange creature in the city. Yu Sung carefully examines the animal and notes that it is most likely a rodent from the magic portal. At that moment, Ha Yoon joins the conversation and asks her parents to help her save the poor animal. After these words, Lim So Young leans over to her daughter and notes that even if they save the rodent, it probably has an owner. However, Kang So points out that they found the animal alone, and it probably doesn't have an owner now. At that moment, Sun Jin appears at the door of the establishment with his assistant, who wants to take a table. He quickly notices the portal animal, and Yu Sun Tae fills him in on the details of the case. This situation greatly interests the director, and he begins to carefully examine the injured animal. Then the director of the association notes that the rodent's life is not in danger, because someone has already given it first aid. However, despite this, his assistant, who is also a medical expert, calls for help to revive the rodent. After a while, the animal in the medic's hands begins to slowly stir and gradually comes to. Kang So closely watches the medic's action and is amazed that there are so many talented people in this world. At that moment, the Flame Emperor realizes that even he still has a lot to learn, so he carefully observes the medic's technique. Sungjin's assistant continues to perform his ritual with his eyes closed, not distracted by anything except the treatment. After a few minutes, he completely heals the rodent's wounds and hands the exhausted animal to Ha-Yun. The girl smiles and thanks the medic for his help, and the director of the association puts his hand on his shoulder and also praises him for his excellent work. At that moment, the animal begins to squeak loudly, which makes the medic feel awkward, and Sunjin laughs loudly because of the awkwardness of the situation. After that, Ha-Yun gently places the animal in her hands and very carefully scratches its belly. At the same time, Sungjin teases his friend and notes that his colleague will one day be able to treat people's wounds just as skillfully. A few hours pass, and the father of the family notices that Ha-Yun has managed to make a small house for the animal. Yu Sun-tae watches this scene with surprise and asks Ha-Yun if she knows what to feed her pet. The girl decides to pour some milk into a small bowl, and to her delight, the animal begins to gradually lap it up. Seeing this, the father of the family praises his daughter and notes that Ha-Yun has excellent intuition. However, suddenly the animal jumps up and stops drinking milk. It slowly looks around as if trying to find something. Suddenly, it begins to rush from side to side and tries to attract attention with its squeak. Kangso notices this strange behavior and looks at the magical rodent with slight confusion. When the magical beast notices Kangso's gaze, it tries even harder to attract attention and leads the hero to the exit. Seeing this, the Emperor of Flame explains to the restaurant manager that he needs to follow the animal because it may be important. Meanwhile, the magical beast is already standing near the front door, looking expectantly at its savior. It keeps squeaking, and Yu Sun-tae, seeing this, agrees that it may be extremely important. However, he asks the Emperor of Flame to be careful and not to risk his life in case of danger. Kangso thinks about these words and notes that he is very concerned about the animal's anxiety and cannot ignore it. The restaurant manager just smiles absently and notes that he understands the Emperor of Flame's feelings perfectly. At that moment, Ha-Yun approaches Kangso and says that she wants to go with him. However, the girl, who has awakened with a slight smile on her face, refuses and notes that this journey may be too dangerous. Suddenly, Kangso notices a strange aura around the animal, which is saturated with dark magical energy. Quite quickly, the Emperor of Flame notes that he needs to get ready for the journey and asks his friend not to worry about him. After these words, he leans over to the magical rodent and asks it to take him to the necessary place. Quite quickly, Kangso puts on his shoes and gets ready to leave, saying goodbye to Ha-Yun and Yu Sun-tae. Using his special technique, Kangso moves very quickly through the city and covers hundreds of kilometers in a matter of minutes. Suddenly, he notices a surge of dark energy on the outskirts of the city and quickly heads in that direction. When the Emperor of Flame reaches the place, he sees a dark magical portal in front of him and goes inside. Meanwhile, a special squad of the Awakened Association is trying to fight off the reanimated dead. The squad commander tirelessly swings his sword, huge drops of sweat visible on his face from the fatigue of battle. His team is no better off, exhausted from hours of battle and struggling to hold back the onslaught of monsters. The squad's chief spellcaster tries to use his staff, but he lacks the strength to create a protective barrier. Seeing this, the squad commander becomes confused and thinks that his team cannot survive here. The members of his squad also understand this. They look at each other and mentally prepare themselves for the last seconds of their lives. Only one spellcaster has not lost hope of creating a barrier, but his hands are constantly shaking and he can barely hold his staff. Suddenly, a strange sound of wind fills the battlefield, and the squad is greatly surprised by this sight. Gradually, the roar of the wind grows and takes on the shape of blue magical energy, which quickly destroys the dead. At this moment, the squad spellcaster, with tears in his eyes, notices that his staff is beginning to glow and does not understand what is happening. A few minutes later, the group finds itself surrounded by defeated enemies and cannot believe that all this is real. They look around carefully, hoping to see their savior, but only notice the bones of fallen skeletons. At this moment, the team's spellcaster suggests that they were most likely saved by the unknown awakened one that rumors speak of. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Flame breaks through the hordes of undead and tries to completely clear the caves of enemies. His power is so great that he destroys several skeletons at once with a single blow. However, in a matter of seconds, the undead rise again and appear behind him, but Kangso's reaction is very quick, and he turns sharply to finish off the remaining dead. When he hits another undead, he is surprised to notice a dark magic crystal in their head. At that moment, he realizes that all the power of the undead is in their heads, and prepares for battle with the dead, who are back on their feet again. The Emperor of Flame finds a small blade, and enhances it with magical power, to make it easier to fight the undead. In a matter of seconds, he finishes off the remaining monsters, and soon finds himself near a gate from which dark energy seeps. Without much trouble, he opens the strange gate, and sees a strange creature levitating in the air. This monster turns out to be a knight in dark armor, near whom his head levitates in the form of a demonic skull. At the sight of Kang So, the monster draws his sword and loudly declares that he will destroy anyone who encroaches on his land. However, the Emperor of Flame effortlessly dodges the dangerous blows and watches his opponent's movement. The hero's tremendous speed greatly surprises the undead commander, but he believes it is just a fluke and tries to attack again. Due to a series of failures, the monster falls into a rage, and his demonic head begins to glow even more brightly in the complete darkness. After that, the monster suddenly leaps upward and prepares to launch its most deadly attack to strike the hero for sure. The undead commander rapidly gains speed and rushes toward the hero, directing his blade at him. However, the Emperor of Flame sees no threat in this attack and defends himself with a magical aura. Because of this, the undead commander's attack comes to nothing, and Kang So manages to lunge with his blade at the monster. A magical aura emanates from the blade, flying several meters until it touches the undead's body and cuts through it. After that, the dark energy gradually dissolves along with the undead, leaving only a small, magical crystal. Seeing this, the Emperor of Flames comes closer and notices that the remnants of dark energy continue to envelop this strange crystal. Then Kang So takes it in his hands and begins to study it carefully to understand its nature. At that moment, a magical rodent peeks out of his pocket and stares intently at the crystal. It begins to squeak quietly and tries to say something to Kang So, but he does not understand its language and smiles, saying that he will let the rodent go. After that, the rodent begins to wag its tail and jumps onto his hand. Kang So gently places the magical rodent on the ground and wishes it luck in finding its true master. After these words, the magical animal lets out a joyful squeak and runs away toward the deep caves. Kang So folds his arms in front of him and carefully examines the area around him. After a while, the magical animal finds its master's team, who are actively talking among themselves. He hears the members of the squad discussing the latest events. They do not understand who saved them from destruction and why. During the conversation, the spellcaster suggests that they were definitely saved by a hero, but he does not understand where their savior is now. Suddenly, the spellcaster hears a familiar squeak and looks around carefully to understand the source of the sound. The others also pay attention and recognize Karangi, who was the pet of their dear friend. At the sight of the animal, tears appear on the spellcaster's face, and he apologizes to the rodent for not being able to help his friend. At this moment, the team looks sadly at their fallen comrade and promises that his sacrifice will not be in vain. However, the rodent does not lose hope and tries to attract his master with his squeak, but the latter remains lying on the ground near the stone. Suddenly, the ground beneath the seeker's feet begins to shake, and small stones begin to fall from the ceiling. Seeing this, the squad leader orders them to gather the magic stones as quickly as possible and head for the exit. Soon, the team exits the portal and carries the wounded on their shoulders. A rescue team is already waiting for them at the exit. Karangi, a small animal, also runs out of the portal, looking very upset after the loss of his beloved master. Finally, he turns around and watches intently as the magic portal gradually closes. After a while, it starts to rain, and the rodent tries to find shelter among the city streets. Finally, he finds a small canopy that protects him from the rain, and stands under it alone with tears in his eyes. Some time passes. Ha-Yun is extremely saddened that the animal has returned to its owner, and sighs heavily. Seeing this, Yu Sun-tae tries to cheer the girl up, and notes that the rodent's owner will definitely take care of it. However, this news does not cheer the girl up at all. Tears well up in her eyes, and she cries because she will no longer see the rodent. Suddenly, Kang So enters the room and asks why Ha-Yun is crying and looks upset. After these words, a rodent peeks out of his pocket and begins to squeak quietly when it sees the upset girl. When Ha-Yun hears the familiar squeak, she turns around sharply and can't believe that her beloved rodent has returned to her. She hugs the rodent and smiles broadly with joy, although the animal is extremely unhappy with this turn of events. Kang So explains that this rodent's name is Karangi, and that its owner was unable to return from his mission. This information upsets Yu Sung-tae, but he is more surprised by the fact that the hero was able to close the magic portal on his own. The restaurant manager begins to ask for details about the incident, and Kang So folds his arms in front of him and remarks that it was easy. After these words, Yu Sun-tae tries to smile and gives a thumbs up, but deep down, he is very impressed by Kang So's strength. At that moment, memories of his service in the association squad flash through the restaurant manager's mind. He watches with his own eyes as the mighty hero tries to close the dangerous magic portal. However, Yu Sun-tae is quickly distracted from his thoughts when his daughter shows him a disgruntled rodent with a bow on its head. He lets out a small sigh and then wonders how strong Kang So really is. A few hours later, the moon appears in the sky, and the whole city is covered in the colors of night, with only the restaurant signs still lit. At this time, Lim So-young returns home and scolds the others for deciding to leave the rodent at home. A new day dawns, and Kang-so lazily gets out of bed as soon as the first rays of sunlight hit his eyes. At that moment, he remembers his past life once again, and a girl comes to him, unhappy that Kang-so is working. She takes the rope from his hands and says that he should have at least one day to rest. Kang-so recalls these moments of his life with a slight smile and decides not to do anything complicated on his day off. He takes out of his pocket the magic crystal that he was lucky enough to obtain from the undead commander in the portal. At the sight of this energy, he remembers the sinister rituals of the heavenly dragon cult. Every time, the dragon cult sacrificed people during their rituals to gain enormous power. The Emperor of Flame tries to push thoughts of the past aside and attempts to cleanse the crystal of negative energy. After that, he leaves his room and meets Yu Sun-tae, who is working in the kitchen again. Kang-so notes that today is a day off, but the restaurant manager says he cannot afford to leave the food unprepared. He asks his courier to take his daughter to the library, and after a while, Kang-so and Ha-yoon find themselves at the doors of a large building. When they go inside, Kang-so is surprised to see a huge collection of different books in a convenient format. He puts Ha-yoon down on the floor and invites her to choose any book she likes. Meanwhile, he sits down at a small table and enjoys the comfort of the place. At that moment, Ha-yoon finds a suitable book for herself, but unfortunately, she cannot reach the top shelf. Then she turns to the young man who looks after the library and asks him to get her a book with various fairy tales. The young man is very friendly and carefully hands Ha-yoon the fairy tales, for which the girl thanks him from the bottom of her heart. At that moment, Kang-soo notices the situation and notices that the young man has a very pure aura around him. After helping the girl, the young man sighs heavily and begins to arrange the books in alphabetical order. Suddenly, the girl approaches the young man again and remarks that he looks very tired. Surprised, the library worker opens his mouth in astonishment and suddenly hears Kang-so's voice asking Ha-yoon not to disturb the workers. However, the young man says very confusedly that the girl is extremely kind and she is not interfering with his work at all. Then Kang-soo comes closer and thanks the library worker for his patience. He also notices that the young man looks tired and, to the worker's surprise, notes that he has many hidden talents. The employee then explains that he is awakened, which makes Kang-so think hard. The awakened one explains that he needs to work for some time, until he reaches the age required to participate in the association's work. An image of strong awakened ones appears in his mind, and he notes that there is no place for him among such people. Kang-so is not satisfied with this answer. He folds his arms across his chest and notes that, in fact, the young man can achieve a lot and raise his rank. The awakened one is very surprised when the Emperor of Flame explains that training can greatly improve one's mastery of magic. In response, the young man objects and says that there is no case in the world where an awakened person could raise their rank. After that, he clenches his fists and notes that he is unable to provide for his mother because he is too weak. However, Kang-so tries to cheer up the young man and assures him that if he shows the necessary diligence, he will surely succeed. He promises to help the young man with his training, but in exchange asks him to find out about an ancient dynasty. At that moment, Kang-so recalls the past and tries to remember moments that could help the young man in his search. Several hours pass, but the awakened one is unable to find anything based on the description given to him by the Emperor of Flame. This seems strange to Kang-so, and he recalls another cult ritual where dark wizards raise the dead. He thinks about this and asks for information about the cult, but even this information is missing from the books. After some time, the young man apologizes and notes that he cannot help Kang-so. However, the courier seems calm and suggests that he has not simply traveled through time, but has ended up in a completely different world. He ponders this idea and, at the same time, leafs through a large book in search of useful information about the world. After that, he carefully observes what Ha-yoon is doing and thanks the library employee for his help. But the young man begins to wave his arms frantically and notes that, unfortunately, he was unable to help the hero. In response, Kang-so asks the young man not to worry, then gets up from his chair and says that it is time for him and Ha-yoon to go home. Upon returning home, Kang-so sits in the lotus position and begins to meditate to put his thoughts in order. At that moment, memories of his past life come to him. He is standing in front of his mentor, who takes an object out of a box. This object looks like a small mirror, and young Kang-so examines it closely. The mentor gently pats the child on the head and says with a smile that, when the time comes, Kang-so will be able to return home. Meanwhile, a strange stranger approaches the store and pulls a small mask over his face. With a smile on his face, he leans over the motorcycle and begins to unscrew its parts to disable the vehicle. At that moment, Kang So appears behind him, sensing something is wrong, but the obese man pays no attention to him. Kang So then calmly tells him that he shouldn't damage other people's property. The courier's voice greatly frightens the stranger, who falls to the ground in surprise and cries out loudly. The Emperor of Flame remains completely calm and asks the bandit not to make noise, because it is nighttime. Gradually, the stranger gets to his feet and smiles, noting that he has a message to deliver. He then points his finger at Kang So and says that he had better find a new job, because the restaurant will soon be closing. Kang So is upset by these words and asks who exactly wants to deliver such a message. However, the courier's calm tone only enrages the stranger, and he begins to wave his fists. Despite the heavy blows, Kang So stops them with one hand and says that it is not worth using brute force. After that, he begins to clench his fist tightly and asks the man who he works for. However, the fat man does not answer, for which he receives a powerful slap that sends him flying. The slap is so strong that the man rolls over several times and flies a considerable distance. Kang So slowly walks up to the gangster and tells him not to mess with the restaurant where he works. He then glares at the criminal and demands that he tell his friends not to bother the restaurant. The fat man quickly gets to his feet and runs away, promising never to bother Kang So again. The next day, the gang leader looks extremely irritated and fiddles with his phone. Suddenly, his assistant runs up to him and reports that his 6 men have returned from their mission. He then sees the overweight man, who can barely stand on his own 2 feet, and is leaning on his friend. He falls to his knees and apologizes for the failure of the mission, but the gang leader does not really believe his story about Kang So. However, the overweight man asks his leader not to get involved in this matter, and notes that this courier is very strong and dangerous. But the gang leader continues to ignore these words and calls his henchman a pathetic weakling. After that, he turns to his right-hand man and says that they need to teach this courier a lesson. Then he types a few messages on his phone and summons the members of his gang. The next day, Kang So delivers another order and sees a gang of thugs smiling at him. However, the courier pretends not to understand the situation and takes the food out of the containers, asking for payment. This infuriates one of the gangsters, who starts clenching his fists and says that the courier is about to lose his legs. After saying this, he hits the food container with all his might, sending it flying several meters away. Kang So carefully examines the gangsters and notices an overweight man who, in a panic, begins to apologize to him. At that moment, a member of the gang punches Kang So in the chest with all his might and demands that he lie down on the ground and accept his fate. After these words, he is about to strike again, but the courier catches the gangster's hand before the blow is completed and squeezes his wrist tightly. Then he sharply tilts his wrist down, causing the gangster's face to contort in pain. The criminal starts screaming loudly in pain and promises that the courier will pay for this. But at that moment, a strange aura begins to appear around Kang So, causing the other gangsters to look very frightened. The next day, bright rays of sunlight illuminate the walls of the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Kang So returns from work, and Yu Sung-tae notes that the courier is a little late this time. The Emperor of Flames points to the plates, and, to the director's surprise, notes that this time, the customers have washed all the dishes. Yu Sung-tae carefully examines the dishes and remarks that he has never seen such respect for plates from customers before. At that moment, Kang So mentions the name of the gang leader he encountered and asks for details about this person. Yu Sun-tae's face shows a look of dissatisfaction, and he notes that this person used to work for him and was a terrible courier. In response, Kang So crosses his arms and notes that he has already gotten to know the former employee very well. After these words, beads of sweat begin to form on the restaurant manager's face, and he asks what happened. This emotion quickly turns to real horror when Yu Sun-tae learns about the gang's attack on Kang So. The story flashes back a few minutes to when the Flame Emperor is fighting the former courier's gang. The gangsters try to attack at the same time, but with a single movement of his hand, Kang So throws them all in different directions. All the criminals are moaning in pain, and the fat man watches this scene in horror, not knowing what to do. At that moment, the Emperor of Flame approaches him and demands to know who is behind the attack. Out of fear, the gangsters don't know what to say, so Kang So begins to concentrate energy in his fingers and offers to tell the criminals everything. After several blows, the gangster, writhing in pain, says that the gang leader was supposed to watch everything from a distance. This information is enough, and Kang So lets the gangster go and looks around carefully. At this moment, the fat man begs for mercy and promises that they will never cause trouble again. Meanwhile, the gang leader watches this scene with fear from his hiding place and is about to run away. However, Kang So quickly notices him and carefully follows the former courier. After a while, the gang leader turns into a narrow alley and hopes that he will be safe there. However, to his surprise, he finds Kang So in front of him, who was able to catch up with the criminal without much effort. Seeing the hopelessness of his situation, the former courier begins to threaten the police and promises to sue Kang So. However, the Emperor of Flame points out that the former courier is acting criminally, and that the law is not on his side. After that, Kang So reaches out his hand towards him and says that he is going to teach him proper manners. Gradually, the Emperor of Flame's hand approaches the face of the former courier, who stands rooted to the spot out of fear. Some time passes. Yu Sun-tae is sitting in the kitchen peeling onions when he suddenly notices that his phone screen lights up with a message. He picks up his phone and is surprised to see a message from his former courier, apologizing for the trouble he caused. At that moment, Kang So approaches the restaurant manager and says that he had a talk with the former employee. This greatly surprises Yu Sun-tae, and he asks what exactly happened between them. However, the Emperor of Flame does not tell his friend the details, and at that moment, Kim Ji appears in the restaurant. She greets the restaurant owner with a smile and says that she has come to help with the cooking. Yu Sun-tae smiles slightly and notes that without Kim Ji, he would not have been able to prepare for the reception of guests overnight. The girl just smiles and says that she is always ready to work in such a wonderful restaurant. However, she quickly loses her composure when Kang So praises her for her efforts, and her face is covered with beads of cold sweat. She waves her hands and asks him to save his praise for later, and suggests that they get to work as soon as possible. After these words, the friends sit down at the table together and begin to prepare food and discuss the latest news. Yu Sun-tae sighs constantly and notes that he really needs an extra day off to rest. Suddenly, the restaurant manager notes that he constantly feels that the kindergarten workers have a strange energy. He smiles and says that it seems rather strange, and he doesn't understand why. However, Kim Ji confirms his guesses and quickly says that the best awakened ones work in such places. But she quickly changes the subject when they start asking her where she got this information. The story moves to a wide highway, where an expensive car is speeding along at full speed. In the back seat is the aristocrat Kim Ho, who is extremely unhappy that he has to attend the party instead of his sister. However, the secretary states that Kim Ho often does nothing, and that this is a great way to prove himself, and then begins to sort through papers. These words hurt Kim Ho's pride, but he agrees with them, and notes that he has no choice anyway. After these words, the secretary looks at the aristocrat, and notes that a lot depends on the upcoming meeting. However, Kim Ho pays no attention to these words and looks intently out the window. He sees an elderly man in the clearing who is a master of magical artifacts. At the sight of him, the aristocrat feels uneasy, and the secretary notes that it is very important for Kim Ho to enlist his support and attention. After these words, Kim Ho looks at his assistant in surprise and notes that it is impossible to work with this old man. However, the secretary immediately reminds Kim Ho of his sister, whom he imagines to be a real devil. These thoughts frighten him, but his assistant notes that the aristocrat is capable of finding an approach to any person. After that, the driver opens the car door, and the secretary tries to push Kim Ho out of the car. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, the aristocrat gets out and heads towards the artifact master. He clears his throat slightly and introduces himself fully, then expresses his hope for strong cooperation in the future. However, this treatment greatly annoys the master, and he demands that Kim Ho immediately get out of his sight. The aristocrat is extremely surprised by this turn of events. He looks discouraged and does not know what to do next. At that moment, the master's assistant approaches him and apologizes for his mentor's rudeness. After a short conversation, Kim Ho returns to the secretary and notes that the negotiations did not go very well. However, the assistant is not satisfied with this answer and asks the aristocrat to try again to find common ground with the master. Meanwhile, Kang So and Kim Ji are having fun together and hope that Ha Yoon is having a great time with the other children. At that moment, the Emperor of Flame recalls a recent conversation with Ha Yoon and makes a small toy especially for her. The girl looks closely at the wooden rabbit and thanks Kim Ho for the gift with a big smile on her face. Some time passes, and Kang So's gift is broken because the other children were careless. Ha Yoon starts crying when she sees the broken rabbit, and her friend notes that the children should have been more careful. After a while, Ha Yoon can't take it anymore and starts crying, which attracts the attention of those around her. Her friend shows the other children her fist and promises to beat up anyone who causes Ha Yoon trouble again. At that moment, the artifact master approaches Ha Yoon and his granddaughter and tries to find out what happened. With a smile on his face, he asks Ha Yoon not to be upset and asks the girl to show him what is broken. He carefully examines the broken shovel and notes that this item was made with great love. After these words, he calls his assistant over and asks him to pay attention to this delicate work. Then, with the same ease, he uses streams of magic to repair the child's toy. The artifact master performs several manipulations and promises Ha-yoon that he will soon fix everything, which makes the girl smile. He makes a few movements and repairs the shovel, then gives it back to the girls, who are indescribably delighted. At that moment, the aristocrat stands nearby and watches what is happening intently. Suddenly, a small smile appears on his face, and he notes that now he knows exactly how to approach the artifact master. After that, he gives some instructions to his secretary, and the girl bows and quickly leaves. A new day dawns rather quickly. Kang-so heads to the bakery to buy his favorite pie. He opens the door quite carefully and greets the owner with a slight smile on his face. The baker, Hyunim, also smiles at the sight of his regular customer and asks him to choose whatever he likes. Kang-so goes inside and looks around carefully, but to his surprise, he doesn't see his favorite treat anywhere on the shelves. Then he turns to the salesperson and asks where his favorite pie is, which is always on display. The baker smiles and gives him the last piece of cake, noting that all the others have been sold, but there is always a piece for Kang-so. The courier sincerely thanks the baker for such an unexpected gift and pays for his purchase. After that, Kang-so says goodbye and tells the baker that he is always ready to wait for him at the neighboring restaurant and leaves. Suddenly, the courier notices a girl and holds the door open so she can enter without any problems. The girl quickly chooses her order and pays with a card, and the baker thanks her for her purchase, but looks embarrassed. Gradually, the sun sets below the horizon, and the last rays of sunlight continue to illuminate the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Kang-so returns from his walk and carefully puts his favorite pie in the refrigerator. At the sight of the pie, the rodent Karangi looks very hungry and ready to pounce on the food at any moment. However, Kang-so stops him and notes that there is enough pie for today and suggests eating it tomorrow. Night falls, and the Flame Emperor quickly lies down on his bed and falls asleep instantly. After a while, the rodent wakes up from the smell of the fragrant pie and runs towards the kitchen. He quickly jumps into the open refrigerator, hoping to get a piece of the pie. But to his great surprise, Karangi notices that someone has already eaten the pie, and only crumbs remain. At that moment, Kang-so appears behind the rodent and catches his pet at the scene of the crime. The next day, Kang-so tells this story, and Yu-sung just laughs and notes that many magical rodents love sweets. Ha-yoon gently strokes her pet and notes that she believes her dear rodent could not have eaten the pie alone. At that moment, the restaurant doors open, and everyone turns their attention to the new visitor. The visitor turns out to be the baker, Hyun-nim, who greets his friends with a smile on his face. Yu Sun-tae notices several bags in his friend's hands, and the baker smiles and says that he has brought some gifts. When he opens one of the bags, Kang-so notices his favorite pie and can't take his eyes off it. All this seems very strange to Yu Sun-tae, and he decides to ask what the real reason for the baker's visit is. Hyun-nim becomes very nervous, but then collects his thoughts and says that he needs advice. Looking very upset, he says that he likes one of his regular customers, but the baker doesn't know how to confess his feelings. Yu Sun-tae tries to cheer up his friend and says that he should just tell her how he feels. However, this is not an option for the baker, who notes that he is too indecisive and worried about his appearance. Suddenly, Kang-so gets up from the table and suggests that Yu Sun-tae let the baker stay with them for the night, so as not to let him go in such a state. The courier puts the guest to bed and sits down in the lotus position, quickly falling asleep himself. Suddenly, the rodent wakes up with a start when he smells the pie again, just like last night. This time, he uses his squeak to get Kang-so's attention and gestures for him to follow him. The animal does not wait for a response from his owner, and, with short jumps, heads towards the smell of the pie. When Kang-so opens the refrigerator door, he sees a small fairy in front of him, eating the pie very quickly. The fairy looks at the dissatisfied courier in surprise and freezes in place, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The next day arrives, and despite the sunny weather, there is not a single soul on the street. Everyone gathers at the table, and Kang-so points to the fairy and tells them what happened during the night. The little fairy just looks around and silently awaits her fate. After hearing the story, the baker Hyun-nim suggests that they are looking at a flower fairy. He recalls seeing such creatures in the forest before, and notes that fairies can sometimes be useful to humans. This idea surprises Kang-so, and he points out that such fairies are only pests, to which Yu Sung-tae responds with laughter. After these words, the courier looks at the fairy with displeasure, who kneels down and asks for mercy. Kang-so sighs heavily and says that he will not chase the fairy away for eating his pie. At that moment, the flower fairy begins to thank the hero loudly and promises that he will not regret his choice. Yu Sun-tae and Lim Soo-young are lost in thought and realize that they have no idea why they might need a fairy. Then the baker asks for the fairy to be given to him, because he has several ideas about how this creature could help him in his work. At this moment, Kang So folds his arms in front of him and notes that this is a responsibility and offers the baker training as a reward. After these words, Lim So-young smiles and notes that any girl would be delighted with a muscular body. The baker thinks about it and says that it would be a good idea, although it is not difficult for him to keep the fairy with him. After that, Kang So and Hyun Nim begin to discuss training, and Lim Soo-young suggests that her husband also take part in it. A few days pass, and the weekend arrives. Lim Soo-young and her employees decide to go to the mall. Kang So is surprised by the invitation and asks the restaurant manager why they are all gathered there today. The girl smiles and says that today is Yoo-sung's birthday, and she wants to give him a suitable gift. She then turns to Kim-ji and asks her and Kang So to help her choose a suitable gift. After hearing this, Kim-ji looks very excited and starts asking the manager if he has any ideas. Then she turns her head towards Kang So and thinks that any meeting with the courier is a great joy for her. Meanwhile, Yoo Sun-tae notes that they should walk around the mall and maybe they will find something. At that moment, she notices a men's shoe store and thinks about buying something for her husband from this assortment. Immediately after that, Kim Jin suggests several options to Lim Soo-young, and they begin to actively discuss the gift. Kang So stands at a distance and feels uncomfortable because many girls are paying attention to him. He decides to approach Kim Jin and Lim Soo-yeon and notes that his participation in this matter makes no sense. But the girls disagree with this and quickly hand the hero a pair of glasses to try on. Suddenly, a loud voice from the warning system announces an attack by the illegal organization. At that moment, the hero notices a criminal with a demonic aura trying to escape with the loot. At the same moment, a magical shield appears around the shopping center, preventing anyone from leaving the area. Kang So finds this situation very strange and begins to ask Kim Ji about this group. While the Emperor of Flame listens to his girlfriend, he uses his magical vision and notices that the criminals are trying to steal magical stones. Meanwhile, Kim Ji tries to convince Kang So that everything is under control and that security will soon take care of everything. However, at that moment, Kang So notices the worried look on Lim So-young's face, who is worried that she will not be able to pick up her daughter from the garden on time. At that moment, he imagines Ha Yoon's upset expression and decides to do everything he can to prevent this from happening. So, quite suddenly, he says he needs to go to the bathroom and asks the girls not to leave the safe zone. After saying this, Kang So immediately makes a quick dash and heads to the area where he last saw the criminals. When he goes down to the lower floors of the shopping center, he notices seriously injured security guards. Kang So gives them first aid and hopes that it will be enough until the rescue team arrives. Gradually, he makes his way forward and notices a slightly open door from which several voices can be heard. The courier looks closely and notices a man with a sword giving orders to other criminals. Kang So acts with extreme caution and quietly enters the room with the criminals. In a few seconds, he strikes several blows and neutralizes all the criminals in the room at once. The hero looks around carefully and decides to make sure once again that all the criminals have been neutralized. After that, a smile appears on his face, and he thinks that it is time to return. Meanwhile, a special group led by Myung-hee gathers together and tries to figure out the situation. Myung-hee quickly gives all the necessary orders and instructs them to follow her. After that, together with a squad of agents, she jumps down and rushes towards the place where the gangsters were spotted earlier. She quickly finds herself near the building and prepares to storm it. Together with the squad, she bursts into the building, but what she sees shocks her and her comrades into silence. Myung-hee quickly looks around and notices that someone has already neutralized all the criminals before her squad arrive. A few hours later, the whole family returns home. Yoo Sun-tae stretches his shoulder and notices that it has been acting up lately. Kang So smiles slightly and points out that today is a very important date for the restaurant manager and asks him to get ready. Yoo Sun-tae doesn't understand anything, but suddenly the doors open in front of him and he sees his wife and daughter congratulating him on his birthday. At that moment, the courier takes out some firecrackers and also joins in the congratulations. At the same moment, the restaurant doors open and the baker and Kim Ji appear, holding gifts in their hands. At the sight of this, tears well up in Yoo Sun-tae's eyes, and he thanks everyone for coming to congratulate him. So, Yoo Sun-tae's birthday passes in a happy and cheerful company, despite the late hour outside the window. The next day, the restaurant manager carefully examines the calendar and notes that today is a very important date for the city. Kang So quickly cleans the vegetables and asks Yoo Sun-tae to tell him more about this holiday. Suddenly, a young man appears at the restaurant door and says that he has come in response to the advertisement. Yoo Sun-tae quickly looks over his documents and is surprised that his new employee is an awakened one. However, he accepts him for the job without any problem and tells him that he needs to clean up the main hall before the guests arrive. Meanwhile, Kim Jin is in the passenger seat of her car, which is heading to the city's main holiday celebration. The girl clicks her tongue in dissatisfaction, and her secretary notes that this is a very important event, and her presence is necessary. In response, Kim Jin replies that she understands the seriousness of her situation perfectly well, and then sighs heavily. At one point, the girl begins to complain about her outfit, but the secretary notes that she needs to get used to the color of her clan, red flame. Kim Jin sighs again and begins to quickly paint her lips, using a small mirror. Due to her nerves, the girl's hand jerks sharply, and she smears her face with lipstick. However, the secretary is prepared for such turns of events, and hands her mistress a wet wipe. A few minutes later, the car arrives at a place where a large crowd has already gathered. The secretary quickly gets out of the car, opens the door for his mistress, and helps her out. Meanwhile, the families of Yu Sun-tae and Kang So are walking around a large fair with their new employee. The young man points to one of the stalls and notes that Kang So can do well in this competition. After these words, the courier turns around and notices a man throwing darts to win a prize. Seeing this, Kang So shields Ha Yun because he thinks that hired assassins are training in this place. However, the young man reassures his friend and notes that this is just a place where you can win a prize by throwing darts. Meanwhile, Ha Yun looks around the shop and points to one of the toys she really wants. The toy turns out to be a cute bear whose face is partially decorated with colorful hearts. At that moment, Kang So kneels in front of Ha Yun and learns of her great desire to get this bear. After making her request, the girl looks very confused and says that she can do without the stuffed toy if they don't win. However, Kang So smiles and promises that they will definitely win her the teddy bear. He then turns to the young man and invites him to participate in the competition to win the prize. The new employee is very surprised by this request and points out that he has no talent for this. Then Kang So stands up and explains how to throw darts correctly in order to consistently hit the target. After his explanation, he approaches the salesperson and buys one ticket to participate in the contest. Meanwhile, the young man hesitantly picks up 3 darts and freezes in place because of his indecision. However, Kang So encourages him and notes that if the guy follows his advice, he will definitely win the contest. After his colleague's words, the young man is filled with confidence and begins to aim at the right ball. He quickly makes his first throw and, to his surprise, hits the right target and the ball bursts. A couple of minutes later, the young man wins the competition, his eyes shining brightly, and he thanks his colleague for his guidance. He discusses some techniques with Kang So, while Ha Yun hugs a teddy bear with a big smile on his face. Suddenly, a loud sound comes from the loudspeaker, announcing that the Great Magician's concert is about to begin. When Ha Yun hears this, he quickly runs to the concert venue and asks his family to hurry up so they can get good seats. Seeing this, Kang So smiles and notes that such a young creature has a lot of energy, and he envies that. Meanwhile, several criminals discuss a plan to eliminate an important person who will be attending the performance. One of the gangsters puts on a special ring and says that with its help, magical intelligence will never detect them. After all the preparations, they take up their weapons and try to find their target in the crowd. They look through the sights of their rifle and prepare to open fire as soon as the opportunity arises. Very soon, the criminals find their target, who turns out to be the influential aristocrat Kim Ji. Meanwhile, Ha Yun is delighted with his new gift and, with a smile on his face, can't wait for the magician's performance. The young man is also looking forward to the performance, but Kang So is extremely skeptical. After a while, an old magician appears and performs several tricks with a dove that flies out of his hat. Kang So looks annoyed at this, but the young man notes that the most interesting performance is about to begin. Suddenly, the Emperor of Flame notices a strange energy that he has felt before during his work. He slowly turns his head to the side and notices a girl who seems familiar to him. He then points in her direction and asks his colleague, who is sitting in the VIP box. The young man's eyes light up with excitement, and he explains that these seats are reserved only for special awakened ones. After these words, he turns his attention to Kim Ji and explains to Kang Sung that this girl is a hunter nicknamed the Fire Witch. Kang Sung stares at the girl for a while and realizes that she is his colleague. Kim Ji notices the intense gaze and hides behind a small piece of paper, hoping that it will help her disguise herself. The girl cannot hide her confusion and continues to hold the piece of paper over her head for a while. A few minutes later, the main performance begins, and the most famous magician appears on stage. He performs several magic tricks and makes small objects levitate in the air. Everyone watches this trick with admiration, but Kang So sees nothing interesting in it. Suddenly, the Emperor of Flame senses a strange object moving at great speed in the air. Kang-so reacts quickly, and unnoticed by the others, quickly deflects the magic bullets. Because of his technique, one of the bullets flies off near the place where Ms. Kim's bodyguards are standing. Seeing this, the bodyguards immediately report the danger and call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, several more magic bullets are aimed at Kim Ji to end her life. However, the bodyguards quickly raise a barrier and stop the dangerous projectiles. But this proves to be insufficient for the magic bullets, and they easily penetrate the magic barrier. Seeing this, Kim Ji uses her power and creates a reinforced version of the magic barrier around herself. After that, the girl turns to her bodyguards with a dissatisfied tone and demands that they find the shooters. Meanwhile, people panic and leave the event, and the sound of gunshots further increases the panic among the crowd. Tears appear on Ha-yoon's face because she was unable to watch the great magician's performance to the end. In addition, the girl is upset that the bullets hit her teddy bear and made a hole in it. Seeing Ha-yoon upset, he decides to take matters into his own hands and personally take revenge on the offenders. Therefore, he says that he needs to go to the restroom and asks the others to go to a safe place. Within seconds, he finds himself in the place where the sniper team is hiding. There, he is enraged by the criminals' talk of shooting civilians. So he quickly gathers streams of energy around himself to deal with them as quickly as possible. He fires bullets at the snipers at tremendous speed, and the criminals don't even have time to react. The bullets inflict severe damage on the gangsters at tremendous speed, causing them to instantly fall to the ground in intense pain. Kang-so watches his enemies suffer and tells them that they shouldn't have disrupted the concert. His face becomes serious when the gangsters curse him despite their injuries. One of them crawls closer and loudly says that their boss will definitely punish Kang-so. However, the Emperor of Flame sees no threat in these words and notes that he will deal with even the criminal's boss. After that, he quickly jumps off the roof of the building and goes to his friends who are waiting for him. The story moves to a kindergarten, where a teacher is playing with children, but suddenly her phone starts ringing. She looks at the phone screen and realizes that the call is from the Association of the Awakened. So the teacher apologizes to her children and tells them she needs to step away to talk. She then moves away from the children and listens to instructions from her superiors on improving the children's safety. The teacher discusses the safety improvement plan for a while and promises that the children will be safe in her care. After a while, the children begin to get bored, so they follow their teacher and try to eavesdrop on the conversation. The girl notices this and informs her superiors that she can no longer talk because the children are waiting for her. After that, she returns and suggests that the children play an interesting game. With a smile on her face, she suggests making beautiful gifts for their families out of materials at hand. After hearing their teacher's words, the children begin to use cardboard and scissors to create an interesting gift. Ha-yoon asks her teacher for advice and consults with her for a while about a gift for her parents. At that moment, the girl remembers that Jong-hoon has no close relatives and decides to check on him. However, the children around her do not understand why Jong is trying to make a gift, since he has neither a mother nor a father. The other children agree with her and ask their teacher about it. The girl doesn't know what to say and tries to comfort Jong-hoon, who is about to cry. Ha-yoon notices her classmates teasing and loudly says that they shouldn't make fun of the boy just because he doesn't have parents. She stands up for the boy, much to the surprise of the teacher, who doesn't know what to do in such a situation. After her words, the other boys start crying and say that they don't want to be without their parents. The teacher tries to put everyone in a positive mood and suggests that everyone apologize to Jong-hoon. Through their tears, everyone apologizes to the boy, and he feels a little better. He quickly wipes his red eyes and says that it's no big deal and he's used to it. Ha-yoon smiles, pats him on the shoulder, and suggests that the boys exchange gifts with each other. After these words, Jong looks at the girl gratefully and says that her words inspire him greatly. Meanwhile, the secretary goes to her commander with a report on the events that have taken place. She looks very serious because she is worried about her boss's special and fiery temper. An image of the great Kim Hae, nicknamed the Warrior of Fire, who managed to prevent the destruction of humanity, appears in her mind. When she approaches the office, she exhales heavily and tries to gather the courage to knock. After a while, she enters Kim Hae's office and reports all the information about what happened to him. The head of the department looks very concerned and asks the secretary to show him all the documents related to the case. After a while, he clenches his teeth in anger and asks why all the criminals have not yet been identified. Then he slams his hand on the table with all his might and demands that the association do everything in its power to find those who ordered the murders. However, the secretary notes that this seems unlikely at the moment and points out that everyone is already looking for clues. After these words, Chief Kim Hae calms down and begins to carefully study the documents related to the case. He also learns that his daughter has decided to get a job at a small restaurant where his old acquaintance Yu Sun-tae works. The secretary adjusts her glasses and asks what to do about this situation. In response, Kim Hae clenches the paper in his hands and asks her to keep an eye on his daughter, but not to get involved in the restaurant's affairs. As the report comes to an end, the secretary bows and says it's time for her to start work. As soon as the secretary leaves the office, Kim Hae enters the code for his safe, which consists of several digits. As soon as the safe opens, he takes out a small item that his daughter gave him on Family Day. Meanwhile, Kang-so is cleaning outside and meets a young man who has been delivering newspapers all this time. Seeing his colleague, the courier smiles and notes that the young man has become much more resilient and stronger during this time. After these words, the awakened young man thanks Kang-so for his praise and promises that he will become even stronger in the future. However, at that moment, Kang-so thinks about the attempted assassination at the concert. Due to his excessive thinking, the courier accidentally breaks his broom, which makes him feel awkward. After that, he notices the young man's inner energy and thinks about how it could be awakened. After a while, the young man goes about his business, and Kang-so thinks about finding a way to develop the awakened one. That is why he asks Yu Sun-tae to keep him company late at night and asks him about the awakened ones. Kang-so exhales heavily and asks what the director would do if he knew how to increase the power of the awakened ones. Yu Sun-tae thinks for a while and suddenly replies that he would definitely share such information, which surprises Kang-so a little. The Emperor of Flame does not understand how such information can be shared, but the restaurant director just smiles and pours a drink with a smile. Then his gaze becomes serious, and Yu Sun-tae says that he is willing to do anything for the safety of his family. These words make the Emperor of Flame think seriously, and he becomes lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, he realizes that there is no worse fate for him than to experience loneliness once again, and he does not want to lose his new friends. So Kang-so silently downs a whole glass in one gulp and quickly puts it on the table. Then, with a confident look, he declares that he will find a way to increase the power of any awakened person. Late that same evening, he takes out a clean notebook and begins to write detailed instructions on how to develop his abilities. A few hours later, Kang-so finishes his long work and exhales heavily from exhaustion. However, he is satisfied with the work he has done and looks at his notes with a smile. After that, he closes his notes and thinks about what to do with this notebook next. At that moment, he remembers his conversation with Kim Ji when they discuss the members of the Awakened Association. During this conversation, the girl says that there is no one more honest than the head of the Awakened Association. In addition, Kim Ji talks about a case when the head personally went to the scene when there was a shortage of people. As Kang-so replays these memories over and over in his head, a smile appears on his face, and now he knows who to give his notes to. After that, he gets up and prepares to go to the association to give his notes to a trustworthy person. A new day dawns, and the head of the Awakened Association heads to his workplace, surrounded by his security detail. At the entrance to the main center, the building's security guards salute him and greet their boss in a loud voice. A few minutes later, the head reaches his floor and asks his deputy to gather all the documents for the day. He then sits down at his desk and is surprised to see a strange blue notebook. The head of the department begins to carefully examine the strange notebook and does not understand how it ended up on his desk. He calls his secretary over and asks about the notebook, but the secretary just shrugs. In this situation, the head sees only a big joke and notes that most likely the department decided to play a prank on him. After these words, he hands the notebook to his secretary and asks him to familiarize himself with it. The man carefully examines the notebook and notices that it may contain the key to unlocking new powers in the Awakened. These thoughts give the head of the association a headache, and he asks his secretary to bring him some pills. When the secretary leaves, the head once again carefully studies the notebook and thinks that there may be something useful inside. Without much faith, he begins to frantically flip through the pages and finds a lot of useful information. The more he delves into the contents of the notebook, the more he begins to believe that it will help the Awakened one. The notebook becomes so interesting that the head does not stop reading it, even when drinking his tea. After a few hours, the head finishes reading the notebook and tries to think about the information in his head. A huge number of thoughts come to him, but at the moment he thinks that all the information in the notebook is true. After thinking, he leans back in his chair and decides to flip through the pages of the strange notebook again. To his surprise, he finds a strange symbol at the end of the page and assumes that it is a message from the Zero Awakened One. A slight smile appears on his face, after which he asks his secretary to call Li Xin to headquarters. After a while, the sun rises above the huge tower, and illuminates it from all sides. Li Xin arrives at the main office and asks why he was called to the department so urgently this time. The head of the department begins to laugh and says that the hunter will not believe him if he tells him the truth. After these words, the head of the association hands the hunter a notebook with the words, "Awakened Energy Control," written on the cover. Seeing this inscription, Li Xin skeptically takes the notebook in his hand and begins to carefully study its pages. At one point, the hunter's eyes widen, and he tells the head that this notebook is a source of great power. The head agrees with a smile and asks Li Xin to keep the notebook for his studies. The hunter can't believe his eyes and asks how the head got this info. In response, the director just shrugs and suggests that a zero-awakened person gave him the notebook. After these words, Li Xin's face becomes confused. He does not know how to behave in such a situation. After a while, he leaves the association with this notebook in his hands and tries to make sense of what is happening. He decides to walk through the streets of the city and looks for a place where there will be fewer people. He quickly finds a small bench and heads towards it to take a break and think everything through carefully. Li Xin holds out his palm and can't believe that after so long, he can enjoy the sun's rays. He remembers his first feat when he managed to close a dangerous portal and destroy a monster all by himself. The hunter's hands and face are covered in blood, but he quickly wipes it off and doesn't pay much attention to it. A couple of days later, his face is shown on all the country's TV channels, and he is called a local hero. However, he has to pay a high price for this. He cannot control his power, and his hands are covered in the blood of friends and enemies. Li Xin recalls this time with horror. Suddenly, his hand begins to hurt badly, and he grits his teeth in pain. When he decides to examine his hand, he notices that it is turned red and is covered with a strange magical energy. Li Xin then follows the instructions in the book strictly and very quickly manages to stabilize his energy. At that moment, the hunter replays the words from the notebook in his head and decides to find the owner of the notebook by any means necessary. Suddenly, he is distracted from his thoughts when he notices a strange courier emanating an unusual energy. Li Xin watches closely as the courier quickly lays out food on the table and is amazed at his speed. The smell of food intoxicates the hunter's thoughts, and he decides to go to the nearest restaurant for a bite to eat. He takes out his phone and uses a mobile app to quickly find a suitable restaurant. When Li Xin finds a suitable place, a smile appears on his face, and he hopes that the food will help him relax and take his mind off things. Some time passes. Kang So and Kim Ji are standing near the restaurant door, discussing the latest news with each other. Suddenly, Kang So senses a huge energy approaching and tries to listen to his feelings. A second later, Li Xin appears at the restaurant door, looking for a suitable place. At the entrance, he is immediately greeted by Lim So-young, who offers the new visitor several free seats. At that moment, Li Xin recognizes Kim Ji and is surprised that an aristocrat is working in such an ordinary place. At the same moment, Yu Sun-tae peeks out from behind the counter and asks Kim Ji how she knows the new customer. The girl smiles awkwardly in confusion and says it's a very long story. Then she quickly makes up a story that Li Xin is her cousin and asks him not to pay attention to it. Meanwhile, Li Xin takes a seat and watches Kim Ji's reaction with a smile on his face. The girl quickly approaches him with slight irritation and asks her friend not to reveal her identity. This request surprises Li Xin a little, but he has nothing against her personal life and promises to play along with Kim Ji. After that, he tells his friend that he has come across something very interesting that will turn everything related to the awakened upside down. However, Kim Ji is not concerned about this information and once again urges Li Xin not to reveal her identity. Meanwhile, Lim So-young requests a small portion of the dish and notes that she is prepared to bring another portion on the house. The dish turns out to be so delicious that a tremendous force completely envelops Li Xin's body and is about to burst out. At that moment, the hunter realizes the danger and worries that because of him, many people in the restaurant may die. Therefore, he quickly gets to his feet and tries to control his magic. But to his surprise, he notices that his magic has subsided, and Kim Ji approaches him and asks him to leave the establishment. At this moment, Kang So is standing nearby, preparing to use his power again if Li Xin loses control again. He looks closely at the hunter and realizes that he is a high-level specialist. Kang So is extremely surprised when he sees a huge aura around Li Xin and is slightly afraid of interacting with it. However, Li Xin himself does not notice Kang So's piercing gaze and has a casual conversation with his sister. Suddenly, he receives an urgent call from the association, demanding that he report to the base immediately. After the call ends, Li Xin sighs heavily and tells his friend that he urgently needs to go on a mission. When Li Xin leaves, Kim Ji sighs with relief and doesn't notice Kang So standing behind her. Surprised, she turns around abruptly and asks with a smile on her face why Kang So is staring at her. Meanwhile, Li Xin is at the association, and asks why he was called this time. The head of the department explains that many strange organizations have appeared recently, and simply asks Li Xin to investigate. However, Li Xin only thinks about his strange encounter with Kang So and assumes that he is a Zero awakened. Meanwhile, the head of the inspection department, Myung Hee, carefully studies the latest incidents. Her brother approaches her and notes that it would be good for his sister to take a break and suggests that they choose somewhere to go together. Myung Hee looks gloomy and notes that she has had no energy lately. Her brother is extremely upset about his sister's condition and asks her to rest as often as possible. He then shows his sister 2 tickets and suggests they go to the ballet together. With a big smile on her face, Myung-hee agrees and thanks her brother for looking out for her health. However, her brother is not satisfied with this response and asks his sister to get a calendar and mark the date when they will go to the ballet together. Myung-hee traces the numbers with her pen and then circles the date in red. Seeing this, her brother smiles and uses his healing powers to restore some of Myung-hee's energy. A few days pass, and the whole family prepares to go to the famous ballet. Even Ha-yoon is given a cute dress, which makes the little girl very happy. Seeing such a wonderful child, Kang So and Yu Sung-tae cannot contain their admiration and smile when they look at her. After a while, Lim So-yoon appears and says that it is time to leave. At that moment, Yu Sun-tae clears his throat and hopes that Kang So will not attract too much attention. However, as soon as the family arrives at their destination, a huge number of eyes fall on Kang So in his costume. Yu Sun-tae looks at his courier in confusion and thinks that Kang So will always be the center of attention. However, Kang So himself pays no attention to the stares of others. All his thoughts are focused on the strange, magical flow. He constantly looks around, trying to find its source, but to no avail. Suddenly, Kang So notices Kim Ji in the doorway, who looks very confused because of the attention from the Emperor of Flame. The girl turns away and hopes that Kang So will not be able to reveal her true identity. However, the courier has long known Kim Ji's secret and decides not to demonstrate his power unnecessarily and ignores the girl's presence. Suddenly, he begins to feel an ominous aura again, and this inner feeling greatly disturbs him. Meanwhile, Mr. Asmodeus and his assistant celebrate their imminent victory. The man waits for his assistant to pour him a glass of wine and enjoys the fact that his plan will soon come to fruition. Then he turns to his minions and orders them to begin the plan to destroy the theater. Then, he uses his magic blade to open a portal and teleport. A smile constantly flashes across his face, because Asmodeus is completely confident in his powers and his plan. When he and his assistant pass through the portal, they find themselves on the roof of a tall building, from where it is very convenient to observe what is happening. However, at that very moment, the Emperor of Flame appears behind them, intent on thwarting the plan to destroy the theater. At the sight of the stranger, Asmodeus freezes in place, not knowing what to do in such a strange situation. After a while, he comes to his senses and takes a fighting stance to fight Kang So. However, the Emperor of Flame is incredibly fast for Asmodeus, and he manages to dodge his attacks twice. But soon, Kang So's attack catches up with Asmodeus and inflicts incredible damage on him. The blow sends the man flying several meters away, while his assistant stands nearby, hesitant to act. Suddenly, Kang So begins to clap his hands and asks the real Asmodeus to reveal himself. The man gets to his feet, holding the spot where he was hit, and says that he is the real Asmodeus. However, after these words, he notices a huge aura appearing around Kang So and feels uneasy. But the Emperor of Flame is in no hurry to attack. He feels dark energy spreading throughout the theater. Seeing this, the man smiles and notes that Kang So will not be able to stop his perfect plan. However, the Emperor of Flame looks intently at Asmodeus's assistant and asks her to reveal her true form. When she begins to deny her involvement in what is happening, a slight smirk appears on Kang So's face. At that moment, the girl feels a mysterious force begin to analyze her body. At that moment, a terrible grimace appears on the assistant's face, and she praises Kang So for being able to see through her. After these words, she instantly strikes her ally and pierces his body with her hand. Then she takes the man's wedge and remarks that weak creatures are not worthy of wielding such a weapon. After these words, the man goes to the other world, and the girl begins to admire the magical blade. Finally, the real Asmodeus turns his attention to the Emperor of Flame and tells her that she will have to leave this place. However, Kang So cannot allow his opponent to leave so easily and is about to strike. Despite numerous blows, the Emperor of Flame notices that his opponent's entire body is turning into purple smoke. After that, Asmodeus appears behind Kang So with a smile on her face and declares that an ordinary person is no match for her. In addition, Asmodeus notes that she is in a hurry to attend to her business, and, unfortunately, she will have to leave her favorite here alone. After these words, she quickly draws her blade from its sheath and, with a single movement of her sword, opens a portal in front of her. She then immediately jumps into it and wishes the hero luck in dealing with her minions inside the theater. However, the portal suddenly begins to distort, and Asmodeus is unable to teleport. She turns her head toward her opponent and notices that Kang So is using his magic to manipulate the portal and close it. At that moment, Asmodeus notices that the Emperor of Flame's entire body is covered with a large amount of energy. She senses incredible danger from her opponent and looks very frightened. At that very moment, the Emperor of Flame appears next to her and delivers several quick blows. However, Asmodeus manages to turn into a dark mist at the last moment and slip away from her opponent's blows. But Kang So does not lose his composure and decides to strike at the dark mist, managing to hit Asmodeus's body. The girl tries to defend herself and does not understand how her opponent was able to break through her mist barrier. Gradually, her misty defense begins to dissipate, and panic is evident on her face. At that very moment, Kang So gathers energy in her leg for the decisive blow. After that, Asmod's body flies several meters to the side, and she suffers significant damage. Her strength quickly leaves her, and she falls to her knees, clutching her shoulder, which is throbbing with pain. However, a satisfied smirk suddenly flashes across her face, and she stabs her body with her blade. Kang So looks surprised at this, and does not understand what his opponent is up to. The girl just smiles, and at that moment, a huge stream of dark energy begins to ooze from her body. In an instant, the girl's body disappears into a dark, magical mist. Suddenly, Kang So notices that the man is still alive and slowly crawling towards him. Before passing away, he tells Kang So how the theater will be destroyed. The Emperor of Flame carefully considers this information and tries to think about his next steps. Meanwhile, people are sitting in the theater, enjoying the wonderful performance of the two actors. Seeing this, Ha-Yoon's eyes light up, and she says she wants to become a ballerina. Seeing her daughter's enthusiasm, Lim Soo-young smiled and says that her dream can come true. At that moment, a rapid response team led by Lee Shin appears near the building. The hunter holds a detailed plan of the building in his hands and carefully studies every inch of it. He then gives several orders and notes that there may be terrorists among the civilians. He quickly runs into the building, leading a small squad behind him, and searches the building for bombs. During another inspection, Li Shin notices a strange man standing near the door. The stranger stops the squad and tells them that this is a restricted area and asks them to leave. At that moment, Li Shin realizes that he is facing an enemy and delivers a powerful blow, knocking the door down with the enemy's body. When he enters the room, he sees an armed squad in front of him and guesses their intentions. For a while, Li Shin begins to stretch his neck and suggests that the terrorists surrender because their plan has been revealed. But the terrorists refuse, and in a matter of seconds, the squad neutralizes the accomplices. Suddenly, Li Shin notices a broad grin on the terrorist's face and tries to find out why the criminal is so happy. However, the terrorist is not going to say anything and notes that he likes to smile. Then Li Shin uses his dark aura and unleashes all its power on the man in front of him. Fearing the hunter Li Shin, the terrorist quickly reveals that there are several more people in the hall. After that, the hunter releases the terrorist and orders the squad to immediately move to the main hall. However, the doors to the room are blocked, causing Li Shin's face to break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the Yu Sun Tae family, along with the head of the family, tries to leave the theater building as quickly as possible. At this moment, the restaurant manager thinks about what is happening and worries that something might have happened to Kang So. Suddenly, in the middle of the hall, a man in a suit loudly proclaims that he is ready to make a sacrifice to the great deity. After these words, there is a huge explosion that sweeps away several chairs in front of him. All the people in the main hall begin to panic and scream, unable to move because of fear. At this moment, Yu Sun Tae shields his family from small fragments with his body and tries to calm them down. At that moment, Kang Sung runs to their aid and tells them that they need to leave the building. Several people block the exit and announce that no one will get out of there alive. However, at that moment, a powerful blow from the other side knocks the door down, and the terrorists scatter in different directions. After that, Li Shin appears in the doorway and asks all civilians to remain calm. He looks around carefully and notices that the entire scene is on fire and the building's supports look unstable. At that moment, a man runs out of the crowd with dynamite in his hand and shouts that he will destroy everyone along with himself. He raises his hands and deafening explosions begin to ring out around him. Li Shin tries to break through to the terrorist, but huge pillars of flame prevent him from moving forward. Suddenly, all the fire begins to die down when he is surrounded by a mysterious blue energy. The man looks around in confusion and tries to call for backup, but no one answers him. Then he grabs his head with both hands and prepares to blow up his own body. However, Li Xin manages to neutralize the enemy and catches the dynamite stick before it explodes. He carefully examines the explosive device for a while and breathes a sigh of relief. He then hands the dynamite to the rapid response team and asks them to deal with it. At that moment, Myung-hee and Myung-jin approach him, show their IDs, and offer their help in the matter. Myung-jin tries to help the injured terrorist, but his strength is not enough. Meanwhile, Kang-so looks around carefully and tries to find Li Xin with his eyes. At that moment, Li Xin notices the Emperor of Flame looking at him and looks in his direction with surprise. When Kang-so catches Li Xin's gaze, he gives him a thumbs up and silently nods in his direction. Li Xin smiles, and at that moment realizes that he is looking at the very same Zero Awakened. At that moment, Li Xin thinks about how much the Zero Awakened has managed to do in such a short time. Meanwhile, Lee So-young brings Ha-yoon outside. The girl is in tears, very upset that she was unable to watch the dance. Then the lead actress approaches the girl, and, with a smile on her face, asks if she wants to watch the dance right now. In response, the girl nods silently, and the actors take each other by the hand and begin to dance beautifully. Gradually, all the people gather in a circle and watch the dance with smiles on their faces, despite what has happened. After a few minutes, the dance comes to an end, and everyone present begins to applaud loudly. Gradually, the sun sets below the horizon, and the tall buildings of the city are covered by the veil of night. At this moment, Kang-soo and Li Xin meet in the park and discuss the latest events. The story goes back a few hours. Li Xin enters the restaurant with a satisfied expression on his face. There he is met by Kang-so, who looks extremely wary because the Awakened One knows his secret. Meanwhile, Li Xin comes closer and asks Kang-so to become his real teacher. After that, they meet in the park when no one is around and discuss what is happening in detail. Kang-so does not understand why he should train Li Xin and notes that he has written down all the important points in his notebook. At that moment, Li Xin's face lights up with absolute joy, and he says that he has studied the notebook cover to cover. However, the hunter also implies that the knowledge in the notebook is not enough for him to become stronger. In response, Kang-soo suggests that the hunter train gradually, but Li Xin is not satisfied with this option. The hunter points to the multi-story buildings and says that he wants to protect all these people, and to do that, he needs to become stronger. These words make Kang-so think. He looks intently at Li Xin and weighs every word. Suddenly, Li Xin grabs Kang-so's hand and begs him to become his personal mentor. Finally, Kang-so says that he has made his final decision about Li Xin. He says he will become the hunter's personal mentor, which makes Li Xin beam with joy like a little sun. After that, Li Xin bows low and promises that he will not let Kang-so down and will try to be a diligent student. At that moment, Kang-so looks closely at Li Xin and asks what the hunter is capable. Then a smile appears on Li Xin's face, and he reaches for his magical tattoo to demonstrate his blade. In the blink of an eye, his hand glows brightly, and he pulls out a magical blade. He then holds it out toward Kang-so, hoping that his new teacher will appreciate the blade. However, the Emperor of Flame is most interested in the strange tattoo from which Li Xin took his sword. Kang-so is a little surprised when he learns that this tattoo is a pocket dimension for equipment. Li Xin notices his teacher's interest and holds out his bracelet, which can create a similar mark. Seeing this, Kang-so very carefully takes the item from the hunter's hands and begins to study it thoroughly. The Emperor of Flame is extremely surprised that such a small thing can contain so many valuable items. In response, Li Xin explains that this small device is capable of creating a portal to a personal dimension that one can enter oneself. Kang-so listens attentively to his student's explanation and says that he will definitely try this item. After that, the Emperor of Flame closely watches how Li Xin moves with his blade. Kang-so abruptly says that this demonstration is enough, and Li Xin stops abruptly. After that, the hunter turns to his teacher and waits for his comments on his technique. Kang-so stands silently for a while, and then notes that Li Xin's sword technique is not so bad. After these words, the Emperor of Flame extends his hand forward and asks Li Xin to give him the blade so that he can show him a couple of techniques. Without asking any questions, the hunter hands Kang-so the hilt of the blade and explains how to remove the sword from its magical sheath. The Emperor nods silently and, with a single movement of his hand, draws the blade and then fills its edge with enormous energy. After that, he begins to make several movements with the blade, each of which seems to cut through the wind itself. At the end of his movement, he cuts a stone in half so smoothly and calmly that there is no trace of the blow left around it. Li Xin watches this technique with admiration and marvels at how skillfully Kang-so wields his weapon. After that, the hunter notes with a smile on his face that his teacher is a true master of martial arts. Finally, the Emperor of Flame sheathes his blade and says that the lesson is over for today. A new day dawns. Kang So smiles as he tidies up around the restaurant. Suddenly, he notices a small bookstore on the corner and wonders how this building appeared here. To his surprise, his student Li Xin emerges from the building and smiles as he explains that he is the owner of the bookstore. He waves confidently at Kang So, but such a sudden encounter greatly alarms the courier. When Li Xin comes closer, Kang So asks him in detail about his store and learns that the hunter teleported him there using magic. At that moment, Yu Sun-tae runs out of the door and greets Li Xin with a broad smile on his face. He is very surprised by the fact that Li Xin's bookstore is now located opposite his restaurant. However, he quickly recovers and actively discusses the latest events with the hunter. After a while, Ha Yun comes out of the restaurant door and tries to find her father. She points at Li Xin in surprise and says that she has seen this man somewhere before. In response, Yu Sun-tae smiles and points out that the hunter's shop will now be located opposite their restaurant. After these explanations, the restaurant manager continues to discuss the latest events with Li Xin. After a while, Lim Soo-yeon appears at the restaurant door and invites the hunter to share a meal with them. After Li Xin agrees, everyone sits down at the table and begins to eat. Lim So-young offers the hunter seconds, but he politely declines and notes that he has eaten too much. A Yu Sung-tae silently drinks tea and wonders how Kang So was able to make acquaintance with one of the strongest awakened ones. At that moment, at the table, Li Xin asks if Kang So managed to use his gift from yesterday. After these words, the Emperor of Flame notes that he has not had time for that yet, and decides to use the pocket inventory right now. As soon as he attaches it to his hand, a small tattoo appears in that spot, emitting a bright light. At that moment, Li Xin shows how to create a personal portal and offers Kang So to try to enter his own dimension. The courier is extremely excited by this idea and wants to try this ability as soon as possible. He closes his eyes and tries to transform the energy around him into a portal that will take him to the pocket dimension. Some time passes, and the hero finds himself in a huge, empty world with a magical rodent. He sits the animal on his shoulder, and with a smile on his face, asks his pet not to fall behind. After that, Kang So looks around and quickly realizes that his personal dimension is incredibly huge. Seeing this, the Flame Emperor wants to know the limits of his dimension, so he rushes forward at full speed. A few minutes later, he returns and notes that his personal dimension is incredibly useful. At this moment, Yu Sun-tae drinks a cup of tea and asks how huge the courier's pocket dimension is. He and Li Xin are immediately surprised when the hero says that his dimension resembles a huge city. Li Xin tries to remain calm, but inside he is very jealous of Kang So's enormous power. However, he manages to maintain his composure and explains with a slight smile that the volume of personal inventory directly depends on the power of the owner. After that, he begins to talk about how crystals can be used to create any item in the inventory. This topic greatly interests Kang So, and together with Li Xin, he begins to actively discuss it. In this dialogue, Yu Sun-tae feels out of place and just listens silently as his friends talk among themselves. A new day dawns, and bright rays of sunlight continue to illuminate the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Ha-yoon looks around happily, feeling that today will be a wonderful day. Suddenly, she raises her hand and says that she wants to become a ballerina. After these words, she begins to slowly spin around and says that she really wants to learn to dance. At that moment, Yu Sun-tae remembers their trip to the theater and understands why his daughter is so inspired by ballet. Seeing this, Lim Soo-young turns to her husband and suggests enrolling their daughter in ballet classes. The father of the family carefully considers this proposal, but when he sees his happy daughter, he decides to agree. After her father's approval, Ha-yoon smiles even wider and says that she will become the best ballerina in the world. After a while, the family arrives at a place where young ballerinas are trained from an early age. The ballet director is surprised to meet the Yu Sun-tae family, who are introduced by a young secretary. The girl leans over to Ha-yoon and suggests that she change her clothes so that she can see what the girl is capable of. After that, the ballet director shows her a few exercises and watches the girl closely. To her great surprise, Ha-yoon repeats all the movements without any particular problems and literally glows with joy. Seeing this, the ballet director smiles and thinks that the girl is extremely talented. When the class comes to an end, Yu Sun-tae's family heads for the exit, and the ballet director's brother approaches her to discuss something. The girl turns to her brother with a smile on her face and notes that the new girl is very talented. Her brother agrees with this statement and notes that Ha-yoon could do well in the modeling business. After these words, he asks his sister to talk to the child's parents and offer their daughter such such an opportunity. The next day, the restaurant manager's face fills with horror when he learns that his daughter is being considered for a modeling career. Lim Soo-yeon tries to calm her husband down and says that this is a great opportunity for Ha-yoon to prove herself. However, Yoo-sung himself is under a lot of stress. He doesn't know if it's the right decision to send his daughter into the modeling business, but after a few minutes of persuasion from his wife, he agrees and imagines how happy his daughter will be. That same day, late at night on one of the city streets, two dangerous men meet. The men sit across from each other in a bar and drink expensive wine, but one of them is extremely frightened by what is happening. An elderly man with a mustache looks at his glass of wine and asks his colleague if he wants to tell him something. Suddenly, the elderly man named Mullen's gaze becomes serious, and he demands that Nevis tell him everything he knows. This look makes Nevis extremely uncomfortable, and he chokes on his wine out of surprise and fear. When he finally clears his throat, he tells about an incident that happened during a theater performance. Mr. Mullen listens attentively to his subordinate's story and notes that it is a very interesting one. However, he continues to stare intently at his subordinate because he is completely sure that he is hiding something from him. At this moment, Nevis looks very frightened because he is afraid that his master will send him to an icy hell. He quickly raises his glass and tells Mr. Mullen that he has nothing more to add. At that moment, his heart begins to beat wildly, and his body begins to tremble treacherously. Seeing this, Mr. Mullen smiles slightly and notes that the newly awakened one is causing a lot of trouble. At that moment, Nevis tries to look anywhere but into his master's eyes because he is afraid of provoking his anger. After a while, Mr. Mullen says with a slight smile that he knows Nevis is hiding a demon and demands that he hand it over. After these words, Nevis is speechless, but then tells Mr. Mullen where to find the fugitive. The next day, the whole family gathers to go to the modeling agency. Suddenly, loud screams are heard from behind the director's office door, which greatly surprises Kang-so and the Yoo Sun-tae family. After a while, a white-haired man comes out of the room and says menacingly that he will not let this go, and leaves. A courier notices this small scandal and remarks that he constantly senses dark magic in the air. Meanwhile, Ha-yoon and her parents go inside, where they are greeted by the head of the modeling agency. At the sight of him, the girl bows politely and says that she is ready to learn quickly. Yoo Sun-tae is very nervous at this moment. He doesn't know what to say and just scratches the back of his head. The head of the modeling agency notices the parents' concern and says that their daughter will be in good hands. After that, the director gives them a tour of the entire modeling building and tells them about the different rooms. Suddenly, in the hallway, Kang-so meets a strange man who constantly has a very dangerous aura around him. The Emperor of Flame decides to walk past and not get involved in the conflict, but he realizes that this man next to him is extremely powerful. He wants to deal with the danger, but when he looks at the happy Ha-yoon, he worries that his actions could hurt the girl. Kang-so tries to restrain his anger in every way possible, while Ja-yoon doesn't understand why her uncle looks so serious today. When the time is right, Kang-so teleports to his own dimension. He carefully examines the dark magic crystal in his hands and thinks about what he can do with it. After some thought, the Emperor of Flame decides to use the power of the crystal to create a small structure around himself. In a matter of seconds, a dome of glass and stone appears in the center of the lifeless desert. Kang-so carefully examines the new building and notes that there is still a lot of work to be done here. Then he turns around and creates a small room with shelves on which magical stones appear. When Kang-so looks at these objects, he remembers his last battle, where he saw exactly the same flow of energy. At that moment, he is struck by the thought that real demons with incredible power are hiding among humans. The hero worries that if the demons decide to reveal themselves all at once, it will lead to global Armageddon. This thought haunts Kang-so for a long time, and he tries to carefully consider his next steps. After a while, he returns to where he is met by Yoo Sun-tae, who is in tears because of his concern. Kang-so reassures his friend that everything is fine, and asks Yoo Sun-tae not to worry if he disappears again for a while. After that, the Emperor of Flames sinks back into his thoughts and wonders what to do with dark magic next. Suddenly, he approaches the restaurant manager and asks him not to rush into signing the agreement with the agency. Yoo Sun-tae agrees with this idea and notes that his daughter may change her mind at any moment. A few hours later, Yoo Sun-tae's family arrives at the modeling agency, where Ha-yoon is offered a large contract. The head of the agency promises that everything will go smoothly and that Ha-yoon will become a celebrity. At this moment, Kang-so watches the signing of the contract from the sideline and wholeheartedly cheers for the girl. However, he begins to feel a strange magical aura and decides to follow her trail. After a while, he reaches the office where a real scandal is raging between the actor and the producer. The man gets tired of arguing with the actor and suggests going upstairs to discuss everything without prying eyes. This conversation seems very suspicious to Kang So, and he decides to follow these people. At that moment, he remembers Li Shin's words during a grueling training session in the park at night. The hunter's face is covered in sweat, but he ignores his fatigue and talks about the demons hiding among humans. Li Shin also tells the hero that people are constantly disappearing from the modeling agency and asks him to be careful. This information confuses the Emperor of Flame, but he believes his student's words and promises to be cautious. The story returns to the present. Kang So carefully follows the people and soon finds himself on the roof of a building. When the producer reaches the roof, he looks at the actor with a slight smirk and waits for him to speak. The actor continues to pressure his producer and notes that he is not going to play secondary roles. At that moment, the aura around the producer becomes gloomy, and he says that he is tired of living among people. Claws appear on his fingers, and he quickly grabs the actor by the head and strikes him several times. In his other hand, the monster gathers energy and prepares to deliver a fatal blow to send the man to the other world. However, behind the monster appears Myung-hee from the inspection department, who urges the man to surrender. She repeats her demand several times and warns that a special squad will be here soon. However, this information does not scare the monster. He easily pushes the man aside and heads towards Myung-hee. His speed is too fast, and the girl does not have time to react to block the blow. When the fist is a few centimeters from her face, the girl realizes that her situation is critical and tries to quickly come up with a plan. She puts her hands in front of her to soften the blow, but still suffers severe damage to her hands. Seeing the girl's weakness, the monster smiles even wider and says that her end is near. At that moment, Myung-hee tries to block the blow with a knife, but the monster is much faster, and the girl realizes that her plan has failed. She decides to counterattack the monster, but when she strikes, smoke appears where the monster was standing. At that moment, the monster appears behind the girl and is about to send her to the other world with one blow. It strikes her hard with its claws, but the girl is still conscious and tries to get to her feet, despite the intense pain. Seeing this, the monster grins again, and this time decides to pierce his opponent's heart with his hand. But at that moment, his hand bursts into a strange blue flame, and he has to change the direction of his attack. From the sharp pain, the monster grabs his hand and quickly looks around to understand how he was hit. At that moment, Kang So appears at the door and says that he will personally deal with the monster. However, the monster pays no attention to these words and directs all his anger at Kang So. The courier easily dodges the blows thanks to the magical mist and then disappears into it. This causes panic in the monster's eyes, and he constantly turns his head from side to side to find his opponent. Suddenly, he notices that the body of the man he attacked has disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood. The monster is enraged by being led around in circles and demands that Kang So give him a fair fight. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Flame carries the wounded people and tries to find a safe place for them. He urges people not to move because their wounds may reopen. Meanwhile, the monster uses its keen sense of smell to locate its escaped prey. After a while, the monster begins to smell the metallic scent of blood near the staircase exit. When Kang So realizes this, he goes out to the monster and says that he is enough to destroy such a vile creature. At the sight of its prey, the monster grins and tells the man that he will surely regret his decision. After these words, enormous magical energy begins to flow throughout the monster's body. Because of this, the man in front of Kang So completely transforms into a monster. When Myung-hee sees this, she immediately screams in horror, but he covers her mouth with his hand so as not to reveal his location. The demon in his new form mocks Kang So and notes that even in hundreds of years, the hero will not achieve such power. After that, he abruptly flies towards the hero and is about to end his life with a single blow. However, even in the face of danger, the hero looks calm and does not move from his place. At that moment, Kang So delivers a lightning-fast blow, landing his fist directly on the monster's face. The Emperor of Flame does not stop there and delivers a series of blows, then sends the monster flying. After that, the monster falls to the ground and tries to recover from such a blow. When the monster opens its eyes, it notices black blood appearing near its mouth. It tries to get to its feet, but is horrified to see Kang So gradually moving towards it. At this sight, the monster clenches its teeth in rage and promises that the hero will pay for looking down on it. Kang So carefully examines the monster and realizes that the battle is already decided. However, the monster has no intention of giving up. He wipes the blood from his face and tries to gather the last of his energy. Kang So notices this and begins to feel a new aura around the monster's body, even stronger than before. The monster transforms again, his eyes becoming completely dark and filled with rage toward the human race. Soon, its hands grow several times in size and turn purple. However, Kangso closely observes the process of transformation into the true form of the monster, and before him appears a huge, monstrous wolf that growls loudly. His entire body is covered with a powerful essence of shadow flame and filled with incredible strength. After that, in a matter of seconds, the monster appears behind the hero and is about to deliver a deadly blow. However, despite the enormous force of the blow, Kangso stops this attack with a single movement of his fingers. Then, with the same hand, he twists the monster's arm and breaks it in several places. Due to the intense pain, the monster lets out a piercing scream, and streams of black blood pour from its mouth. At that moment, Kangso is behind the monster and strikes another deadly blow. The monster notices the hero, but looks severely weakened and unable to compete with Kangso in speed. The monster is sent flying by the powerful blow and suffers several injuries. After this blow, the hero creates a powerful sphere of energy in his hand and throws it at his opponent, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke clears, the beast is pinned to a concrete wall and unable to move. At this moment, the Flame Emperor approaches his opponent and examines him closely. After that, he steps on his tail and demands answers to all the questions that interest the hero. The monster remains silent, so Kangso delivers a few more blows to make sure the monster talks. The monster is quite tired and in pain from the blows, so he reveals that he and other demons collect spheres of suffering for their master. The Emperor of Flame is surprised to learn of the existence of such spheres and asks for more details. The monster then explains that a sphere of suffering is a cluster of dark energy that contains negative human emotions. When the monster finishes his story, he asks the man to let him go and promises to hunt elsewhere. However, Kangso is not satisfied with this answer, so he fills his hand with power and prepares to take away the demon's abilities. With a serious expression on his face, he strikes the monster several times. After that, the monster's eyes begin to roll back, and he completely loses consciousness. Then, the monster slowly transforms into his human form and completely loses his magical power. For a while, Kangso looks around and notes that his opponent was of an excessively high rank. Suddenly, he hears slow footsteps coming from nearby and follows the sound. At that moment, he sees Myung-hee in front of him, barely able to stand on her feet, looking at the hero with an appraising gaze. A slight smile appears on the girl's face, and she happily notes that she has managed to find a Zero awakened. However, Kangso is dissatisfied with the situation, hides his identity, and asks the girl to forget everything that happened here. This response greatly shocks Myung-hee, and she tries to at least find out the identity of her savior. But Kangso continues to insist on his position, and says that he does not want recognition or fame. Myung-hee listens carefully to his explanation of his anonymity, and gradually understands the problem with revealing his identity. Finally, Kangso sighs heavily, and says that he wants to stop being a hero and desires a quiet life. After hearing this, Myung-hee notices that the stranger and Li Xin have very similar views on life. She thinks about these words and promises to keep the appearance of the Zero, awakened one, a complete secret. At that moment, the girl remembers Li Xin's difficult life and does not want the same for another awakened one. However, Myung-hee notes that the appearance of a high-ranking hunter would greatly help the association and says that it is always possible to change one's mind. But despite these words, she asks him not to take everything to heart and regretfully says that she understands the stranger's fears. Kangso nods and apologizes for the fact that now, because of him, Myung-hee will have to get out of this situation. The girl just smiles and notes that she owes her life to the awakened one and that this story is just a trifle. After these words, Kangso lowers the visor of his cap over his eyes and wishes the girl luck in her difficult task. A few minutes later, a whirlwind appears in his place, in which the silhouette of the Zero awakened one dissolves. The girl watches this spell with surprise and realizes that she will remember this encounter for a long time. After that, she calls headquarters and reports on the situation with the monster. A few hours later, the monster is chained in iron chains and tries to break free. It tries to break the chains in various ways, but because the monster has completely lost its strength, it is no longer able to deal with the chains. In a rage, the monster hits the iron table with all its might and shouts insults at Kangso. Suddenly, the lights in the room begin to flicker and then go out completely. The complete darkness lasts only a few seconds, and the monster exhales heavily and tries to come up with an escape plan. The monster closes his eyes and does not notice that his old acquaintance appears next to him. When the monster decides to open his eyes, he is horrified to see Mr. Mullen in front of him. The man slightly adjusts his tie and calmly remarks that pawns cause a lot of trouble. The demon begins to panic and says he will do anything and asks to be left alive. However, these words are meaningless to Mr. Mullen. He grabs the demon by the head and begins to recite a spell. The demon wants to say something, but Mullen silences him with a gesture and demands silence. With the help of magic, Mullen looks into the past, but he is unable to establish the identity of the mysterious awakened one. This magic drains a lot of energy from the demon, and he looks very exhausted after it. However, he still continues to beg Mr. Mullen to spare his life. But Mullen ignores the monster's words and delivers a single blow that sends the monster to the other world. After that, a slight smile appears on his face, and he says that he does not need useless pawns. Then he pulls his cane out of the demon and carefully cleans it of bloody traces. For a moment, he freezes to assess the results of his work, and then disappears into the portal. Shortly after the energy flash, the body of the dead monster remains alone in the room. At that moment, the head of security bursts into the security room and reports an intrusion into the prison zone. However, to his horror, he sees several wounded employees and does not understand how this is possible. A new day dawns, and the sun's rays brightly illuminate the buildings of the Association of the Awakened. Baek-ho clutches his head and complains of a terrible headache that has been plaguing him all day. After that, he calms down and explains to the director of the association that he has failed to see the demon right in front of his nose several times. In addition, the man states that Ms. Myung-jin was seriously injured while detaining a dangerous demon. In response, the director of the association sighs heavily and says that very difficult times have come. Baek-ho agrees with his boss and notes that too many strange events have occurred recently. Suddenly, the deputy director is very surprised to learn that the demon that attacked Myung-hee was of high rank. In addition, Sung-jin points out that at the time of the fight, Myung-hee had already suffered several dangerous injuries that made it impossible for her to fight. At this moment, Baek-ho realizes that there was most likely an awakened zero-level demon in the area. He is very surprised by this and suggests gathering more information to find out exactly how the fight happened. The director of the association notes that Myung-hee definitely saw a zero-level awakened being, but for some reason is hiding it. A new day begins. A light breeze ruffles several flags, and the sun gradually peeks out from behind the horizon. A man slowly walks along the sidewalk and notices a flag. Seeing this flag on the streets of the city, he remembers that today is a day of remembrance for the victims who lost their lives due to the opening of the gate. It was several years ago, but the man remembers the terrible monsters in great detail, as if it happened yesterday. The monsters destroy everything in their path, so on that day, there were many wounded, and even more who passed away. However, humanity is now moving forward and managing to build new buildings with better protection systems. Night falls, and Baek-ho slowly makes his way to the city center to meet his brother. After a while, he finds the right restaurant and slowly opens the glass door. His brother Kim-hae has been sitting at the table for a long time and greets his brother with a slight smile. He smiles broadly and notes that his brother is always late, even on a day like this. Baek-ho smiles and notes that he will always be late because Kim-hae loves to drink and therefore arrives early. After these words, Baek-ho takes a bottle of sake and pours it into a bowl for his brother. Some time passes, and Kim-hae enjoys the food at this establishment more and more each time. Baek-ho also feels comfortable and notes that he hasn't spent this much time with his brother in a long time. After saying this, he drinks the rest of the broth in one gulp and enjoys the aftertaste of the food. Gradually, Baek-ho and Kim-hae become drunk from the alcohol they have drunk and begin to talk heart to heart. They laugh very loudly as they tell old stories related to their childhood. Several hours pass, and Kang-so, along with Lim Soo-young and Ha-yoon, return to the restaurant after their walk. When Lim Soo-young opens the door of the restaurant, Emperor of Fire senses an incredibly strong aura coming from inside. He quickly goes inside and sees an emaciated man who introduces himself as a friend of the family. Baek-ho greets Ha-yoon with a smile and notes that she has grown a lot since he last saw her. At that moment, Lim Soo-young approaches him and tells him that Ha-yoon now works at a modeling agency. For a while, everyone chats in a friendly, family atmosphere and discusses recent events. Suddenly, Yu-sung remembers Kang-so and decides to introduce him to his old friend. The restaurant manager talks a lot about Kang-so and notes that his new delivery boy is a very talented young man. After these words, Kim-hae smiles broadly and says that it is a great pleasure for him to meet such a wonderful person. When Kang-so shakes hands with Kim-hae, he feels a very calm, but at the same time very strong aura. At that moment, the Emperor of Flame tries to hide his aura, worried that the stranger will discover his true power. Suddenly, Kim-hae's face becomes serious, and he asks his friends if they will accompany him to the House of Rest. When everyone agrees, he thinks for a moment and suggests leaving right away. After a while, the heroes find themselves in front of a huge building that contains the history and memory of past generations. Everyone dresses in black and heads towards the main entrance. At the sight of Ha-yoon, a smile appears on Kim Hae's face, and he notes that the girl looks beautiful even on such a sad day. After these words, Kim Hae gathers his thoughts and says that it is time to go inside the building. The whole family heads inside the building together. They are silent and decide not to say anything to each other for now. When they go inside, they immediately notice the disturbing and gloomy atmosphere that hangs in the air. Lim Soo-young and Kim Hae approach the memorial where their parents' photos are displayed and silently look at them. Seeing these old photos, they feel incredible pain but try to hold back. Ha-yoon begins to worry when she sees tears in her mother's eyes, but Lim Soo-young begins to smile and asks her daughter not to worry. She then suggests that her daughter greet her grandfather and grandmother, and Ha-yoon bows low before the photographs of her relatives. Seeing this, Lim Soo-young and Kim Hae have tears in their eyes, but this time they smile. On the way home, the family decides to go to the playground, where Lim Soo-young spends some time with her daughter. The men sit on a separate bench and don't say a word to each other. Suddenly, Yoo Sun-tae turns to Kim Hae and says he has some very good news. However, Kim Hae looks inconsolable, and it seems that nothing can cheer him up on this difficult day. But he is very surprised when the restaurant manager tells him about the destruction of the monster that sent his parents to the other world. Yoo Sun-tae also notes that a legendary hunter participated in the hunt, and that the news will soon spread throughout the media. At that moment, Kang-soo remembers that not long ago, he and Lee Shin destroyed a dangerous monster. Meanwhile, Kim Hae asks for details about the monster's destruction, and is surprised that Lee Shin personally went on the hunt. Suddenly, Kim Hae begins to cry loudly, and through her tears, thanks Yoo Sun-tae for such wonderful news. Kang-soo silently enjoys his drink, but deep down, he is happy that his actions bring relief to some people. The following week, a fashion show is announced. Several people gather on a closed stage and watch the scene intently. The host loudly names several popular clothing brands and says that now everyone will be able to see them in action. Yoo Sun-tae begins to clap loudly, while Kang-soo smiles and can't wait to see Ha-yoon on the catwalk. After a while, several children come out in expensive outfits and show them to the audience. Suddenly, Yoo Sun-tae notices his daughter and points at her, leaning slightly on Kang-soo. When the courier turns his gaze in that direction, he sees the beautiful Ha-yoon in a rather cute outfit. At that moment, Yoo Sun-tae starts taking several photos quickly and says loudly that his daughter is a real star. When Ha-yoon sees the camera, she turns slightly in its direction and smiles a little. Seeing this, Kang-soo feels uncomfortable. He feels like the little girl is giving him unprecedented strength. The next day at kindergarten, all the children ask Ha-yoon how her first modeling gig went. At that moment, Jong-hoon approaches her and says that he wants to give his friend a small gift. He hands her a handmade paper crane and says that it is a small gift for her first performance. At that moment, Ha-yoon looks at the paper crane with delight and cannot take her eyes off it. She carefully takes it in her hands and promises to cherish this gift. After these words, Jong-hoon feels awkward and turns away to hide his emotions. However, he quickly blushes and decides to run away because he is embarrassed by his facial expression. Night falls, and the moonlit sky slightly illuminates the bright signs of the Spring Pavilion restaurant. A melodrama is playing on TV about how two young people figure out their relationship. Lim So-young watches the movie very attentively and wholeheartedly roots for the girl, which greatly frightens Yoo Sun-tae. Seeing this, he whispers to Kang-soo, asking why this movie is so popular. But to the restaurant manager's surprise, Kang-soo recounts the plot of the movie in great detail. This continues for several minutes, and then the courier expresses his possible assumptions about what might happen in the movie. Yoo Sun-tae listens to Kang-soo with slight bewilderment and cannot believe that his friend has memorized this information so quickly. At that moment, the phone rings. Yoo Sun-tae picks up the phone and begins to discuss the movie with his girlfriend. Meanwhile, a news report announces that awakened people from other states will soon visit the association. At this moment, Kang-soo becomes lost in thought and begins to mutter something under his breath. Yoo-sung notices this and asks his friend not to worry about it, noting that they may not encounter any strong awakened people. However, the restaurant manager looks puzzled when it turns out that Kang-soo is worried about the movie. Meanwhile, the head screenwriter talks to her friend and discusses the recently released movie. She looks extremely angry and notes that the plot seems too twisted. After she finishes the conversation, she literally explodes with anger and calls everyone ignorant. Her assistant tries to calm her boss down and suggests introducing a new character. She slightly adjusts her glasses and notes that a young actress who will attract the attention of a different audience would be suitable for their series. After these words, the head writer puts his hand on his assistant's shoulder and falls silent for a moment. Then he hugs her tightly and calls her an incredible genius in this very dark world. The next day arrives, and the bright sun illuminates the main entrance to a restaurant called Spring Pavilion. Kim Ji helps in the kitchen and greets the guests who have just entered the restaurant with a smile. They turn out to be the head writer and his assistant, who have decided to have a bite to eat here. Kim Ji quickly takes the customers' orders and promises that everything will be done to the highest standard. The girl smiles constantly because she is surrounded by her idols and enjoys their company. Suddenly, the head writer's phone starts ringing loudly, blinding her eyes. The girl picks up the phone with a dissatisfied look and listens carefully to the changes being made to her script. Her assistant tries to read the head writer's facial expression and hopes that the script will be approved in the end. After a few minutes, the phone call ends and the girl pushes her phone aside. After that, a smile appears on the girl's face and she tells her friend that the script has been fully approved with minimal edits. At that moment, Kim Ji remembers her meeting with the head writer and hopes that she won't recognize her in this state. Meanwhile, Lim So-young brings the girls their food and tells them that she will be nearby if they need her help. Suddenly, Ha-yoon runs into the main hall of the restaurant and with a smile on her face, calls her mother over. At this sight, the head writer almost chokes on his food and looks closely at the girl. He then quickly approaches Lim So-young and asks for permission to cast the girl as an actress in her series. At that moment, the restaurant manager looks shocked and the head writer bows low and repeats his request. However, Lim So-young is still in shock and stands there with her mouth open in surprise. The next day, the Yoo Sun-tae family arrives at the set where the series is being filmed. A woman hits a man in the face and calls him a cheater in front of the whole street, then accuses him of lying. The cameraman tries to keep track of every movement of the actor, and the chief producer monitors the actor's speech and their lines. At the sight of this process, Ha-yoon's eyes light up brightly. She literally dreams of becoming a professional actress. Seeing the energetic girl, the whole family smiles and rejoices that Ha-yoon likes this place. Kang-so looks closely at the girl and hopes that she has a bright future ahead of her. Suddenly, Go-yoon's loud voice announces that the scene is finished for today and asks everyone to leave. After that, she heads to the film crew's building, where she is met by Yoo Sun-tae, who wants to discuss his daughter's participation in the series. However, the girl walks past the restaurant director without much emotion or words, and pays no attention to him. This greatly surprises those present, and Kang-so looks at the girl with extreme dissatisfaction. Finally, the producer stops at the door and offers to go with her to discuss the girl's participation in the series. These words make Yoo Sun-tae even more uncomfortable, and he begins to worry that the girl is extremely hostile towards him. After a while, everyone finds themselves in a small auditorium, where an awkward silence ensues. Go-yoon folds his arms in front of him and asks if the girl has any previous experience in acting. This question surprises the restaurant manager, who shakes his head negatively, but notes that Ha-yoon is a very talented girl. At this moment, Kang-so looks closely at Go-yoon and tries to understand why the girl is so hostile. Meanwhile, the producer takes a few sips from his glass and notes that a child's lack of experience is not a big problem. However, he recalls a conversation with the head writer and is very unhappy that she will have to work with a child. Suddenly, he turns his head toward Ha-yoon and notes that the girl actually looks very cute, but nothing more. At that moment, she begins to worry that her beloved series may be cancelled and clutches the cup tightly in her hand. In her mind, she imagines the worst possible situation for the girl and wants to make her cry so that she leaves the set herself. Because of these thoughts, she slightly covers her mouth with her hand and begins to laugh quietly like a madwoman. However, when people notice her strange behavior, she regains her composure a little and starts muttering something under her breath. Suddenly, her cell phone rings, and the girl involuntarily shudders and quickly picks up the phone. At that moment, she becomes friendly when she realizes that she is talking to the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild. During the conversation, the secretary notes that the release of the series is important for their organization and that its leaders want to see Ha-yoon in the series. This request greatly surprises Go-yoon, but she continues to listen to the secretary's words. For a while, the girl twirls a pen in her hand and notes that the girl should be provided with all the comforts. At this moment, Go-yoon begins to bow and promises that she will definitely complete all the tasks assigned to her. After that, she turns around and looks closely at those present and realizes that she is in a sad situation. Then she returns to the conversation and notes that she is already talking to Ha-yoon's parents and her participation is guaranteed. Finally, the conversation comes to an end. She puts away her phone and exhales heavily due to the responsibility that has fallen on her. At that moment, the girl becomes incredibly friendly and asks if Ha-yoon's parents would like to know. After these words, the girl begins to smile and says that she wants to start her role as soon as possible. At that moment, Ha-yoon replies that it is a very good idea and suggests holding auditions right away. She then hands the girl a small book with a short role written in it, and Ha-yoon begins to read with expression. The producer listens carefully and notices that the girl is quite capable of handling the role, despite her lack of experience. A new day of filming arrives, and Ha-yoon holds the hand of one of the actresses and prepares to play her role perfectly. The recording begins immediately, and the actor plays the role of a surprised man who finally meets his beloved. The actors play their roles to the fullest and try to maintain their characters despite the tense moment. At this moment, it is Ha-yoon's turn, and with a smile on her face, she delivers her lines with extreme ease. After that, she bows and begins to play the scene with the actor who, according to the plot, is her real father. At the moment of drama, the actor plays a concerned face and asks if everything is okay with the girl. Suddenly, the plot reaches its climax, and both actors freeze in place and try to maintain the necessary pause. Then tears begin to flow from the man's eyes, and he says that he is very happy to see his daughter. At this moment, Ha-yoon also very harmoniously plays tears and plays the role of a sad child. After that, she cries loudly, and at that moment, the producer announces that the shooting is over. Go-yoon clutches the piece of paper tightly in her hand and notes that this scene was shot perfectly. During the break, the actors help Ha-yoon wipe away her tears and note that she did well in her first role. The cameraman watches the scene closely and notes that the girl performed like a real actress. When he turns to the producer, he notices tears streaming down the girl's face. A few days pass, and the courier quickly jumps from one building roof to another, holding iron containers tightly in his right hand. People pay no attention to Kang-so and walk through the streets of the city, staring at their phone screens. Finally, Kang-so jumps from the roof to the ground and finds himself near the restaurant where he now works. There is complete silence around and inside the restaurant, and the hero assumes that there will be few visitors today. Inside, he is greeted by Kim Ji and Yu Sun-tae, who notes that the hero delivers orders too quickly and that there is no more work for today. At that moment, Kim Ji looks at Kang-so with a slight smile and does not understand how the hero manages to deliver orders so quickly on his own. This begins to arouse a number of suspicions in the girl. She assumes that Kang-so is trying to hide his true rank. Meanwhile, Kang-so drinks some water because he is thirsty and pays no attention to Kim Ji's inquiring gaze. However, he soon catches her eye and tries to understand what exactly the girl wants to find out. At that moment, Myung-hee enters the restaurant with his assistant, who looks very tired. The man's eyes are constantly closed, and there are large bags under them due to lack of sleep. During their meal, they discuss a high-profile case involving the transportation and sale of illegal substances. Myung-hee's assistant says that in the past, such drugs were very helpful to the wounded. However, side effects soon appeared, causing people to lose their fear of even life-threatening danger. Gradually, people become addicted to such drugs, and their lives come to an end quite quickly. At this moment, Kang-so overhears this conversation and notices that he has already heard about the illegal drugs. Thanks to his abilities, the courier notices that right now, there is a strange object in the man's pocket that emits dark energy. He thinks about the situation and realizes that in his free time, it would be better to deal with this problem in order to protect the city. Meanwhile, the assistant chief inspector notes that due to his fatigue, he accidentally took the illegal package with him. Myung-hee is surprised by this and asks her colleague to hand over the package as soon as he has time. Suddenly, Yu Sun-tae turns to Kang-so and says that they have an urgent delivery order. Kang-so puts on a mask and starts to prepare the order, but his appearance attracts Myung-hee's attention. She looks closely at him and notices that Kang-so in this mask looks very similar to the awakened one she met. However, when Myung-hee comes to her senses, she notices that Kang-so has already left the restaurant. She then asks her colleague to wait inside and says that she needs some time to get some fresh air. After that, she quickly runs out of the restaurant and goes to Kang-so, asking him to wait for her. She looks closely at the man's features and notes that he is most likely the same awakened one she met before. Kang-so then takes off his mask and says that his identity is now fully revealed, smiling at the girl. At that moment, Myung-hee asks Kang-so for help because the association is currently in a critical situation. She bows low to the courier and asks him to help with a situation involving illegal substances. Kang-so thinks about Myung-hee's proposal for a while, but then agrees, asking the girl to keep his identity a secret. Kim Ji watches all this from the restaurant window and finds the conversation suspicious, deciding that Kang-so is a spy. In her mind, she imagines Kang-so in an expensive suit and with a weapon in his hand, which makes her admire him even more. Kang So and Myung-hee agree that they will work together to find and arrest the distributors of the substances. Late at night, loud voices can be heard at a small construction site, with people actively discussing something among themselves. One of the gang members falls at his boss's feet and tells him that the police have taken all of his goods. The head of the criminal syndicate is extremely dissatisfied with this turn of events and says that the gangster has let him down badly. However, the beaten man promises to return everything threefold and asks for a chance to pay off his debt. At this moment, the head of the syndicate is told some information. He nods silently and then says that the gangster has a chance to atone for his guilt. After these words, he opens a cage with dangerous animals and notes that it is a great honor to become food for his pets. The story returns to the conversation between Kang So and Myung-hee, who notes that it will be much easier for them to work together. In addition, Kang So notes that he has seen illegal products fall into the hands of ordinary people more than once. Meanwhile, the syndicate boss's inner circle lines up on his left and right and waits for orders. With a broad smile on his face, the syndicate boss counts the money and says that his organization will soon become the most prosperous. He then begins to clap loudly on the cage where the white rabbit is sitting and remarks that life is beautiful. At that moment, several patrolmen stumble upon a strange shadow and try to figure out what is going on. When they are distracted, Kang So delivers several powerful blows and quickly knocks out the gangsters. Soon, the courier appears right in front of the boss, greatly surprising everyone in the area. At that moment, a bright aura flares up around Kang So, and he says that the illegal business has come to an end. At the sight of the courier, the head of the syndicate is first surprised, then snaps his fingers and orders his men to destroy him. At that moment, a huge crowd of gangsters with makeshift weapons rushes towards Kang So. However, the courier effortlessly fends off all the gangsters' attacks with his bare hands, leaving them stunned. Each of Kang So's attacks is so dangerous that it literally cuts the pipe in half. Gradually, Kang So deals with all the bandits and tells them that they shouldn't have chosen this dangerous path. Using his magic, the courier puts all the cartel's servants to sleep and heads towards its leader. At that moment, more bandits appear, but Kang So deals with each of them in a matter of minutes with tremendous speed. Finally, the Emperor of Flame approaches the cartel boss and suggests that he surrender because he has nowhere to run. He looks closely at the boss and tries to understand what this criminal has in mind. The cartel boss looks frightened, and his face is covered in cold sweat from the fear of what he has seen. With trembling fingers, he clicks his fingers, and all the cages with the monstrous dogs instantly open. Gradually, the monstrous dogs approach Kang So and begin to surround him on all sides. But to the great surprise of the criminal gang leader, the courier very quickly finds a common language with the animal, and they become tame for him. After that, Kang So finds himself a few centimeters away from the head of the syndicate and asks if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. Out of fear of the hero, the gang leader falls to the ground, slowly backs away, and covers himself with his hands. At that moment, Kang So asks where the illegal drugs that their gang sold to people are. After these words, the man smiles and says that he is an honest man and suggests that the hero look for them himself. Then Kang So begins to look around and quickly realizes that the illegal drugs have suddenly disappeared. At that moment, he notices a white rabbit in a cage with a strange aura emanating from it and decides to check it out. When Kang So heads towards the cage, the syndicate boss starts to panic and asks him to leave his poor rabbit alone. However, the courier pays no attention to the gangster's words and carefully takes the rabbit out of its iron prison. The Emperor of Flame gently strokes the rabbit's head and promises that he will no longer allow this creature to be mistreated. Then, the rabbit begins to snort discontentedly and tells of all the abuse he suffered at the hands of his former owner. However, the syndicate boss completely denies these accusations and says that Kang So has no right to touch his pet. Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes begin to glow bright red, and a magical portal appears above it. A huge number of bags of illegal substances begin to pour out of it onto the head of the syndicate boss. A few hours later, Lim So-young sits down opposite Kang So and says that they need to have a serious talk. She notes that a second animal, in the form of a rabbit in the house, is too much, and urges him not to bring any more animals into the house. After these words, the courier apologizes and promises never to bring new pets again. Meanwhile, Ha-yoon plays with the rabbit and says that she is looking at one of the most wonderful creatures in the world. That same evening, several police cars surround a small construction site where a gang of criminals is located. The head of security reports to Myung-hee about the successful arrest and says that everything went perfectly. The girl is very happy to hear the positive news about the case and asks her to keep her informed of all developments. performance. The next day, a huge crowd gathers in front of the Spring Pavilion restaurant to attend the movie premiere. The family accepts everyone's congratulations and says that the screening of the film will begin soon inside the restaurant. Ha-yoon smiles and hopes that all viewers will enjoy her acting in this series. Everyone begins to applaud loudly and congratulate Ha-yoon on her triumph and first role in the series. Suddenly, Lee Shin looks at his watch and says that the screening of the series will begin soon. After these words, Yu Sung-tae opens the restaurant doors and asks all visitors to go inside so as not to miss the premiere. At that moment, Kang-so is overcome by a strange feeling, as if he senses a powerful force. He raises his head and looks up at the night sky, where the source of the dangerous force is coming from. Meanwhile, on board an international flight from America, there is an awakened level 0. The man looks extremely worried, constantly fidgeting with the fingers of both hands. Joseph's gaze is fixed straight down. He is very bored and constantly wonders when the plane will arrive. With tears in his eyes, he remembers that the director of the association took all his games away from him, and now he has nothing to do. He taps the table impatiently and shouts loudly that it's unfair, while his assistant tries to calm him down. The girl smiles and points out that Joseph is representing his country first and foremost, so he must look presentable. Deep down, Celia smiles slyly, hoping that she will be able to lure several hunters from Korea to her side. Joseph looks at his assistant with incomprehension and asks her to behave appropriately while they are visiting. At that moment, a small flock of monsters notices the plane and heads in its direction. At the same moment, the commander appears and announces that he will ensure the safety of his passengers. In response, Joseph just smiles and says that this is uninteresting and creates a small ball in his hands. As soon as the awakened one does this, the entire plane is surrounded by a powerful force field. After that, Joseph performs several manipulations with his hands and, as if it were a toy, twists the monster and thus sends it to the other world. After the destruction of their comrade, the monsters become even more ferocious and try to break through the energy shield. The awakened one pays no attention to this and continues to wave his hands in the air. Thanks to his strength, he quickly dispatches most of the monsters, which are turned into bloody shreds. At the sight of this, the last monster's eyes fill with horror, and he prepares to fly away as quickly as possible. However, as he takes flight, large hands appear around him and begin to close in quickly. A loud slap is heard on the plane, and Joseph emotionlessly says that he does not forgive monsters. At this moment, Celia says that the captain's services are not needed and asks for everything necessary for landing to be prepared. Joseph stares out the window again. The battle with the monsters seemed very boring to him, and he hopes that he will find at least something interesting in Korea. A couple of hours later, the American plane lands and prepares to unload passengers. Standing next to it are the director of the association, its head, and chief hunter Lee Shin. After a while, Joseph and his companion begin to descend the stairs, looking around carefully. He shakes the head of the Association of the Awakened firmly, and says that it is a great honor for him to meet such a person in person. After that, the Awakened turns to Lee Shin and expresses his hope that great achievements await him. In response, Lee Shin thanks Joseph for the compliment and notes that it is a great honor for him to meet such a person. Suddenly, a sly smile appears on Joseph's face, and he asks how often Lee Shin plays games. This question stumps the Awakened one, and he does not know how to respond. The next day, a huge number of cars fill the highway and rush about their business. Lee Shin sits in his car and thinks about his conversation with the awakened man from America. The image of Joseph with a mocking smile constantly pops into his head, and Lee Shin can't get rid of it. He tries to understand why Joseph told him about games and what it means. However, Lee Shin soon realizes that Joseph wanted to challenge him to a battle, which makes him furious. His personal driver tries to find out from his boss the reasons for the change in behavior, but the awakened man asks him not to pay attention to it. After that, Lee Shin asks the driver to stop near the Spring Pavilion restaurant and confidently heads in that direction. Meanwhile, in front of the store, Kang-so opens the cover and sits on it, while Ha-yoon stands nearby and rehearses a theatrical scene. She puts on an important expression, sticks a mustache on her face, and then confidently reads the text of the male role. Kang-soo gets the role of a girl, but he finds it very difficult to play this role. When the courier utters his lines, Ha-yoon becomes indignant and says that Kang-so is not playing the role correctly. She makes several gestures and uses facial expressions and her voice to show how to play the female character correctly. In response, Kang-so scratches the back of his head and suggests that the girl and he switch roles. Among the toys, the courier notices real lipstick and asks where the girl got it. Ka-yoon replies in a fake male voice that she borrowed the lipstick from her mother because she ran out of red. Meanwhile, Lee Shin approaches the establishment and stares intently at the Emperor of Flame. Kang-so doesn't understand why Lee Shin has a strange expression on his face and asks what he came for. Lee Shin then explains that it is directly related to the high-level Awakened who recently arrived in the country. At that moment, Kang-so realizes that this is a serious matter, so he urges Ja-yoon to play at home. After that, he returns to the conversation and notes that Joseph has most likely been watching the Awakened One's actions all this time. These words greatly surprise Lee Shin, and at that moment, he notices a strange green smoke appearing behind Kang-so. When the heroes turn around, they notice Joseph slowly appearing right in front of them. The man is extremely surprised that his disguise has been discovered and offers Lee Shin another game. However, Lee Shin is extremely skeptical and does not understand why Joseph wants to challenge him to a fight. Then Joseph comes closer and is about to explain his idea about the fight. However, he stops abruptly and barely manages to hold back his laughter when he sees Kang-so's painted face. For a while, he silently stares at the courier's face and doesn't say a word. Then, with a smile on his face, he turns to Lee Shin and asks if Kang-so is his girlfriend. Such a dismissive attitude towards his mentor angers Lee Shin, and he agrees to play the game with Joseph. He clenches his fist tightly and loudly declares that he is ready to show what his strength is capable of. After that, Lee Shin calms down a little and asks about the rules of the selection match. However, Joseph folds his arms in front of him and says that the beauty of such competitions is precisely that there are no rules. Before the fight begins, Kang-so suggests that Lee Shin and his opponent go to the Dead Lands, where they will not harm the population. After a while, Joseph and Lee Shin meet each other, surrounded by sand and ruined houses. Lee Shin carefully examines his opponent and warns that he will not hold back in this place. After these words, he stares intently into Joseph's eyes and waits for his response. The American Awakened in response only smiles and says that he has not participated in interesting battles for a long time. Suddenly, Joseph's voice becomes more ominous, and he asks Lee Shin not to admit defeat and to fight very quickly. These words alarm Lee Shin a little, but he is not going to retreat and prepares for battle. After a while, a strange aura begins to form around Joseph's body, completely covering it. After that, a slight earthquake begins around Joseph, and small particles of earth begin to rise slowly. Then he makes a slight wave of his hand and lifts a huge stone, preparing to throw it at his enemy. Joseph makes a slight gesture, and the huge stone begins to move towards Lee Shin. At the sight of the huge stone, the awakened Courier takes out his blade and fills it with a particle of his power. After that, he cuts a path for himself with his blade and heads to attack Joseph. However, Joseph stands in one place and does not particularly hurry to dodge his opponent's attacks. At the moment of impact, a strong force field appears around Joseph that cannot be broken through with a normal blow. Lee Shin looks very surprised and does not understand how he can break through this absolute defense. Meanwhile, Joseph begins to use his telekinesis magic and completely covers Lee Shin's body with it. The green glow completely immobilizes the awakened body and prevents it from moving. At the same moment, Joseph clenches his fist tightly, as if he were holding a soft toy in his hands. Lee Shin begins to feel that someone's invisible force is tightly squeezing his body and causing him significant damage. At that moment, the awakened Courier unleashes his inner power and not only removes the magic from himself, but also destroys the barrier. Seeing this, Joseph freezes in place and cannot believe that someone is capable of removing his control magic so quickly. At the same moment, Lee Shin makes a quick strike, but at the last moment, Joseph manages to create several plates from his shield in front of him. However, the plates do not completely muffle the blow, and the explosive force pushes Joseph back several meters. At that moment, a smile appears on his face, and he notes that Lee Shin is an extremely interesting opponent. The swordsman only points his blade in his direction and says that he has not yet shown all of his techniques. Meanwhile, Kang-so tries to call Lee Shin, but his student does not answer the phone. Then the courier checks the time and notices that the battle has dragged on for a very long time. At that moment, he thinks that today there will be a special delicacy and worries that Lee Shin might miss it. Suddenly, Kang-so notices several stones crashing into the energy barrier and weakening it. All the people around the courier start to run away in panic because they think it is an attack by monsters. However, Kang-so understands the real reason, gets angry, and decides to stop the fight on his own. He uses his body's strength and rushes at full speed towards the place where the fight is currently taking place. Meanwhile, the arena of the battle between Lee Shin and Joseph turns into an area consisting of huge craters. Lee Shin looks exhausted, but still holds his sword and is ready to continue this difficult battle. Joseph's body also has several wounds, but he is determined to end the fight in his favor. The awakened America uses his power and sends several stones towards Lee Shin, But the awakened Courier uses these stones as a springboard and gets even closer to his opponent. Seeing this, Joseph begins to smile and says that he is extremely happy to meet a worthy opponent. At that moment, Li Xin makes a quick dash and prepares to attack Joseph from above. However, the American awakened puts up a barrier in front of him and completely blocks this attack. Then he makes a small gesture with his hand, and several stones slam into Li Xin. However, the Korean awakened one is not so simple, and in an instant cuts the large stone blocks into small ones and gets out of the trap. At this moment, Li Xin's body begins to glow with a bluish light as he tries to accumulate power in his body. Kang Sung watches the fight closely and notices that the awakened ones are fighting on equal terms. Meanwhile, Li Xin grips his sword with both hands and prepares to deliver a powerful blow. But at that moment, Kang Sung strikes his carotid artery with his energy, and the awakened one quickly loses consciousness. Seeing this, Joseph looks at his opponent in surprise and does not understand what has happened. Suddenly, he feels a strange force and notices a strange silhouette behind him. He tries to react, but does not have time, and also loses consciousness. When Joseph opens his eyes, he finds himself in his bed and jumps up briskly, trying to understand what happened. He turns to Celia to find out how he ended up in his room, but the girl cannot give a clear answer to this question. Quite quickly, the girl begins to get angry and says that the battle with another awakened one could lead to bad consequences. Joseph completely agrees with his assistant's word and realizes that he has brought danger to many residents of the city. Suddenly, a strange thought crosses Joseph's mind, and he begins to quickly gather his belongings. Celia is surprised by this behavior, but Joseph says that he urgently needs to meet with someone. He goes out onto the balcony and says that his conversation will not take too long. After that, he covers his body with an energy barrier and heads towards the city. He carefully examines the streets of the city and tries to choose the most suitable route. A few minutes later, he finds himself in the place where he began his battle with Li Xin. A couple of seconds later, Li Xin himself appears behind him, who is also waiting to see his sparring partner. Joseph asks why strange symbols have appeared at the site of their battle and what they mean. Looking at them, Li Xin sighs heavily and says that he will get in trouble with his mentor if he gets into another fight. For a while, Joseph looks around the ruins of the old city and asks Li Xin where his mentor came from. However, the awakened man talks too much and doesn't manage to keep his mouth shut, and Joseph learns that Li Xin's mentor is Kang So. He tries to remember this man and replays the memories of the previous day in his head. Suddenly, he remembers Kang So and calls him a truly strange and crazy person, which angers Li Xin. At that moment, Kang So sneezes several times while eating with Ha Yun and does not understand who is trying to remember him. Meanwhile, Li Xin and Joseph walk together through the bustling city and look around. After a while, Li Xin turns around and demands that Joseph stop following him. The American awakened scratches the back of his head and says that he really wants to talk to Kang So. At that moment, he thinks that if the fight had continued, many people could have suffered due to the destruction of the barrier. After these words, Joseph lowers his eyes and says that he wants to personally thank Kang So. Li Xin silently stares at Joseph for a while, but he understands his thoughts perfectly. After that, he smiles and says that he will introduce him to his mentor. But at that moment, Joseph adds that he still thinks Kang So is a little crazy, which angers Li Xin. For a while, they exchange disapproving glances, but they still walk together. Some people notice them and recognize that these men are among the best awakened ones. Pretty soon, people surround them on all sides and ask for at least a small autograph. At that moment, Joseph says with a smile that they are in big trouble and may be stuck here for a while. After these words, the American awakened one decides to take action and lifts Li Xin into the air. He then places himself and his new friend in the sphere and asks where to go next. The people watch the awakened ones fly away with admiration and are upset that they did not get an autograph. During the flight, Li Xin involuntarily folds his arms across his chest and asks Joseph not to tell anyone about this incident. The awakened man smiles and says that he knows how to keep his mouth shut when necessary. After a while, the awakened ones arrive at the store where Kang So works, and Li Xin begins to apologize to him. The courier sighs heavily and says that he no longer holds a grudge, but asks him to be more careful next time. At that moment, tears of joy appear in Li Xin's eyes, and he thanks Kang So for his immense patience. After that, Joseph also bows and apologizes for the fight he started. At that moment, Kang So realizes that Li Xin has revealed his secret and looks at him with displeasure. Then he turns to Joseph and asks him to keep this information secret because it is very important to him. After this conversation, a smile appears on Kang So's face, and he is happy that the guys have become friends during this time. Joseph smiled, puts his hand on Li Xin's shoulder, and says that it is always easy for him to find common ground. After these words, the awakened man asks Kang So to show him some special moves and techniques. However, Li Sheng pushes Joseph in the side and says that they don't have time for that because the banquet is about to begin. Joseph is about to skip the reception, but Li Shen dissuades him from this idea and points out that this will cause difficulties. At this moment, Joseph looks very upset because he will have to leave very soon, and he wants to see Kang So's power. After these words, the courier smiles and suggests that Joseph meet him late at night in the park after the reception. A couple of hours later, the reception begins, and a huge number of people in expensive suits and tuxedos talk to each other. Celia, in an expensive dress, constantly turns her head from side to side, as if trying to find something. Suddenly, she notices Li Xin climbing the stairs to the second floor and decides to intercept him. She quickly follows him and asks if he has a date for tonight. In response, Li Xin notes that he has a lot to do and doesn't have time to look for a suitable companion. After these words, Celia starts laughing and asks if Li Xin is tired of living in a small country. These words greatly surprise the awakened one. He has no idea what the conversation is about. Then he turns to the girl and asks her what exactly she meant by that question. At that moment, Li Xin notices a predatory look in Celia's eyes, and she bluntly suggests that Li Xin join their association. This suggestion throws the awakened man off course, but he notes that it would be extremely unethical to do so. After that, he declares without hesitation that he will remain in Korea and will not change associations. After these words, Li Xin sighs heavily and hopes that the girl will leave him alone. Celia folds her arms in front of her and remarks that she has encountered a very idealistic person. After these words, her voice becomes more ominous, and she begins to make direct threats. Li Xin turns pale and silently looks at her. At that moment, he recalls his conversation with Joseph before the banquet. The story goes back a few hours. Joseph warns Li Xin that they will try to recruit him. He also warns his new friend that Celia is a very dangerous person and a skilled manipulator, and asks him to be careful. The story returns to the banquet. Joseph finds Celia and asks her to stop using dirty tricks. He looks at the girl with extreme dissatisfaction and demands that she leave Li Xin alone immediately. However, Celia pretends that she does not understand what is going on and asks Joseph not to interfere. Joseph then issues an ultimatum and promises to become the awakened Courier if the girl continues to harass Li Xin. After these words, Celia looks confused and points out that Joseph has no advantage in becoming the awakened Courier. However, Joseph points out that he is not interested in material possessions and, among other things, he likes local games. After these words, Joseph issues a final warning and promises to keep his word if necessary. This greatly shocks Celia. She realizes that Joseph is not bluffing and cannot take such a risk. For a while, she remains lost in thought and does not get distracted by extraneous things. Finally, she sighs heavily and says that America could destroy Korea at any moment. Celia begins to panic and says that Joseph cannot abandon the country now. The American awakens smiles and says that he knows one important fact about Li Xin. With a smile on his face, he says that his powers are much weaker than Li Xin's. He warns that in the event of a diplomatic conflict, Li Xin could single-handedly destroy an entire continent. After these words, Celia's face is covered with beads of sweat, and she doesn't know what to do. Then she turns sharply toward Li Xin and assesses his abilities. In conclusion, Joseph says in an involuntary tone that it would be better for Celia to think now than to start acting. At this moment, paranoid thoughts fill her head, and she doesn't know what to do in such a situation. Finally, she sighs heavily and promises that she will no longer cause anyone any trouble. The girl hurriedly leaves, and Joseph smiles and asks how Li Xin is feeling now. In response, the awakened Li Xin thanks his friend for his help and suggests that they go meet Kang So right away. After a while, the heroes meet in a completely deserted place where there is not a single soul. Li Xin tells Kang So how Joseph was able to save her from a very peculiar lady who was trying to recruit him. After hearing this, Kang So thanks Joseph for his timely help and notes that the American awakened one is a good guy. Joseph begins to stretch his neck and says that he is always happy to help a good person. Suddenly, he freezes in place and asks why they gathered here. Kang So smiles and says that there are fewer people here, and, as a reward for his help, offers to teach him a technique. Some time passes, and Joseph masters his new magical ability without much trouble. He thanks Kang So for the gift, and promises that he will never forget such a kind gesture. Suddenly, Joseph says that now he wants to stay in Korea even more to learn interesting things. However, Li Xin notes that this is not the best idea, because it is not so easy to change your place of residence. For a while, the guys talk to each other about various topics related to the association of the awakened. An hour later, Kang So returns home and is surprised to see Yu Sun Tae sitting alone at the table. The restaurant manager wants to go on vacation and asks if Kang So can stay here as the manager for a week. But suddenly, Yu Sun Tae has another idea and suggests going on vacation with them. The Emperor of Flame is surprised by this proposal and asks where they are going. The restaurant manager tells him that they have a free trip from the studio that filmed the series. A few days pass, and bright rays of sunlight illuminate the huge building of the Red Dragon Guild. The clan leader looks at the photos with a dissatisfied expression and does not understand why they all have ruined faces. Then he bangs loudly on the table and says that he cannot allow his daughter to be with someone he does not know. He looks at the ruined photos again and decides to meet Kang Sa in person. The clan leader's body begins to shake with anger, and he promises to destroy Kang Sa if he harms his daughter in any way. Then the secretary asks what will happen if the director's daughter wants to marry him. At that moment, the clan leader is overwhelmed with various emotions. He grabs his nose and tries to calm himself down. Finally, the director decides that the best way to be sure of his daughter's choice is to meet him in person. After some time, the whole family finds themselves on a paradise island where they have everything they could wish for. At the sight of the sea, Ha Yun's eyes light up and she enjoys the view, her mouth wide open in amazement. The girl walks closer to the sea and spreads her arms wide to feel the sea breeze with her whole body. Her parents look at their daughter with love and are happy that they have chosen a great place for their long-awaited vacation. Kang So is also happy to be in a new place and says that it is very beautiful and comfortable here. Suddenly, a loud male voice is heard, rising a little higher up the steps so that it can be heard and seen clearly. With joy in his voice, he greets everyone who is lucky enough to be on this paradise island. Among other things, he explains that there are certain areas where guests are strictly prohibited from entering. One of the guests raises his hand and asks how to tell if an area is off limits or not. In response, the man points to the armed men and notes that the restricted area has its own security guards and barbed wire. When all the explanations are over, the people are given bracelets that serve as small passes. Kang carefully fastens his bracelet on his wrist and thanks the instructor for his help. The man smiles very unnaturally and broadly, and says that he is always happy to help. This man turns out to be the clan director, who has deliberately disguised himself as a member of the service staff. The story goes back a few days, when the clan leader says he wants to get to know Kang So undercover. Therefore, he asks for information about the service staff to be presented to him immediately. The story returns to the present, where the clan director periodically watches Kang So and notes interesting details in his notebook. After some time, the clan leader decides to talk to Kang So to find out how polite he is. After a short conversation, he is satisfied with him and checks off one item on his list. Soon, the disguised guide points to the private apartments of Kang So and his friends. The Emperor of Flame thanks the employee for his help and hopes that they will meet again on this island. After that, the clan leader leaves, but not before making a few more notes in his notebook. Yu Sun Tae finds this all very suspicious and assumes that they are not who they seem to be at first glance. The disguised clan leader calmly walks towards the center of the island and disappears behind high fences. While the leader is out of sight, Kang So tries to focus on his feeling and determine why this man has such a familiar aura. Suddenly, the young hero remembers that he has had similar feelings when looking at Kim Ji. He sinks into his thoughts and assumes that the man in front of him was the disguised head of the Red Dragon. After a while, Ha Yun approaches Kang So and asks him to show her where the rodent and hamster are now. The courier fulfills the girl's request and teleports her to his world, where life is already in full swing. When the rodent and the rabbit hear familiar voices, they immediately run out to their friends. At the sight of her pets, Ha Yun is filled with joy and prepares to catch the rabbit in her arms. She also picks up the rodent in her paws and, with a smile on her face, begins to tell them about what has happened to her recently. While walking through the forest, the hero notices a strange bush with golden berries. He hides a few and decides to taste them because he understands their benefits. At that moment, Ha Yun approaches him, also eager to try the berries. When the girl tastes the berries, she experiences a feeling of true euphoria and enjoys their taste. After a while, the girl begins to twirl her finger in the air and says that the distant future is wonderful. Such clever sayings scare Kang So a little, and he assumes that the berry only has a temporary effect. However, the girl is behaving very strangely, and the hero decides to keep a close eye on her. At that moment, an image of an ancient old man from legends, who was very strange, pops into Kang So's head. This old man constantly drinks and tries to drown out his pain from the meaninglessness of life. Everyone around him considers him a fool and a drunkard, although the old man can read the future and determine what is true and what is false. Kang-so replays this legend in his head and worries about what will happen to the girl when her gift manifests itself. Meanwhile, Ha-yoon is carefree, walking through the forest and having fun with her furry friends. Seeing this, Kang-so picks a few berries just in case and places them in his palm. Then he clenches his fist tightly and decides to put the berries away until a more appropriate time. Seeing the courier's strange behavior, Ha-so approaches him and asks how he is feeling. After a while, Kang-so and the girl exit the portal and then head to Yusun-tae. The restaurant manager looks very cheerful and asks Kang-so if he is enjoying his vacation. However, at that moment, Kang-so says that they need to have a serious talk about Ha-yoon's future. Yu-sung is horrified to learn that his daughter's abilities are beginning to awaken at such an early age. In addition, Kang-so notices that Ha-yoon has a very rare ability to predict the future. This news greatly upsets the restaurant manager, who had hoped that his daughter would be able to enjoy her childhood for as long as possible. After thinking about it, he looks up at Kang-so and asks how this process can be stopped. In response, Kang-so suggests doing the opposite and hands his friend a golden berry. Yusun-tae looks closely at the berry, and Kang-so explains that it is better to teach the girl how to use her abilities. In addition, he notes that golden rosehip berries are very good for maintaining balance in the body, but it is important not to overuse them. Suddenly, tears appear in Yusun-tae's eyes, and he thanks his friend for always helping him. Suddenly, the girl's eyes light up with a scarlet glow, and she says that Kim Ji is somewhere nearby. When the hero follows her, the girl points to a huge building and says that Kim Ji is watching them from there. Kang-so is surprised by this information, but with his special vision, he also sees Kim Ji. The girl tugs Kang-so's arm a little and suggests inviting Kim Ji to spend time with them here. However, Kang-so notes that this is not the best idea, because Kim Ji is very busy and suggests doing other things. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appears on Ha-yoon's face, and she says she will pretend she didn't see Kim Ji today. Meanwhile, Kim Ji tries to find her friends with her binoculars. A smile appears on her face when she sees Ha-yoon looking happy, and she thinks about how to escape from this place. Kim Ji decides to jump off the balcony, but the secretary appears behind her and asks where she is going. In response, the girl jokes and says that she has decided to do stretching exercises every day. The secretary finds it hard to believe Kim Ji's words and tells the girl that she has a huge amount of work piled up for her. Due to the secretary's pressure, the girl sits down at her desk and asks her to pass on her work. After these words, the secretary puts a huge stack of documents on the table and says that the lady needs to familiarize herself with all of them. Out of anger, Kim Ji clenches her teeth and thinks that she wants to spend time with her friends instead of digging through documents. The story goes back a few hours. Kim Ji sneaks onto the island in disguise, hoping to meet up with her friends. However, at the worst possible moment, the secretary appears behind her and completely exposes her disguise. Then the girl puts her hand on her boss's shoulder and tells her that she has a ton of work waiting for her. The tension causes the veins on the secretary's face to bulge, and she asks Kim Ji not to try to escape from her. After that, she grabs the girl by the collar and drags her into the Red Dragon clan's house. The story returns to the present, where the secretary sighs heavily and says that Kim Ji is very similar to her father. She is surprised when she hears this phrase from the secretary and finds it hard to believe the truth of this statement. But when the secretary tells her that her father is also on the island undercover, she rises from her desk in surprise. Meanwhile, the Yusun-tae and Kang-so family find themselves in a spacious buffet and try to find a suitable place. When they choose a place, a waiter approaches them, who is actually the head of the Red Dragon house. The head of the house closely watches Kang-so's action and decides to conduct a small experiment. He deliberately knocks over a glass so that water spills out and gets on his shirt. The waiter apologizes to the customer and asks him to forgive his clumsy hands. He pretends to be very distracted and inattentive and tries to throw Kang-so off balance. But this is not a problem for the hero, and with a smile on his face, he says that the shirt will dry on its own soon. After these words, Kang-so carefully folds the towel and begins to wipe his wet shirt with it. At this sight, the disguised head of the Red Dragon literally glows with joy. Then he steps aside and watches the family dining together with a smile from a distance. At that moment, memories of the times when he wielded a sword and fought hordes of monsters come to his mind. After another battle, Kim Hae is breathing heavily and trying to catch his breath. Several monsters sneak up on him from behind, and with his last ounce of strength, He fills his sword with flames and rushes into battle. When the man reaches his former home, he finds only his eldest daughter and son alive. Soon, he finds a large number of people who are willing to give everything to protect their families, and creates his own guild. Due to the constant growth of the guild, Kim Hae has to work twice as hard and does not have enough time to spend with his children. After some time, his daughter and son grow up to be excellent hunters, who quickly gain popularity among the locals. The head of the Red Dragon Guild thinks about this and regrets that he didn't have enough time for his family. He continues to serve the table where Kang So and his friends are sitting, and notices that the courier is actively helping the girl. Suddenly, Kang So picks up a knife and, with unmatched precision and speed, carefully cuts the meat into pieces. Seeing this, the guildmaster cannot believe his eyes and opens his mouth wide in surprise. In his mind, such movements with a knife can only be compared to those of an experienced warrior who has honed his skills over many years. When he examines the plate, he also notices that there is not a single trace of the knife blade. For a while, the guild leader stares at the plate and thinks that this guy is not so simple. Suddenly, he feels someone's hand on his shoulder and slowly turns around in surprise. To his great surprise, Kim Hae sees his daughter behind him, who asks her father to step aside for a few words. Kim Ji's gaze at that moment looks incredibly stern, which immediately makes the head feel uncomfortable. When they enter the back room, Kim Ji asks why her father is here in disguise. The head tries to think of an excuse and says that he was studying the service sector on the island from the inside. Kim Ji doesn't really believe him and points out that her father was only hanging around one table, the Yu Sun-tae families. At that moment, her father clears his throat and says that his words are the absolute truth. And at that very moment, he feels his daughter's incredibly heavy gaze as she stares intently at him. Kim Ji folds her arms in front of her and asks her father to answer honestly what connects him to the Yu Sun-tae family. The guild leader looks away and explains that they used to work with the restaurant manager when the first monsters appeared. Kim Hae notes that his words are absolutely true and that he definitely has no business with Kang So. After these words, he begins to pat his daughter on the shoulder and says that now she works at his friend's restaurant, which seems ironic. Before leaving, the guild leader suggests gathering in a small family circle and at least finding time for dinner. A smile appears on Kim Ji's face, and she says she will be happy to spend lunchtime with her father and brother. A few days pass, and several children argue loudly with each other about who will ride with Ha-yoon. Two boys stand opposite each other and shout loudly, and even after a few minutes, they do not want to give in to each other. Then, Ha-yoon's friend tells them that they can always take turns riding with the girl. The children are unaware that a very dangerous maniac is watching them, following their every move. The children's mothers stand aside and discuss the latest events and TV series with smiles on their faces. At that moment, the maniac sees the perfect opportunity to take action and smiles broadly. He falls to the ground right in front of the girl and pretends to be in incredible pain. Then he beckons the girl over and asks her to help him somehow. Ha-yoon notices this conversation and, thanks to her gift of prophecy, realizes that this is a dangerous man and runs to her friend. Meanwhile, the girl reaches for the stranger's injured leg to give him first aid. However, Ha-yoon immediately stops her and says that the man is only pretending to be sick. She then takes her friend by the hand and leads her as far away from the stranger as possible. The man then slowly gets to his feet. He is so huge that his shadow completely covers the girls. He smiles broadly and says that he is ready to take the girls away by force. At that moment, a small animal jumps out of Ha-yoon's pocket and attacks the man, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The mothers also manage to come to their daughter's aid and try to figure out what is going on. Ha-yoon points her finger at the stranger and says that this man tried to kidnap her friend. Meanwhile, the man grits his teeth in anger and tries to get to his feet to run away. Without much trouble, he pushes the girls aside and quickly runs away. The maniac heads towards the deserted neighborhoods and hopes to quickly lose his pursuers in the narrow streets of the city. He curses the little girl who ruined his plan and doesn't understand how a child could have figured out his true intentions. At that moment, a mysterious stranger crashes into him, trying to slow the criminal down. They both lose their balance and fall head over heels to the ground, gathering all the dust around them with their clothes. The criminal clutches his head from the blow and grits his teeth in displeasure, then quickly gets to his feet. However, he notices that the man is holding his arm tightly and won't let him escape. The stranger just smiles and says that no criminal can escape him. This smile enrages the maniac, and veins bulge on his face one after another. After that, the criminal begins to kick the stranger in the back with all his might and demands to be released. When this approach fails, the criminal grabs the stranger by the head and prepares to deliver a fatal blow. This blow is filled with dark energy, causing severe damage to the stranger and sending his body flying several meters away. After that, the criminal dusts off his feet and prepares to go further and find a secluded place. Meanwhile, the stranger tries to get to his feet, but due to the strong blow, everything is blurry before his eyes. However, he notices that another man has appeared in front of the criminal, preventing him from moving forward. When he sees Kang So, the man turns around and tells him to step aside if he doesn't want to get a deadly blow. The criminal is about to say something else, but Kang So quickly hits him in the neck and instantly knocks out the maniac. After that, Kang So approaches the stranger and begins to carefully examine his wounds. The stranger introduces himself as Seo Tae and says that this maniac is very dangerous. However, he stops mid-sentence when he looks at Kang So and says that they have something to talk about. The courier nods silently and helps the man to his feet after the blow. At that moment, Ha-yoon runs up to them with the other children and their worried parents. The girl looks in surprise at the criminal lying on the ground and tells Kang So what the maniac was trying to do. The courier listens attentively to the girl and then says that he has only just arrived at the scene. Then he points his finger at So-tae and says that it was this man who neutralized the criminal. After that, the mothers, with smiles on their faces, begin to thank So-tae tirelessly and do not let him get a word in. The girls also thank the stranger and call him a true knight who came to their rescue. For a while, So-tae listens to their thanks and tries to understand why Kang So gave him all the credit. Suddenly, Lim So-young invites the stranger to her restaurant to feed him a delicious meal as a reward for saving her daughter. So-tae thinks about the offer for a while, then agrees and says that there is something very important. Then the stranger says that he has been looking for Ha-yoon's parents for a long time because he has some interesting information for them. After a while, everyone gathers at the restaurant at one table. Yoo Sun-tae asks So-tae not to worry and to choose any dish he likes. So-tae looks down and tells the father of the family that his daughter is in danger. With a serious expression on his face, he tells them about a fan site for Ha-yoon that appeared after her role in the series. The restaurant manager listens attentively to the stranger's story and notes that technology has come a long way. Kang So folds his arms and asks for more details about the site. At that moment, So-tae shows him a website on his phone where there are a huge number of photos of the girl. He notes that most of these photos were taken without her permission, which is very alarming. So-tae himself visits this site because Ha-yoon reminds him of his sister, who passed away a long time ago. The stranger also notes that whoever is taking these photos may be illegally stalking the little girl. Yoo Sung-tae is very surprised by this information and thanks Seo-tae for his vigilance. However, the stranger says that he should not be thanked because he showed weakness and did not help the girl in any way. The events move back a few days. So-tae finds Ha-yoon and is about to approach Kang So to warn him. However, they quickly cross the road and So-tae does not have time to cross at the traffic light. He tries to shout something, but the loud noise of the cars completely drowns out his voice. The next day, he finds Ha-yoon again, this time with her peers at the playground. But for some reason, he doesn't dare to approach the girl and decides to watch from a distance to protect her from danger. Finally, So-tae finishes telling his story and asks the father of the family and Kang So to keep a close eye on the girl. In response, they both thank So-tae for his vigilance and help in catching another criminal earlier. Yoo Sung-tae smiles and says that he will closely monitor his daughter's safety and asks So-tae not to worry about it. After these words, he gets up from his chair and extends his hand towards So-tae as a sign of gratitude. But suddenly, So-tae begins to feel a sharp pain in his heart, grabs his chest with his hand, and tries to normalize his breathing. Seeing this, Yoo Sun-tae becomes concerned and offers to call an ambulance, but So-tae says there is no need. At that moment, Kang So realizes that he is standing before a man with a sun mark on his back, who possesses enormous aura power. After a while, the attack ends, and So-tae regains consciousness and says that he has heart problem. Meanwhile, Yoo Sun-tae brings the guest some water and asks if he needs anything else. In response, So-tae just smiles and notes that, unfortunately, none of the doctors know how to solve his problem, so he has no medication. At that moment, Kang So joins the conversation and says that he knows a good method that will help So-tae get rid of his heart problem. These words greatly encourage So-tae, and he asks the hero to share this knowledge. Then, the Emperor of Flame suggests meeting tomorrow and warns that So-tae will have special training to look forward to. A few minutes later, So-tae says goodbye to his new friends and asks them to be careful. At this moment, Yoo Sun-tae wonders what to do about his daughter's stalker, but Kang So asks him not to worry about it. The next day, Kang So and So-tae meet in the park, and the man boldly declares that he is ready for any training. So-tae is worried that there may be dangerous monsters here, but Kang So assures him that all the monsters here have long been destroyed. When his friend wants to know more about this, the hero just jokes and says that he has many friends. At that moment, the courier remembers how a few days earlier, he and Li Shin destroyed a huge number of monsters. However, The hero is distracted from his memories when he hears the familiar voices of the guys, who greet him with smiles on their faces. Kang-so introduces them to So-tae and asks how their intensive daytime training is going. Hyeonim tries to catch his breath and says that the training has been very beneficial for him. The fairy points out with a ringing laugh that So-tae looks much slimmer than the baker, even in his athletic form. So-tae smiles and thanks the fairy for the nice compliment, and exchanges a few words with the creature. Suddenly, the young man asks what kind of training So-tae is waiting for, but the man has no answer to this question. In addition, So-tae says that he has no idea why he was called to this place. At this moment, Kang-so says that he will go with his friend to a private dimension for special training. After these words, Kang-so's friends become extremely gloomy and wish So-tae good luck. So-tae does not understand why the others look so sad and tries to understand the essence of the upcoming training. After a while, a small portal opens in the middle of the temple, which is located in the snowy mountains. So-tae is a little scared when he teleports, but Kang-so puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that there is no reason to panic in this place. Kang-so asks him not to be afraid and explains that this place is his personal training ground. So-tae apologizes and says that he has never been in a magical space before. After these words, the man points to the icy peak and notes that there is a beautiful view from here. In response, Kang-so smiles and asks him to feel at home here and asks if So-tae is cold. The guy just smiles and says that he can tolerate the cold perfectly well and feels much better here. At this moment, So-tae tries to find out why they have been transported to this strange place. Kang-so asks his new friend to light a candle and says that he will explain everything later. This training seems strange to So-tae, and he asks what he should do with the candle in his hands. In response, Kang-so puts his hand on So-tae's shoulder and asks him to hold the candle for a while he begins to perform a strange ritual. After a while, the Emperor of Flame concentrates a large amount of energy in his hands and turns it into a sphere. Then he pushes this energy sphere directly into the body of his new friend. At that very moment, the candle in So-tae's hands lights up like a huge flame. At the sight of this, So-tae's face shows fear, and he does not understand what to do with the raging flame. After a while, an unknown force pushes So-tae aside, causing him to fall to the ground and drop the candle. After that, So-tae begins to breathe rapidly and asks Kang-so to explain what just happened. Then the courier leans over to his friend and explains that the candle demonstrates the level of power of its owner. However, the man points out that he cannot possess power because he has the lowest rank. In response, Kang-so notes that So-tae's body is structured in a special way, which is why his power is sealed. So-tae listens carefully to the courier's explanation and asks if he has managed to cure him. Blood begins to flow profusely from his friend's mouth, and he begins to feel his strength leaving him. Seeing this, Kang-so asks his friend not to worry and says that this is only the first stage of training. After that, the Emperor of Flame explains that there is a tremendous power inside So-tae that cannot leave his body. So-tae begins to worry when he learns that he has less than a year to live. At that moment, he starts to panic and asks if there is anything that can be done to save his life. Kang-so explains that they came here only to solve So-tae's problem once and for all. After hearing this, the man calms down and asks if they will be able to train him before he passes away. At that moment, his whole life flashes before his eyes, but he hopes that Kang-so is not lying to him. After a while, So-tae comes to his senses and, in a positive mood, says that he wants to start training. After these words, Kang-so smiles, then puts his hand on his friend's shoulder and says that he has made a wise choice. Suddenly, Kang-so grabs So-tae by his clothes, lifts him above his head, and then throws him into the air with all his might. At that moment, the courier covers his body with his energy and says that it's time to start their training. So-tae flies down with tears in his eyes and yells that you can't just throw people into the air like that. A few days pass, and Kang-so closely watches So-tae and brings him particularly difficult training exercises. Every day, So-tae has to run near the snowy mountains without warm clothes. In addition, So-tae tries to complete training with a candle and light it with his inner strength. After a few days, the man's body is noticeably transformed. He looks very fit. So-tae returns from another training session and says that he is now ready for the final test. After these words, he sits in the lotus position and holds the candle tightly, trying to light it with his inner energy. This time, the candle flares brightly in his hands, and the room around him is illuminated with bright light. Seeing this, So-tae smiles and enjoys the fact that he is finally beginning to master his inner power. At that moment, Kang-so approaches his student and tells him that he has made significant progress in his flame training. To his great surprise, So-tae learns that the basic training is now complete and that his health is no longer at risk. In addition, Kang-so notes that if his student continues to train, he will be able to make even more progress in controlling fire. Suddenly, a smile appears on the Flame Emperor's face, and he says that his final test will be a battle between them. So-tae quickly gets into a fighting stance, and then instantly closes the distance between himself and his opponent, preparing to strike. However, Kang So blocks the blow with one hand and tells Sotae that he should be less predictable. The Flame Emperor's disciple continues to deliver numerous blows, but all of them are blocked. Then Sotae noticeably accelerates his body and decides to strike with frequency. But even this way, he is unsuccessful and begins to worry that he will not even be able to touch his master. At that moment, Kangsu strikes the ground with all his might, causing several stones to rise into the sky, along with Sotae. However, the disciple manages to maintain his balance even in the air, and covers his body with an aura to increase the power of his strikes. After that, he pushes off from the floating stones in the air, and gains incredible speed. In a matter of seconds, Sotae is behind his mentor, and is about to make a powerful lunge. For Kang So, the speed of this blow is phenomenal, and he barely has time to put up his defense. The blow is so strong that it pushes Kang So back several meters. After this, the reinforcement of his body disappears, and hot steam begins to emanate from Kang So's fist. For a while, Kang So stands still and tries to recover from the blow. Then he smiles and notes that Sotae's technique has improved several times over since their last fight. After that, Kang So says that Sotae has passed all the necessary tests, but reminds him that there is no limit to perfection. In addition, the Emperor of Flame offers his student another test in the Silver Tower. A few days later, Sotae follows his mentor's advice and returns to the Silver Tower to retake the test. When he goes outside, he smiles and shouts that his level has risen by several points. Kang So smiles and congratulates his student on his small victory, but reminds him that Sotae can become even stronger. After these words, the Emperor of Flame shows his student a small package and says that he has a gift for him. Kang So quickly opens the container and shows Sotae a healing root that can replenish his student's strength. With tears in his eyes, Sotae accepts his teacher's gift and thanks him for saving his life. At that moment, Kang So says that he has a small request and would be grateful if Sotae would help him. The next day, a photographer appears who follows Ha Yun and takes several pictures of her. He is very happy with the photos he has taken and does not notice the person behind him at all. Finally, he notices a man in a suit who takes his camera away and demands that he stop following the girl. This stranger turns out to be Sotae, who is now acting as Ha Yun's bodyguard and is about to destroy the device. The overweight man becomes furious and promises to file a police report if he does not get his camera back. After these words, Sotae takes off his black sunglasses and says with a dissatisfied smirk that it's better not to anger him. A few days pass, and a powerful cyclone hits the region, so dark clouds often hang over the city, and it rains incessantly. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning splits the sky and strikes the water, creating a huge hole in the seabed. A powerful creature peeks out from there and orders the sea creatures to begin their conquest of the land. The dark creatures instantly obey their master's will and jump out of the water in huge numbers, attacking anyone in their path. Meanwhile, Kang So enjoys the soup prepared by Yu Sun Tae and suggests adding this dish to the main menu. This suggestion is supported by Lim Soo Young and Ha Yun, who also enjoy the taste of this soup. Suddenly, the television program is interrupted by a breaking news report about the appearance of sea monsters on land. After the news, Yu Sun Tae folds his arms in front of him and says that such monsters often appear during the rainy season. At that moment, Kang So notices the silhouette of a strange creature knocking on the glass doors of the restaurant. This creature turns out to be a magical fairy who asks Kang So to help her urgently. Kang So listens carefully to the fairy's story and asks why the people from the association cannot help her in this matter. After these words, tears appear on the fairy's face, and she says that the people from the association may not be able to come to her aid in time. At that moment, Yu Sun Tae warns that it could be very dangerous because sea monsters are incredibly strong at this time of year. However, Kang So cannot abandon his friends in trouble, so he rushes to the scene at full speed while the fairy tries to hold on to his clothes. As he moves, Kang So looks around and notices that most of the town's residents have locked themselves in their homes and are afraid to go outside. After a while, the courier arrives at the right place and looks around carefully. He notices that the coastal barrier has been destroyed and assumes that the first sea monsters came ashore at this location. At that moment, the fairy calls out loudly to her companions and tells them that she has found help. After these words, water fairies appear, resembling large drops of water. The flower fairy smiles as she introduces the man to her companions and tells them that he is exactly who they need. However, the other fairies look at the man with slight disappointment and assume that such a creature will not be able to help them. But the sea fairies share the information anyway and tell them that there are a huge number of monsters under the water. After these words, the flower fairy points to Kang So with a smile and says that destroying monsters is clearly his job. But the sea fairies are extremely skeptical and say that a human cannot stay underwater for long. Kang So quickly gets tired of the meaningless chatter and dives into the water to see the situation with his own eyes. When the Flame Emperor finds himself in the water, he quickly looks around and senses a dark energy beneath him. The sea fairies follow him into the water and guide Kang So to the place where the monsters are gathered. After a while, the hero swims to the place where he is met by a huge number of sea fairies. The fairies are very surprised that a human can stay in the water for so long and begin to whisper about the newcomer. Finally, the fairies who accompanied Kang So introduce him to their people as the savior from the monsters. When Kang So receives information about the location of the monsters, he immediately begins to sink to the bottom. After a while, he sees a strange creature in front of him, staring at him with only one eye. A few seconds later, he sees a huge hole in front of him, populated by a huge number of similar creatures. When they see Kang So, they let out a shrill scream and direct very strange tentacles towards him. Soon, Kang So finds himself bound by strong tentacles on his arms and legs. At this moment, the fairies watching from the sidelines are frightened by what is happening and worry that their hero may not be able to cope. Meanwhile, Kang So notices that the monster's tentacles contain a dangerous poison that paralyzes their victim. However, this dose is not enough to immobilize the Emperor of Flame, and he begins to gather energy to escape. After a while, Kang So's body is covered with a bright aura that enhances his physical and magical parameters. At that moment, the hero completely frees himself from the monster's bond and begins to brightly illuminate the space around him. At the sight of this, the monsters become enraged and begin to emit loud, buzzing voices. Kang So acts very quickly and deals with all the monsters that stand in his way. Several opponents try to catch the Emperor of Flame off guard and grab him with their tentacles again. But thanks to his aura, the hero senses the trap, turns sharply, and deals with the attackers. Kang So's power is so great that he manages to pierce the bodies of several monsters at once. However, the number of monsters does not decrease, and the hero has to fight new reinforcements. As soon as Kang So deals with them, a huge monster appears in front of him, piercing the hero with its gaze. The Emperor of Flame jumps up sharply, then finds a vulnerable spot on the monster's back, and prepares to deliver a fatal blow. Kang So's monstrous blow cuts the monster in two, and sends it to the other world. At that moment, Kang So realizes that he needs to close the magic gate as quickly as possible, so he tries to break through the ranks of monsters. Meanwhile, the water fairies watch the battle with open mouths, hoping that the man will win. After a while, Kang So finally reaches the dark portal, but his path is blocked by dozens of hideous creatures. Suddenly, the hero notices that new monsters are coming out of the portal, and realizes that he must act quickly. He closes his eyes and begins to meditate to fill his body with even more energy. When Kang So gathers enough energy, he begins to form a powerful spell. Gradually, a mystical wind appears around him, which gradually begins to accelerate. The streams of magical wind intertwine into a single hole and form a powerful tornado under the water. After a while, the magical tornado reaches incredible proportions and rushes towards the monsters at tremendous speed. The portal, along with Kang So, rushes at incredible speed and destroys every monster in its path. The monsters try to slow down the hero's progress with their bodies, but are instantly sent to the other world. After a while, Kang So finally reaches the magical portal and gathers clumps of magical power for a powerful blow. After that, there is a huge explosion that instantly destroys the dark portal. Meanwhile, all the sea fairies watch what is happening with their mouths open in amazement, despite the blinding light. The explosion is so huge that a huge fountain appears from under the water. Meanwhile, Sun Jin and his squad clear the area of monsters and notice a strange splash of water. Kang So returns to the surface and informs the fairies that they are now safe underwater. In response, the water elementals thank the hero once again for his help and say that they have a small gift for him. However, at that moment, Kang So notices a squad from the association and says that it is time for him to return home. The water elementals look sadly at the hero and say that they will be happy to help him if necessary. After that, Kang So rushes towards the restaurant at great speed, and the flower fairy tries to hold on to his clothes. Meanwhile, the thunderstorms become even stronger, and the rain gradually intensifies. In one of the buildings, Mr. Mullen breaks a glass of wine in his hands when he learns about the closure of the portal. He clenches the shards of glass in his hands with all his might and decides to deal with this problem. The next day, a special team descends into the water to find out where the monsters came from. Soon, the team notices a huge number of chopped up monster bodies on their way and is very surprised by this. After a while, the head of the reconnaissance team reports to the director that the portal has been sealed by someone. In addition, he notes that there are a huge number of monster bodies at the bottom, as if an army had been operating underwater. Shocked by what is happening, Sun Jin-ho twirls his umbrella in his hand and begins to get a little nervous. Then he looks down and tries to figure out who from the association could have done such a thing. Li Shin immediately comes to mind, but he is currently awakened and clearing out the orc camps far away from here. After a moment's thought, Sung Jin is certain that this is the work of the Zero Awakened. Suddenly, one of the members of the messenger squad runs up to the director and informs him that he has an important report. He reports that the head of the association has ordered an immediate halt to the investigation of this case. After a while, Sun Jin returns to the association building, but he cannot stop thinking about the Zero Awakened one. He is sure that Myung-hee knows something about the Zero Awakened and decides to talk to her to find out the truth. When the director of the association approaches her, he notices a strange yellow box on her desk. When he approaches, Myung-hee opens the box, which contains a golden blade that is a sacred weapon. At that moment, Myung-hee remembers that she used to be in love with her teacher, who always liked to joke around. The story goes back a few years. Myung-hee looks at her teacher with a loving gaze, holding a box of papers in her hands. Her classmate Sung-joon notices this, and despite his feelings, decides not to confess his feelings. When the monsters invade, Myung-hee joins the army, but her unit is ambushed, and she finds herself alone in front of a huge monster. She is very frightened and cannot move out of fear, and she closes her eyes before the monster strikes. However, her teacher comes to her aid, and quickly deals with the dangerous monster. Myung-hee notices that her teacher's hands are covered in wounds, and says that he will not be able to continue the battle. But the teacher refuses to listen to Myung-hee, and says that he will stay here to cover her escape. At that moment, several more monsters appear, and her teacher asks Myung-hee to run away before it's too late. As the battle comes to an end, the wounded teacher lies in front of her, surrounded by dancing flames. With tears in her eyes, the girl asks her beloved to hold on, and tells him that a medical team will arrive very soon. In response to these words, the teacher only smiles, saying that he does not have long left, and asking Myung-hee to take his magic swords. After that, the teacher's eyes slowly close, and he passes away. The head of the inspection department remembers these moments every time she looks at the divine blade. Suddenly, she notices that Sun Jin has been standing next to her all this time, silently watching her. The girl smiles slightly and says that it is time to use the divine weapon for its intended purpose. Then she starts laughing and says that it is high time for her to grow up and stop running away from the past. Sung Jin looks happy that his friend has finally gathered the courage to use the magical weapon. Myung-hee carefully puts away the blades and sheaths with a smile on her face and says that now she is capable of destroying any monster. Suddenly, Myung-hee remembers that Sun Jin most likely came to her for some reason and asks him to ask his question. In response, the director of the association smiles and says that his question will have to wait until next time and heads for the exit. Before leaving, Sung Jin suggests going somewhere after the rainy season ends, and Myung-hee laughs and asks if it's an invitation to a date. At that moment, the director of the association recalls his last conversation with his friend, Myung-hee. His friend smiles and says that he is only beautiful on the outside, but inside, his soul looks like real rot. After these words, he turns sharply to Sung Jin and asks if his friend would mind if he took Myung-hee away from him. Then he smiles broadly and says that such a beautiful girl needs a man with a pure heart like his friend. For a while, Sung Jin replays this memory in his head as he stands in front of the window. Meanwhile, night gradually falls on the city, but the rain continues to fall without stopping. Yu Sung-tae sits down opposite Kang-so and offers him a drink while they are alone in the restaurant. Kang-so smiles and shares his only wish with his friend, to live a peaceful life. The restaurant manager thinks about this phrase and says that his friend is already on his way to achieving this goal. At this moment, Kang-so talks about his past life, in which he ruled a huge kingdom with an army of assassins. The Emperor of Flame says that he wants to leave his past far behind and live a normal life. After these words, Yu Sun-tae pours himself a drink and says that he never thought Kang-so would worry about such things. Then he pours a glass for his friend, and to Kang-so's surprise, says that his friend is definitely a normal person. The friends clink glasses and cheerfully drink to living a wonderful and normal life. When night falls, a huge number of underwater creatures come ashore and attack defenseless people. But then Kang-so appears in a motorcycle helmet and saves the children from the dangerous monster. The girls watch in amazement as the Emperor of Flame destroys the monsters in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds, silence falls and all the defeated monsters lie at the girls' feet. Kang-so continues to run forward, but the rain causes the visor of his motorcycle helmet to fog up badly. Then, the Flame Emperor takes off his helmet and continues on his way to find people who need help tonight. Meanwhile, deep underwater, there is a huge cave that is the lair of underwater monsters. Several sea guards stand at the entrance and carefully guard the doors from strangers. The general of the underwater creatures' army reports that their army has once again been defeated in a sortie onto land. The king of the sea creatures is dissatisfied with his general's actions and, in a matter of seconds, sends him to the other world with his magic. The king of the sea monsters turns out to be a creature named Dagon, who looks like a teenager. He is very bored in his palace and tries to come up with some interesting entertainment for himself. Meanwhile, the other underwater creatures grab their general's body by the feet and carry him out of the throne room. Suddenly, a messenger appears in the throne room and announces the arrival of Mr. Mullen. Dagon is very unhappy with this news and demands that Mullen be told that he is not at home. At that moment, Mr. Mullen appears in the throne room and greets everyone with a smile. Mr. Mullen tips his hat slightly and says that Dagon is a very idle creature. At the sight of him, the Lord of the Underwater Creatures clicks his tongue in displeasure and asks why Mr. Mullen has decided to visit him. Mullen reveals his insidious smile and says that someone is concerned that Dagon leads an idle lifestyle. In response, Dagon begins to laugh and says that their lord's anxiety is probably in his blood. But Dagon's face immediately shows surprise when Mr. Mullen informs him of the destruction of the portal. Mr. Mullen adds that he finds Dagon's behavior extremely reckless because they are losing a huge number of pills. After Mullen's words, Dagon bites his lip in anger and says that it would be better for the gentleman to leave his palace. And when Mr. Mullen refuses, Dagon jumps off his throne. In a matter of seconds, he is several meters away from Mr. Mullen and looks completely different. Seeing this, Mr. Mullen smiles unnaturally and says that his job is simply to check on the gentleman's concerns. After that, he slowly heads for the exit and says that now the master will be calm for a while. After these words, Mr. Mullen disappears into the portal, and Dagon takes on a different appearance again and begins to get angry. At this moment, all his servants rush to him and try to comfort their master in every way possible. Suddenly, Dagon quickly regains his composure, clenches his teeth in anger, and thinks about taking revenge for the destruction of the portal. Veins appear on his face from anger, and he decides to go to the surface himself and restore order. Meanwhile, a small detachment of the association engages in battle with the sea monsters. The detachment acts very cohesively, and their commander carefully coordinates their actions. The commander of the detachment turns out to be a high-level wizard and manages to both attack and heal his allies without any problems. After a while, the squad easily defeats the army of sea monsters. This squad cleans up the entire city and pursues the retreating sea monsters. When the battle comes to an end, all the team members praise their commander and note that they will soon become one of the best teams. Suddenly, one of the soldiers notices a strange man who has just emerged from the water. This creature turns out to be Dagon, who decides to deal with all the problems himself. The squad believes that Dagon is a boy who has simply lost his way in the city and tries to help him. At that moment, the Lord of the Sea Creatures smiles and says that he will have a wonderful time in the company of humans. A few minutes later, Dagon deals with all the members of the elite squad. He sits on top of the commander and tries to understand how humans manage to resist him if they are so weak. After that, Dagon jumps up in anger and starts kicking the wounded people. At that moment, Myung-hee and Sun-jin appear on the battlefield and demand that Dagon stop beating people. The Lord of Sea Creatures smiles and says that he is always happy to play with new toys. After these words, Myung-hee becomes even angrier and says that he will gladly teach the insolent monster a lesson. Dagon scratches his head and hopes that these people will at least be stronger than the squad he destroyed. After that, he hits the squad commander with all his might, and the commander flies several meters to the side. Seeing this, Sun-jin shouts insults at Dagon and promises that he will pay for his actions. Suddenly, Dagon appears in front of Sun-jin and Myung-hee, and, with a smile on his face, puts his feet out towards them. At that moment, a powerful stream of energy begins to emanate from his feet, destroying everything in its path. However, Sun-jin and Myung-hee use their magical weapons and nullify Dagon's attack. Seeing this, the Lord of Sea Creatures begins to stretch his legs and notes that this battle will be more interesting than the last. After these words, Myung-hee stares intently at Dagon and promises to send him to the other world. In response to these words, Dagon just starts laughing and says that people love to throw words around too much. After that, he creates a magical projectile in his hand and is about to throw it at his opponent. A huge wave of destructive energy follows the magic ball and lifts up a huge amount of blood, sand, and dust from the battlefield. Myung-hee skillfully dodges this attack, while the director of the association defends himself from it with his blade. The girl quickly reaches the Lord of the Sea Creatures and prepares to deliver a fatal blow. However, Dagon does not perceive the divine dagger as a threat and dodges it without much trouble. Seeing this, the girl tries to make a few more attacks, but Dagon effortlessly dodges all of them. After that, he kicks Myung-hee's arm and forces the tip of the dagger to point upwards. At that moment, he smiles and calls the girl a nobody who can never compare to him in strength. After these words, he is about to deliver a powerful kick to the girl, but Sunjin comes to her aid and protects his girlfriend from the blow. At that moment, the girl tries to attack again, hoping that this time she will catch Dagon off guard. The monster is surprised by such a quick blow and tries to dodge it. He rolls several times and evades the attack, but part of it still hits Dagon. When the Lord of the Sea Creatures gets to his feet, he looks closely at the hunters and realizes that such a duo is not a problem for him. Meanwhile, Myung-hee charges her dagger with her energy and prepares to attack. A small cut appears on her face from the previous blow, and Dagon smiles and promises that the girl will pay dearly for it. Then he asks if they are the ones who were able to close his portal under the water. Myung-hee and Sun-jin don't really understand what Dagon is talking about and decide not to let their guard down and discuss a plan. Suddenly, they scatter in different directions, greatly surprising Dagon. The hunters quickly surround him on both sides and try to deliver a fatal blow, but Dagon clearly sees their attacks and stops their blows in midair with his bare hands. To the monster's surprise, Myung-hee pulls another blade from its sheath and prepares to attack Dagon with it. The blade strikes him directly in the neck, and the Lord of the Underwater Monsters is unable to dodge the blow. As soon as the blade touches Dagon's neck, there is a huge explosion, and hundreds of small stones fly in different directions. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipates, and the hunters see that Dagon now looks completely different. The monster smiles broadly and says that it has not fought in this form for a very long time. After these words, he turns to the hunters with a smile and asks them to show him everything they are capable of. At this moment, Sun-jin carefully examines the monster's new appearance and warns his friend that its energy level has increased significantly. Myung-hee tries to catch her breath and says that now this battle has become much more difficult to win. Meanwhile, Dagon begins to stretch his neck, and with that, all his dangerous wounds begin to heal. Myung-hee decides to act and is the first to attack the monster despite its new appearance. Seeing this, the king of sea monsters raises his hand, and spheres of water begin to appear around him. At the same moment, he makes a gesture with his hand, and the spheres fly towards Myung-hee at tremendous speed. The girl has to slow down considerably, but she manages to dodge all of the enemy's projectiles. However, one of the blows hits her arm, and she feels incredible pain. Meanwhile, Sung-jin manages to get close to the monster and tries to strike it while jumping. However, Dagon is ready for this and uses his tail to knock the association director's body aside. After that, the monster sighs heavily and says that this fight is turning into a very boring performance. At that moment, Myung-hee takes advantage of the monster's distraction and gets behind it. The girl instantly strikes the monster several times and takes a few steps back. Myung-hee turns around and is horrified to see that the monster is quickly healing its wounds. Dagon smiles broadly and says that as long as it is raining, he is truly immortal. At that moment, he makes a sudden lunge and gets close to Myung-hee. The girl tries to stab him with her daggers, but he easily dodges and offers her to join him. Without hesitation, Myung-hee refuses and promises that she will definitely destroy the monster. After these words, she swings her daggers non-stop, only occasionally hitting the monster. During one of the attacks, Dagon grabs the girl firmly by the arm and says that he will have to send her to the other world. At that moment, he creates a water blade in his free hand and is about to send Myung-hee to the other world with one blow. However, at that moment, Sun-jin appears and manages to block the blow with his sword. After his strike, an electric ball appears and inflicts severe damage to the monster's arm. Suddenly, Dagon's entire body is covered with a dark aura, and he loudly proclaims that he will mock the hunters' bodies for a long time. At that moment, the director of the association grips his sword tightly and fills it with an electric charge. Myung-hee looks at the director in surprise and asks how he managed to generate electricity during the rain. Meanwhile, Dagon examines his burned hand and is unable to heal it with his magic. Seeing this, Myung-hee smiles and suggests that his partner exploit this weakness. At that moment, Dagon once again creates balls of water around himself and says that he will not allow himself to be touched now. Meanwhile, Myung-hee says that he will try to distract the monster and give Sung-jun time to attack. After their conversation, the two hunters advance toward their opponent. Seeing this, Dagon sends water projectiles in their direction and says that he will gladly destroy them. A smile appears on the monster's face when he notices that Sung-jun is constantly trying to block his water projectiles. Meanwhile, Myung-hee dodges every projectile and gets closer to the monster with every passing second. A few seconds before the attack, She fills her blades with energy and tries to find the right moment to attack. She finds herself close to Dagon, but the monster folds his arms in front of him and does not seem to be going to stop her attacks. Suddenly, he pulls out his blades, and Myung-hee exchanges several blows with the monster. Myung-hee's wounds heal without much trouble on the body of the Lord of the Sea Monsters. Water completely covers his body, and in a matter of seconds, there are no traces of wounds left on his body. After that, Dagon turns around briskly and prepares to send the girl to the other world with his attacks. However, Myung-hee raises her head at Dagon with a smile and says that it is always worth looking around. At that moment, Sun-jin appears behind the monster and pierces the monster's body through and through with his blade. Dagon looks at his wound in surprise, not understanding how his opponent managed to get behind him. At the same moment, Sung-jin uses his magic and strikes the monster's body with a powerful electric charge. Dagon lets out a piercing scream and quickly loses consciousness due to the immense pain. After a while, the director of the association pulls his sword out of the monster's body. At that moment, Sun-jin looks exhausted and thanks his partner for trusting him. Myung-hee approaches him and says that he shouldn't risk himself like that, even if the battle is against a dangerous opponent. But the hunters immediately stop their conversation when they notice that Dagon is slowly getting to his feet. The monster smiles and says that he cannot be destroyed, unlike fragile humans. After these words, he uses water magic and completely covers the wound on his chest. Then he starts laughing loudly and says that all attempts to destroy him are futile. At that moment, Sun-jin makes a quick dash and hopes to strike before Dagon has fully recovered. He makes a quick lunge, but the monster easily dodges the attack. After that, the monster creates several water projectiles and fires them at Sun-jin. The hunter quickly swings his sword and tries to block every projectile flying in his direction. Soon he rushes back to the monster and tries again to deliver a fatal blow. However, Dagon blocks Sun-jin's attack again and notes that the hunter is too slow. For a while, they exchange blows, but neither of them gives way to the other. At that moment, the director of the association senses that something is wrong. He turns around and sees a huge bubble in which Myung-hee is trapped. The girl tries to escape from the trap, but the water bubble is too strong, and she bangs on it to no avail. Seeing Sun-jin's confused face, the monster starts laughing and says that the hunter shouldn't have rushed. Meanwhile, Myung-hee tries to say something, but it's impossible to do so underwater, and she gradually loses her oxygen supply. Sun-jin turns around to save his friend, but gets hit hard in the back. When Myung-hee sees this, tears well up in her eyes, and she hits the bubble even harder, but to no avail. The director of the association remains conscious despite his serious injury and slowly crawls toward the bubble. Seeing this, Dagon slowly approaches him, hits him hard on the back, and calls him a pathetic weakling. After that, he grabs Sun-jin by the hair and says that now the hunter will watch his girlfriend go to the other world. Myung-hee continues to bang on the walls of the bubble to no avail and feels like she is suffocating. Due to the pain shock, Sun-jin loses consciousness, which greatly upsets Dagon. He begins to scratch his ear and says that he will kill the hunters very slowly and painfully. After that, several water shells begin to surround the sphere aimed at Myung-hee. The projectiles slowly approach her body and will soon reach her. But at that moment, Kang-so appears and kicks Dagon in the head with all his might, sending him flying. He then flies through the water sphere at full speed and destroys it. Myung-hee is freed from her water prison and falls to the ground, trying to cough up the water. At that moment, Dagon looks at the stranger in surprise and does not understand why he could not sense his presence. Meanwhile, Kang-so takes off his helmet and a cloud of dust and sand rises around him. He stares intently at Dagon and asks if he is the snake that brings misfortune and torments people. At that moment, Myung-hee carries her friend to safety and tries to treat his wounds. She looks apprehensively toward the battlefield and is glad that the Zero Awakened One has come to their aid. Dagon and Kang-so look at each other silently, concentrating energy in their bodies and waiting for their opponent to make the first move. The story goes back a few minutes. Ha-yoon finds Kang-so and asks him to come to the window because a snake is tormenting people there. When Kang-so looks out the window, he sees a huge snake that has completely engulfed the city. The story returns to the battlefield. The Emperor of Flame stares intently at his opponent and asks again if he is a snake. Dagon replies irritably that he has never been and never will be a snake, and promises that the man will pay for his insolence with his life. A vein bulges on his face with rage, and Dagon prepares to launch a powerful attack. He creates a huge number of water projectiles and directs them toward the Emperor of Flame. However, Kang-so continues to stand in place without trying to dodge the attacks. When the projectiles reach their target, a huge cloud of smoke appears, and Kang So's silhouette completely disappears among the stones and dust. Seeing this, Dagon begins to laugh and says that there is no man who can defeat him. At that moment, Kang So emerges from the dust cloud and prepares to deliver a fatal blow. Dagon manages to react and puts water blades in front of him to block the hero's blow. But the blow is so strong that it instantly breaks the blades and inflicts devastating damage on Dagon. Black blood pours from Dagon's mouth, and he almost loses consciousness due to the immense pain from the blow. Dagon quickly flies up and prepares to shoot at Kang So from a safe distance. After several water shots, Dagon creates a huge hammer in his hands and prepares to finish off the hero with one blow. A loud sound of impact is heard, and huge streams of water spill out from the hammer in different directions. At this moment, the monster is confident of his victory, because such a blow is impossible to survive. However, Kang So blocks the hammer blow with his aura and begins to push the weapon away from himself. After that, the Emperor of Flame jumps aside and begins to create powerful streams of energy around himself. Dagon is surprised by such a strange technique and tries to understand what Kang So will do with it next. To his great surprise, he sees a huge tornado appear in Kang So's place, heading in his direction. At the sight of this, the monster turns sharply and prepares to retreat to his castle. But at that moment, Kang So flies out of the hurricane at tremendous speed and delivers a deadly blow directly to his opponent's back. Due to the blow, Dagon completely loses all his body parts and is on his last breath. He tries to get his breathing back to a normal rhythm and heal his wounds, but quickly realizes that he doesn't have much time left. Meanwhile, Kang So slowly moves towards him to finish what he started. At that moment, Dagon remembers his imprisonment in the world of fire, where every minute seemed like incredible torture. In this world, Dagon is constantly reborn and experiences pain over and over again until his master gets bored. He replays these memories in his head and cries out loudly that he will never return to his former life. At that moment, a huge amount of water gathers around Dagon and lifts him up. He quickly restores his body, which is completely surrounded by a dome of water. After a few seconds, Dagon transforms into a huge creature that resembles a snake. Kang So senses an incredible amount of dark energy emanating from the monster's enormous body. However, the Emperor of Flame is not afraid of this huge creature and is ready to fight it. A second later, the monster strikes Kang So with a huge blow from its long tail. The Courier instantly stops the blow a few centimeters from his body with the help of his aura. After that, he flips the snake's body over with tremendous force and throws it to the ground. But the monster does not stop attacking the hero, and he has to use his aura to defend himself. Suddenly, Kang So stands in a fighting stance and begins to fill his body with energy for the next blow. A few seconds later, Kang So jumps high into the air and delivers a powerful kick to the monster's head. The Emperor of Flame does not stop there and continues to deliver blow after blow to the huge monster. However, the snake's power is so monstrous that with a single blow, the creature sends Kang So flying. The hero lands on the ground and puts his hands in front of him, ready to block attacks. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's face becomes extremely serious as he realizes that he cannot defeat it with ordinary attacks. Meanwhile, the demonic snake says that as soon as it is done with the hero, it will destroy the entire city. After that, Dagon rushes towards Kang So at tremendous speed to swallow him alive with his huge mouth. However, the Flame Emperor manages to grab the monster's teeth with his hands and prevents the monster's mouth from closing. At the same moment, Myung-hee picks up her friend and runs away in an attempt to find a safer place. In his attempts to eat the hero, he moves around the city at great speed, destroying all the houses in his path. But despite this, Kang So still manages to resist the dangerous monster. Finally, the Emperor of Flame finds the right moment and breaks free from the monster's jaws and jumps down. At that moment, Dagon catches the hero's mistake and hits him with all his might with his tail. Kang So flies into a destroyed building, causing huge clouds of smoke to rise and block the entire view. When the smoke clears, the Emperor of Flame appears, tearing off the remains of his clothes and returning to a fighting stance. He calls Dagon an obsessive snake that needs to be dealt with right now. After these words, the monster becomes absolutely furious and prepares to attack his opponent. Kang So stares at him and waits for his opponent to attack him first. A few seconds later, Dagon splits into several parts and rushes at the hero at tremendous speed. The monster strikes Kang So blow after blow, but not a single wound remains on the hero's body. Finally, the Emperor of Flame begins to concentrate his energy inside his body and makes several strange movements. After this ritual, his body is filled with incredible strength, and he waits for another attack from his enemy. When Dagon attacks him, the hero creates an invisible barrier around himself, which immediately destroys the heads of several snakes. After that, Kang So heads towards the last head, and directs all his strength towards the final blow. He makes several gestures with his hands, causing his body to become even more covered in energy. Then he delivers several blows that possess incredible destructive power. With each blow, he lifts Dagon's body higher and higher, inflicting enormous damage on his enemy. Kang So lifts the snake so far with his blows that at one point, they rise above the clouds. Then he gathers all his strength in his hand and prepares to deliver a fatal blow directly to the monster's head. At that moment, an incredible force begins to fly around the hero, transforming parts of his body into those of a dragon. At the same moment, a huge silhouette of a dragon appears behind him and crashes into the enemy at tremendous speed. Dagon looks at the dragon in front of him with horror, but can do nothing, and takes a huge amount of damage. When the dragon's silhouette dissipates, Kang So grabs the monster's eye and makes an incredible effort to tear it out. A huge beam of energy appears in the sky above the city and is directed downward. A destructive burst of energy is heard, causing the earth to shake. After a while, the bright flash of light subsides, and in its place is Dagon, lying unconscious. Kang So enjoys his victory and looks at the sky, which is gradually clearing of dark clouds. The next day, the news reports that the huge storm that had been raging all this time has finally disappeared. The wounded Sun Jin is in the hospital, most of his wounds bandaged, and his life is not in danger. He slowly opens his eyes and quickly realizes that he is now in the central hospital. The director slowly turns his head and notices Myung-hee, who has been sitting next to him all this time. The girl hugs him tightly without saying anything, which greatly confuses him. Meanwhile, the restaurant is in full swing, and because of the sunny day, there are quite a few orders. Ha-yoon and Lee Shin are happily chatting with each other and rehearsing their roles, while not far from them, So-tae is hiding and watching the girl. Kang So is quickly running across the rooftops, rushing to deliver another food order. He is very happy with his life and glad that he can ensure the safety of the city and his loved ones. During his next delivery, Kang So senses the strange presence of a stranger. The Flame Emperor stops abruptly and looks around for whoever is following him. Suddenly, he notices a strange bird in the air and decides to disappear from its sight so he can follow it later. After a while, the bird heads into an alley and turns into an ordinary person. However, the man has no idea that Kang So has already crept up on him. He grabs the stranger by the head and demands to know why the stranger has been following him all this time. In the blink of an eye, a thick fog appears where the stranger was standing, making it impossible to see anything. A cat emerges from the fog and quickly starts running away from the courier. But Kang So has phenomenal speed, so he catches up with the cat without much trouble. A few seconds later, he grabs the cat by the head and tells it that it is impossible to escape from him. The hero then lifts the frightened cat up and demands to know why the creature was spying on him. The creature remains silent, so the courier promises that if this continues, he will resort to severe torture. At that moment, Ha-yoon appears from around the corner and asks Kang So in a loud voice why he is tormenting the poor creatures. After that, the girl runs closer and demands that the courier slowly release the poor goblin. For a while, Ha-yoon looks at the hero with great dissatisfaction and says that one cannot act this way. But the Emperor of Flame looks at the captured cat with slight bewilderment and asks for an explanation of who goblins are. After a while, Kang So and the goblin return to the restaurant, where Yu Sun-tae feeds the stranger lunch. Then he points to the young man and explains that this creature is called a goblin in this world. However, the only association the hero has with the name goblin is with a youth group. Yu Sun-tae sighs heavily and explains that goblins are creatures similar to humans, but with the difference that they have a changing energy inside them. Kang So becomes interested in this topic when he learns that goblins, like him, came to this world from another. The director continues to talk about goblins and describes them as young creatures who prefer to use melee weapons. An image of goblins gradually forms in Kang So's mind, and he becomes lost in thought. The courier also learns that the association and goblins often hold meetings and help each other. Finally, Yu Sun-tae exhales and says that this is general information about goblins that is worth knowing. Meanwhile, the goblin silently listens to the conversation between the two men and continues to eat his lunch. Suddenly, he starts laughing and says that he has connections in a music group and could get some tickets. However, even the goblin's positive attitude does not help to defuse the situation, and Kang So still stares intently at the stranger. Finally, Kang So sighs heavily and asks the goblin to explain why he was following him. The goblin becomes serious and gives his name, saying that something terrible has happened in his village. Kang So listens attentively to the goblin's story and tries not to interrupt him. At the end of his story, the goblin Yoon kneels before the hero and asks for help in rescuing the elder of his village. Such a request surprises the courier. He does not understand why the goblin decided to trust him. At this moment, Yu Sun-tae leans over to his friend and asks him to help the goblin if possible. Meanwhile, the goblin Yoon continues continues his story and says that his village has been attacked by people from the Dark Brotherhood. He also says that the village doctors cannot do anything because the elder's wound is of a strange nature. The story goes back a few minutes to when the goblin in the form of a head finds a man who smells of medicine and decides to follow him. But Kang So thinks he is being followed and noticeably speeds up, causing Goblin Yoon to lose sight of the courier. The story returns to the present, and the Goblin Yoon asks to borrow some medicinal herbs. However, Kang So does not understand what the goblin is talking about and says that he does not have such plants. After these words, the goblin's face is covered with cold beads of sweat. He cannot believe that he has wasted his time here. He quickly dismisses his negative thoughts and notes that goblins have a keen sense of smell and that Kang So must have these herbs. The Emperor of Flame folds his hands in front of him and tries to carefully consider the situation. Finally, he says that he does not understand what herbs are being discussed, but offers to personally examine the sick elder. Then Kang So turns to Yu Sun Tae and asks if he can leave for a while to help the elder. When he hears approval from his boss, he smiles and says that he can help. The goblin is surprised by this offer and asks if the hero can really cure the elder, but Kang So does not give a definite answer yet. At that moment, Li Xin enters the restaurant in high spirits. He looks around and is surprised to see his friend in the company of a stranger. Without hesitation, Li Xin pulls out his sword and holds it to the goblin's neck, demanding that he tell him everything. When Kang So explains the situation, Li Xin puts away his blade and offers his deepest apologies to the goblin. The Emperor of Flame raises his hand and says that the poor goblins must not be tormented under any circumstances. Li Xin sits down at the table and explains that the Black Brotherhood has been attacking goblin villages very frequently lately. He folds his hands in front of him and notes that the Dark Brotherhood has become very active. After these words, Li Xin recounts one of the attacks in which several members of the Black Brotherhood attack a goblin village. But the goblins turn out to be much stronger than the bandits and deal with the threat without much trouble. When Li Xin finishes his story, he notes that the alliance between the goblins and the association is very important and that such actions could cause problems. When the trial comes to an end, the Goblin Yoon activates his club and creates a portal to the goblin village. A few seconds later, a large gate appears in front of the heroes, emitting a pleasant light. Kang So watches the goblins' actions with surprise and notes that this is a very convenient way to travel. Goblin Yoon agrees with these words and says that they need to get going. When the heroes enter the portal, their silhouettes begin to flicker, and strange smoke completely surrounds them on all sides. After a while, they find themselves on the edge of the forest where the goblin village is located. Goblin Yoon points towards the village and asks the heroes to follow him closely. Kang So carefully examines the surroundings and notices that the nature is the same as in his home world. During the journey, Goblin Yoon explains that the village and the goblin lands are surrounded by a barrier. During the journey, the goblin talks enthusiastically about the area and asks the guests not to worry about their safety. At this moment, Li Xin leans over to Kang Sa and says that one of the highest positions in the association is held by a goblin. After these words, the hero remembers that Ha Yun has a girlfriend who is also a goblin. As the heroes approach the center of the village, they notice a huge tree of life. The Goblin Yoon points to the tree and says that this is where goblins are born and receive their weapons. Yoon also says that the Tree of Life is a sacred plant for them and that they draw their strength from it. On the way, Li Xin asks how long goblins live on average. Yoon smiles and says about 1,000 years, adding that he recently turned 100. After these words, Li Xin and Kang So exchange glances, but say nothing. Suddenly, one of the goblins appears, beckons Yoon over, and asks how the search for medicinal herbs went. Several other goblins stand next to him, looking friendly and waving cheerfully at the guests of their village. When Yoon approaches his friend, he sadly informs him that he was unable to find the medicinal herbs. But then he tells him that he was able to find a healer and points his finger at Kang So, attracting the attention of the goblins around them. A large number of goblins gather around Li Xin and Kang So and look at them intently. Meanwhile, Yoon smiles and boasts that he is now good friends with his new companions. At that moment, Kang So is picked up by other goblins, who toss him into the air and call him their savior. After a while, one of the village leaders approaches the heroes and carefully examines those present. Kang So notices him and realizes that this goblin is clearly different from the others. He feels as if the goblin is trying to get inside his head, and it makes him uncomfortable. At that moment, Li Xin approaches Kang So and also begins to stare intently at the goblin. Suddenly, the goblin's face becomes very friendly, and he says he is happy to welcome guests to the village. The goblin escorts the guests to the village chief and apologizes to them for not behaving in the best way at first. At that moment, Kang-so thinks and asks why the goblin decided to trust him. After these words, the goblin Kyung-woon explains that they have the ability to distinguish lies from the truth from birth. He notes that sometimes a goblin can believe a lie, but only in order to avoid unnecessary quarrels. After these words, Kang-so smiles and thanks the goblin for his trust. The goblin nods silently and continues to lead the guests to the village chief. After a while, the goblin brings the heroes to the chief's main chambers. At that moment, a goblin doctor appears from around the corner and wants to know what the guests are doing in this area. The doctor notes that the chief is feeling worse every day, so he hopes the guests can help. After these words, Kyung-woon asks the doctor not to blame himself and promises that everything will definitely return to normal. A few seconds later, Kang-so finds himself in the elder's chambers and sees a bandaged goblin in front of him. He sits down next to him and begins to carefully examine his body and wounds. The Emperor of Flame fills his fingers with energy and begins to run them over the elder's body in search of the necessary wound. Suddenly, Kang-so turns abruptly and asks Li Shin to leave the room and not let anyone else in. After these words, Kang-so concentrates again and feels the goblin's power being sealed in a strange dark crystal. At this moment, the hero sinks into thought and comes to the conclusion that this is some kind of curse. Kang-so uses spiritual energy and tries to penetrate the body of the headman with it. He carefully steps through the empty space and heads to the center where the curse is concentrated. When he reaches the right place, he notices that the curse is gradually surrounding the core of the goblin's power. Suddenly, the crystals scatter in different directions, and a red eye appears in the center, staring intently at Kang-so. The strange creature makes an unpleasant sound and heads towards the hero's ghost. Gradually, the curse mutates and turns into a huge number of dangerous creatures. At the sight of this, Kang-so only smiled, covering his body with spiritual energy and preparing for battle. The monster's heads slowly turn toward the hero, ready to attack him at any moment. However, Kang-so possesses tremendous speed and manages to both dodge the attack and strike back himself. With each blow from the Flame Emperor, the power of the curse begins to weaken noticeably. Kang-so wants to end it all with one blow, so he uses his dragon form and deals enormous damage to the monster. But the monster is in no hurry to give up, and tries even harder to absorb the goblin's core of power. During this, new monstrous heads appear from the monster, ready to tear the man apart. But Kang-so ignores the danger and rushes at full speed towards the dark heads. With incredible speed, he delivers several blows and destroys the monsters one by one. At the end, he makes a quick dash and hits the monster's mysterious eye directly. Gradually, the monster begins to disintegrate, and small dark fragments fall to the floor and shatter into pieces. Finally, the hero approaches the goblin's core of power and begins to cleanse it of the dangerous dark contamination. He completely absorbs all the dark magic into his hand, so as not to leave a single trace of its presence here. After that, he makes several signs with his free hand and begins to return to his body. Finally, Kang-so opens his eyes and sees that he is holding some kind of dark substance in his hand. At that moment, the goblin elder slowly opens his eyes and tries to look around. The goblins immediately run up to their elder and try not to cry with joy. The elder strokes Yoon's head and thanks him for bringing the healer to him. At this moment, Li Shin and Kang-so discuss what happened. The Emperor of Flame tells his friend that there was dark energy inside the goblin that was gradually extinguishing the fire of his life. Then he smiles broadly and notes that this is the first time he has performed such a purification ritual. After these words, Li Shin looks at his friend in surprise and wonders why Kang-so simply decided to take the risk. After a while, the village head approaches Kang-so and thanks the hero for saving him from destruction. Suddenly, the head feels unwell, and the hero says that it would be better for the goblin not to overexert himself for a while. After that, he runs up to him and uses a healing spell to ease the pain. Kang-so starts rummaging through his pockets and says that he has some herbs that can relieve such symptoms. He is about to give the gift to the headman when the goblin Yoon notices with surprise that it is the very herb he was looking for in the first place. For a while, the courier twirls the herb in his hand, and the elder explains that the language of goblins and ordinary people sometimes differs. Kang-so and the elder find a secluded spot and sit down at a table. The Flame Emperor asks the goblin to tell him more about what exactly happened during the battle. The elder leans closer to Kang-so and begins to recount the attack in detail. The story goes back a few weeks, when an armed gang accompanied by dangerous beasts invades the goblin village. The village elder and his elite warriors fought back against the invaders. As the battle draws to a close, the village chief fails to notice that one member of the attacking gang is still alive. He lunges at the elder, holding a strange, rust-covered blade in his hands. The chief manages to block the enemy's attack and notices that the blade is filled with some kind of dark energy. However, the blade soon breaks into several pieces that scatter in different directions. One of the blade fragments pierces the goblin's body and goes straight to his heart. At that moment, the elder deals with the last bandit and asks what exactly he did to him. After that, the goblin falls to his knees and begins to cough up blood and experience tremendous pain. Other goblins try to grab the attacker to interrogate him and learn more about the strange blade. However, the man just smiles madly and bites into a poison pill. A few seconds later, the pill opens and releases a dangerous creature that sends the man to the other world. With each passing minute, the elder gets worse and worse, and he continues to cough up blood. After a while, the headman falls to the ground and loses consciousness due to the incessant pain. Kang-so listens carefully to the story and asks if there are any parts left of the strange sword that wounded the goblin. In response, the headman says that the blade of the sword has completely disappeared, and nothing remains of it except for the ordinary hilt. The hero constantly thinks about the strange magical blade and tries to understand its purpose. Finally, Kang-so sighs heavily and notes that if he could see the blade in person, it would greatly simplify matters. Suddenly, the chief changes the subject and notes that he has sensed great power in Kang-so. The goblin notes that the hero most likely came from another world, which surprises the curator a little. Kang-so smiles and explains that he ended up in this world completely by accident and against his will. The Emperor of Flame tells the village elder about his country from the past and asks if he knows anything about this place. The village elder looks down and regretfully states that he has never heard of such a place and cannot help the hero. Kang-so is a little upset when he realizes that he will not be able to get answers again and remembers his girlfriend from his past life. The village head notes that even though they come from different places, they can search for a way to return home together. After that, the village head extends his hand and asks if the hero will join their search. Kang-so smiles and says that he would be happy to move in this direction and shakes the headman's hand firmly. A few days pass, and the assistant approaches his boss and informs him that the Minister of Defense wants to meet with him. The head of the association ponders for a while, and the assistant adds that the minister wants to apologize for his mistake. Without showing much emotion, the head of the association asks for the meeting to be scheduled in a few days. He then adds that the minister should pay close attention to his work so that there are no more incidents. The head of the association also says that he needs to leave for personal reasons and asks not to be followed. After that, the head enters the elevator and presses the lowest button on the panel. He walks a few meters down the corridor and thinks about the incident in the Goblin Village. The employees greet their boss with smiles on their faces, but because the director is lost in his thoughts, he does not notice anything around him. The image of Li Xin, who recently received a new rank, pops into his head, and he believes that this is not a mere coincidence. The director replays his conversation with him from a couple of days ago, when the boss and Li Xin discuss the promotion of the Awakened One. His stories constantly contradict each other, and the boss concludes that something is clearly wrong here. The head also recalls Myung-hee's reports, in which there are also many inconsistencies. But what worries him most is the instruction manual for improving the abilities of the Awakened One that was left on his desk. The chairman is concerned that the zero-level Awakened One may one day become not the savior of the world, but its destroyer. Therefore, he sends several of his people to follow Li Xin's movements. All this leads him to a courier named Kang-so, who works in a small restaurant. Based on this, the chairman decides to meet Kang-so in person to find out his motives. He tweaks his watch to change his appearance and enter the restaurant incognito. The chairman chooses the appearance of an ordinary old man and decides to stick with it. He touches his cheeks and hopes that this appearance will not arouse any suspicion. After that, he hails a taxi and heads for the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The taxi doors close, and the car speeds off to its destination. All this time, the chairman is being followed by mercenaries from the Black Brotherhood, who are planning to send the head to the other world. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Yu Sun-tae and Kang-so are preparing dinner and using the last of the ingredients. The restaurant manager listens with pleasure to the sounds of the stove and says that the food will be amazing. Kang-so agrees with his friend and says that he can't wait to taste the dish. Yu Sun-tae gets too carried away with cooking, and as a result, there are many more pancakes than originally planned. Seeing this, the restaurant manager is upset because he and the delivery man have no one to share this gastronomic pleasure with. Suddenly, an elderly man appears at the door and asks if he can come in. Kang-sung looks closely at him and notices that he has a very strange aura. Yu Sung-tae welcomes the guest, but sadly notes that the restaurant is closed for the day and he will not be able to serve him. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurs to him, and he asks if the visitor likes pancakes. After a while, they sit together at the table, and the disguised chairman has completely forgotten why he came. He thanks his new friends for allowing him to join them and raises his bowl of alcohol. In response, Yu Sun-tae smiles and says that it is always nice to drink alcohol in good company. The elderly guest agrees with these words and begins to dance with joy, while Yu Sun-tae offers to pour him another drink. After that, the disguised chairman sits down at the table and drinks another portion of alcohol. Suddenly, a light begins to flash in the restaurant, causing the elderly visitor slight concern. Meanwhile, hired assassins appear on the roof of the building and make a plan to eliminate the head of the association. Hong puts his hands on the roof of the building and begins to absorb electricity to de-energize all areas around it, including the restaurant. Meanwhile, the lights in the restaurant go out completely, and the restaurant manager assumes that there has probably been a breakdown. At that moment, Kang-so senses two powerful auras on the roof of the restaurant. He gets up from the table and says that he will try to fix the power supply. After that, he looks meaningfully at Yu Sun-tae, hoping that his friend will understand everything. Meanwhile, the mercenary Hong completely drains the electricity from the wires and fills herself with energy. After that, she turns to her brother with a smile and tells him that he can start his part. Zhang nods and covers his body with dark energy, his power increasing when he is in the dark. He quickly descends from the roof of the building and carefully examines the area around him. Suddenly, he notices Kang-so and is very frightened, but then remembers that he is in disguise and stops worrying about it. Chong decides not to leave any witnesses, so he takes out a knife and prepares to send Kang-so to the other world. At the last moment, the Emperor of Flame notices the blow and begins to gather energy throughout his body. After that, he easily blocks the attack with his palm and knocks the knife aside. Chong looks at his opponent in surprise and does not understand why the guy was able to notice him when he was in camouflage. Meanwhile, Kang-so quickly approaches the mercenary and is about to give him a strong slap. From the usual blow, Jung flies several meters away and screams loudly in pain. The mercenary lands on his feet and tries to understand how an ordinary guy can be so strong. After that, he addresses the hero in a loud voice and asks who he is. A smile appears on Kang-so's face, and he says that he works as an ordinary courier. He also asks the mercenary to leave because the restaurant is closed and it is private property. The mercenary grabs his bruise on his forehead and says that the courier will regret daring to cross his path. At that moment, Hong appears above Kang-so's head, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But the hero quickly notices this and creates a shield around himself that nullifies the girl's attack. He looks up at her and tells her she needs to find a better job. After that, he grabs the girl firmly by the wrist and warns her that things are about to get unpleasant. Then he throws Hong to the ground with all his strength, causing the girl to take a heavy blow. Meanwhile, Zhang is already heading towards his target because he is confident that his sister can handle the enemy. After a while, he finds himself in front of the entrance to the Spring Pavilion restaurant. He runs up and is about to kick the door down when an invisible force pushes him aside. The mercenary falls to the ground, and a high-level protective barrier appears around the restaurant. Hong looks at the barrier in surprise and does not understand who put up such protection for a simple restaurant. At that moment, Kang-so appears and says that he assumed that one day he would need the barrier. Meanwhile, the chairman is left alone with the restaurant manager. Undercover, the chairman decides to find out more about Kang-so from Yu Sun-tae. When the conversation turns to the courier, the manager smiles and says that Kang-so has power, but also gives a sense of security. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor continues his battle with the hired assassins and tries to keep them away from the restaurant. Zhang and Hong work together and are about to attack Kang-so at the same time, but he is not going to move. At the last moment before the blow, a smile appears on his face, and he begins to strengthen his body. Without much trouble, he fends off the mercenaries' numerous attacks and leaves them no chance of victory. The mercenaries Zhang and Hong try to work together to catch the hero off guard. However, Kang-so proves to be incredibly strong and deals serious blows to the mercenaries. After Zhang and Hong fall to the ground once again, the Emperor of Flame offers them to surrender. But at that moment, strange threads appear around Kang-so and begin to twist around him. Seeing this, Hong smiles and says that Kang-so has fallen into their trap, and now he cannot escape. The rope binds the hero's hands and feet quite tightly, preventing him from moving. Seeing this, the mercenaries smile and say that these threads cannot be broken because they are made from the thread of a dangerous monster. At that moment, the hero begins to examine the thread and realizes that it is spider silk. Soon, Kang-so figures out that the rope was made from the web secreted by the monster he defeated. Meanwhile, Zhang laughs loudly and calls the hero a loser who fell into such a stupid trap. However, at that moment, he hears the sound of the ropes beginning to break and his heart is seized with panic. In a matter of seconds, Kang-so frees himself from the ropes and says that the mercenaries should have come up with a better plan. Seeing this, Jong and Hong look on in horror and don't understand how to defeat the hero. Kang-so collects the remains of the ropes and says he has a good use for them. Meanwhile, the conversation between the chairman and the restaurant owner continues in a calm atmosphere. Periodically, the tied-up mercenaries flash by in the restaurant window, but no one pays any attention to them. During the conversation, Yu Sun-tae tells the old man that Kang-so is a very simple man and never uses his power for his own benefit. Suddenly, the lights come on throughout the restaurant, and the room is filled with color again. At that moment, Yu Sun-tae and the old man look up and rejoice that they have electricity again. After a while, Kang-so appears and says that he had to stay behind to fix the lights. At that moment, the old man decides to ask the young man again how he should address him. When the hero tells him his name, the old man folds his hands in front of him and sinks into thought for a moment. Then he looks up at the young man and says he wants to thank him. Kang-so also thanks the old man and notes that thanks to people like him, Korea continues to prosper. These words surprise the chairman, who now realizes that Kang-so saw through his disguise from the very beginning. After that, Yu Sung-tae and Kang-so see the old man off and invite him to visit the restaurant again during business hours. On the way, the chairman finds the tied-up mercenaries and is surprised by this turn of events. Next to him, he finds a note from Kang-so asking the chairman to be careful. A few days pass, and Yu Sun-tae's family, along with Kang-so, decide to spend some time at a resort. Ha-yoon swims with the help of a life ring and enjoys every moment. Not far from her are her parents and Kang-so, who admire their daughter. With them is also So-tae, who says that he has taken excellent photos of the girl. Meanwhile, Kang-so looks around and tries to find a place to spend his free time. Not far away, Sung-jin and his friends are keeping an eye on things, carefully examining the surroundings. Sung-jin's friends say that their main duty is to protect Ms. Myung-hee from the attention of other men. This approach surprises the director of the association, and he says that he volunteered to help because he likes to be useful to society. After these words, his friend puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him not to deceive himself. Then a smile appears on his face, and he notes that Sung-jin is actually only here to look at Myung-hee. After these words, Sung-jin blushes with embarrassment and says that he is here to save people. His comrades sigh heavily again and say that Sung-jin is incorrigible in his beliefs. But they smile and promise that they will do everything they can to help Sung-jin win Myung-hee's attention and heart. At that moment, the director of the association becomes gloomy and asks why his subordinates are trying to drive him crazy. His hands begin to shake, and he promises that he will personally strangle anyone who mentions Myung-hee in his presence again. After these words, he hugs his friends tightly and says that it is very bad to make fun of your superior. At that moment, Myung-hee appears, fixing her hair and greeting her colleagues. When Sung-jin sees his colleague, he freezes in place and cannot say anything. The girl approaches him and notices that the director has turned very red and begins to worry. She approaches and says that the director may have a fever and offers him some flu medicine. At that moment, Sung-jin's colleagues start laughing and joking about their boss. The director abruptly removes Myung-hee's hand from his face and confidently declares that he is fine. After that, Myung-hee looks at her director with a dissatisfied expression and says that he could be more friendly. She also says goodbye to her other colleague and wishes them a productive day. Suddenly, a muscular guy appears and turns his attention to Myung-hee. He smiles and invites her to go with him to relax by the pool. Myung-hee immediately refuses and says that she has a lot of volunteer work to do. After these words, the man grabs her by the arms and says that there are a lot of volunteers today and someone will definitely do the work for her. At that moment, Sung-jin intervenes in the conversation, grabbing the stranger by the arm and demanding that he let go. The muscular guy quickly breaks free from his grip and asks if Sung-jin is dating this girl. Surprised, the director of the association freezes in place and silently stares at the muscular guy. At that moment, he feels empty and tries to understand his complicated feelings for Myung-hee. He quickly regains his composure, clenches his teeth tightly, and, through his anger, is about to say something loudly. But then Ha-yoon appears, running towards Myung-hee and calling her her mother. The girl hugs her tightly, and Myung-hee doesn't understand anything and looks at the girl in surprise. Suddenly, the girl winks at Myung-hee and asks her to play along to chase the man away. The girl starts smiling when she understands Myung-hee's plan and lifts her head up. Then she squats down in front of the girl and, to everyone's surprise, starts playing the role of a caring mother. Seeing this, the muscular man feels uncomfortable. He can't believe that Myung-hee has a daughter. It is also a big shock for Sung-jin. He believes the story and tries to understand when Myung-hee had time to raise a daughter. After a while, Myung-hee approaches Sung-jin and punches him right in the stomach where the wound is, calling him a caring father. The pain causes Sungjin to fall to the ground immediately, and Myung-hee begins to laugh exaggeratedly. When people notice this conversation, they begin to boo the muscular man and condemn him for trying to break up a family. He becomes very embarrassed, so he apologizes and tries to hide as quickly as possible. When the man disappears from view, Myung-hee thanks the girl for her help and says that she now owes her a favor. However, Ha-yoon says that she doesn't need any thanks because her uncle taught her to help those in need. After that, the girl waves her hand and quickly runs off to do her business. When Myung-hee follows Ha-yoon, she notices Kang-so standing nearby. The girl runs towards Kang-so and brags about her achievements. He picks up the girl and then, together with Ha-yoon, turns to Myung-hee and gives her a thumbs up. She is a little surprised by this gesture, but in her heart, she thanks them for their timely help. Suddenly, the girl starts laughing and says that Kang-so has often helped her out, as if they were relatives. Another colleague also hears their conversation and thinks about Myung-hee's words. Then he comes closer and says with a smile that Kang-so is Myung-hee's personal spy. After that, he turns to his boss and asks what he thinks about it. However, the boss pays no attention to this conversation because his mind is completely elsewhere. Meanwhile, Kang-so and Yu Sung-tae are walking with their daughter, looking around for interesting things. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a crowd of people gathered around a flamboyant presenter. They decide to stop nearby and find out why so many people have gathered in this place. Kang-so sighs heavily and hopes that the speech will not be about competitions. He remembers his past life, where he had to risk his life to pass a test. Meanwhile, the presenter announces that an obstacle course competition will soon take place. One of the men shouts loudly that the awakened will have a clear advantage over the rest, but the host, with a smile on his face, says that the competition is designed so that everyone has a real chance of winning. He then points to a red car and says that it is the prize for the winner of the competition. This information excites the crowd, and everyone rushes to sign up for the competition. The host says that there is still plenty of time to sign up and suggests that they invite as many people as possible. Ha-yoon listens carefully to the host and gets excited about the idea of winning a car. She turns to Kang-so and asks him to participate in the competition so that they can have a cool car. The girl is a little upset when her uncle doesn't give a definite answer and says that a new car would bring them a lot of joy. She looks intently into Kang-so's eyes and hopes that her gaze will convince him to participate in the competition. Finally, Kang-so can't stand Ha-yoon's gaze and says that he will definitely win the competition. The girl claps her hands with joy, eager to see her uncle in the race. Ha-yoon also promises that if her uncle wins, she will give him a kiss in the air. This makes Kang-so even more determined to win, and he goes to register his candidacy. A few minutes later, everything is ready for the competition to begin. The host once again loudly greets the audience and announces the start of the timed obstacle course race. The first participant is a muscular man who had previously tried to win Myung-hee's affection. He notices that among the regular spectators, there are those who are recruiting for special units. That is why he prepares thoroughly before his start and plans to show off his best skills. After the announcer's voice, the man immediately rushes forward and quickly passes a series of obstacles. However, at the first turn, he loses his balance and immediately falls into the water. Water splashes in all directions after his fall, and laughter erupts among the crowd. This turn of events alarms Kang-so, and he begins to look closely at the obstacles. When the hero looks closely at them, he quickly realizes that they can absorb the energy of the awakened and return it back. Therefore, Kang-so begins to carefully study the entire obstacle course and maps out the ideal route in his head. Meanwhile, other contestants follow, who also fail in the race. Each time, people go further and further, but so far, no one can reach the finish line. The host once again comments on the start of the participant and hopes that at least someone will touch the red button today. However, another contestant falls into the water, and the host loses all hope that even one person will make it to the end. The host asks the next contestant to come forward and points to the red button, asking them to press it at least once. A tall girl with long orange hair and a very slim figure heads to the start. Seeing the obstacles in the arena, the girl smiles and thinks that she is ready to cope with them. Kang-so notices this strange girl and feels that she radiates a very unusual aura. Meanwhile, the girl opens a pendant with a photo of her father and says that she is dedicating this race to him. After that, she puts the amulet back around her neck and moves forward with quick bursts. The girl gracefully passes a huge number of tests and makes no mistakes. She deftly passes through the rescue rings, as if gliding over them. Finally, she reaches one of the most difficult obstacles, which could send her into the water at the slightest mistake. The macaque robots spring into action and head towards the contestant. Kang-so watches the girl's movements closely. He is amazed by her technique and tries to figure out where she could have learned it. Meanwhile, the girl runs forward without fear in her eyes and dodges several blows from a boxing glove. She moves very quickly, and the robot does not have time to knock her into the water, despite how slippery the floor is. The girl quickly slips past the second robot twice. She has a little more to go to overcome the dangerous zone. However, the girl soon reaches a dead end, and it seems that she has no way to escape the blow. Myung-hee and Soon-jin watch closely and follow the girl's every move with their mouths open in surprise. The contestant is so fast that the robots can't keep up with her and bump into each other. The girl makes a neat jump and seems to be flying through the air. A second later, she lands perfectly in the right place, without a single mistake. After landing, the girl slightly fixes her hair and tries to catch her breath after the intense run. Meanwhile, the host is speechless at what he has seen and calls the performance incredible and intriguing. However, the test continues, and the girl continues to run forward, skillfully overcoming obstacles. But on one of the beams, she loses her balance and begins to slide down. The girl tries to grab hold, but her hands slip. At that moment, she decides to fall, so that it is easier to find a place to stop the fall. The whole crowd begins to cheer when the girl manages to grab the edge of the beam with her last ounce of strength. She quickly gets to her feet and continues through the obstacle course. She jumps from one bridge to another quite quickly, maintaining perfect balance. A minute later, she lands on the last platform and presses the red button. When she finishes the test, she smiles and waves to everyone who has been cheering for her all this time. Meanwhile, Yoo Sun-tae says that it's time to show a real professional how to pass the test. After these words, he smiles and says that it's time for him to go to the start and asks his wife to look after the child. He takes off his outer clothing and walks to the obstacle course with a smile on his face. Lim So-young and Ha Yoon loudly support the restaurant director, confident of his victory. But after a while, Yoo Sun-tae gets stuck in one of the lifebuoys because of his excess weight. Seeing this, the whole family feels ashamed and tries not to look at the restaurant manager. After a while, a rescue team arrives and helps the manager get out of the lifebuoy. After that, he is placed on a medical stretcher and they wait for the ambulance to arrive. At that moment, Lim So-young and her daughter approach him and tell him that he is still the best dad in the world to them. After that, his wife says that she will wait and walks away with her daughter. Then, Kang-so approaches Yoo Sun-tae and asks how his friend is feeling. Finally, the restaurant manager thanks everyone for their support and smiles at his family, then faints from embarrassment. At that moment, Kang-so is filled with determination and promises that he will win the competition at any cost. After that, he quickly heads to the starting point of the competition. He takes off his t-shirt so that it doesn't restrict his movements and attract unnecessary attention. Then he takes off his glasses and once again examines the obstacle course he has to complete. During this time, Yoo Sun-tae comes to his senses, holding his daughter on his shoulders, who loudly shouts good luck to her uncle. The girl, who has already passed the test, also watches how Kang-so will pass the obstacle course. Some time passes, and the host begins to count down the time until the start of the competition. As soon as the starting signal sounds, Kang-so shoots forward like lightning, becoming impossible for the human eye to follow. He navigates the obstacle course very carefully and quickly, keeping his balance. As he goes through the course, he remembers his past life, where any mistake could have cost him his life. As he completes the test, Kang-so imagines that he is in a dangerous maze. There are traps and stakes everywhere, but Kang-soo moves forward very quickly and carefully. Using his strength, he spins his body, which increases his speed. However, when he returns to reality, he thinks that the obstacle course is nothing compared to what he has been through. After a few minutes, he crosses half of the arena and decides to take a short break before the difficult test. The fighting monkeys are activated and begin to slowly approach Kang-so. However, the hero is ready to face them and quickly rushes towards them. The fighting monkeys act in sync and try to attack Kang-so at the same time. But the hero makes a high jump and grabs the mechanical machines by their iron heads. Then he pulls them off with all his might and continues to run without restriction. Seeing this, the host's eyes nearly pop out of his head in surprise, and he can hardly speak. The previous participant is also a little surprised by such an unusual approach, and assumes that Kang-so will reach the finish line. Meanwhile, Kang-so continues to pass all the tests at high speed. Myung-hee also watches Kang-so, and notes that his technique is on a completely different level. Kang-so copes perfectly with each challenge and obstacle, as if his life depended on it. Finally, he makes several jumps across the bridges, and soon finds himself near the finish line. He exhales heavily and presses the red button, and the host announces him as the winner of the competition. A huge crowd of people chant his name, and some want to get his autograph. The association's employees call Kang-so an incredible man, and cannot imagine ever reaching such a level. Sung-jin suggests that the Red Dragon Guild will want to recruit someone like him. Myung-hee laughs and says that Kang So has a very low rank, so no guild will want to work with him. At that moment, the director of the association remembers that Kang So has excellent physical abilities, but a low rank. Meanwhile, Kang So returns to his friends and takes Ha Yun in his arms, who is happy to see him. Han So watches him from the sidelines, amazed by Kang So's strength and endurance. A new day dawns. Kimji clears the plates from the table and pays attention to the news. The anchor talks about another letter from the Black Cat, who is about to commit another theft. Kang So listens to the news report with interest and asks why the Black Cat is so popular. Kimji is surprised that Kang So knows nothing about this criminal and tells him that the Black Cat only steals diamonds. Even after Kimji's explanation, the courier still doesn't understand why there is so much fuss about an ordinary thief. The girl explains that before each robbery, the Black Cat always leaves a letter warning of his plans. Kimji also talks about the elegant suit that the Black Cat wears during his robberies. Kang So is very surprised when he learns that the Black Cat has returned almost all of the jewels he stole. Suddenly, the door opens, and Kang and Kimji simultaneously turn to Li Xin, who enters the room. Li Xin looks very worried and asks his friend to help him stop the Black Cat's robbery. Night falls. Ha Yun looks with interest at the huge diamond under the protective glass. The girl is very impressed with the diamond and says that it is incredibly beautiful. Kang So turns to his friend and tries to find out how they are going to catch the Black Cat. However, Li Xin has no idea and says that he has never managed to catch this criminal. In response, Kang So sighs heavily and says that he should have stayed home. After these words, the courier turns to the guards and asks why so many people have gathered at such a late hour. He looks at them closely and, without Li Xin's answer, realizes that they are fans of the Black Cat. Li Xin confirms his friend's guess and says that this could cause a lot of problems. At that moment, the senior inspector approaches the hunter and says that it will soon be 10 o'clock. Suddenly, the lights in the entire museum go out, and the senior inspector demands that the spotlights be turned on immediately. He gives several commands to the police and says that the entire building must be cordoned off. When the spotlights come on, everyone sees a Black Cat standing on a glass panel, holding a huge diamond in its paws. The Black Cat smiles and says that this theft is like taking candy from a baby. Seeing his fans, the Black Cat smiles and blows them a kiss. At that moment, the fans try to push forward, but the police do not let them get close. The senior inspector orders his team to immediately catch the Black Cat and not to stand still. The police surround the Black Cat on all sides and order it to surrender immediately and put the diamond on the ground. At that moment, the Black Cat throws smoke bombs under itself and splits into 4 copies that run away in different directions. The inspector tries to bring his men to their senses and demands that they catch all the copies. One of the policemen manages to catch up with one of the copies and jumps on top of it to grab it. However, it turns out to be a trap and instantly turns into a smoke grenade that is immediately activated. The tear gas quickly fills the entire room, and the policemen close their eyes and are unable to do anything. Kang So uses a magic barrier to protect himself and Ha Yun from the harmful gas. Li Xin knocks on the capsule and asks to be let in, but the hero says it is too dangerous for the girl. Meanwhile, several police officers cannot withstand the pain and quickly run out of the foggy veil. At the same moment, the inspector contacts other units by radio and orders them to close all entrances and exits. Meanwhile, the Black Cat deftly passes through the police units. He points to the man in the Black Cat costume, attracting the attention of the police. The inspector immediately rushes at the man and demands that he surrender to the authorities. But when he takes off his hat, he sees an ordinary Black Cat fan who doesn't understand what's going on. The boy looks at the inspector in tears with surprise and asks what he has done wrong. Some time passes, and Kang So and Li Xin meet outside the building and discuss what happened. The hunter sighs heavily and is upset that even his teacher's help did not help in catching the Black Cat. Ha Yun tries to calm the upset hunter and pats him on the shoulder, but the hero says he needs to leave. Kang So senses a strange aura coming from the grandmother and decides to find out what is wrong. The hero greets the grandmother and offers to walk her home because it is already very late. The grandmother tries to refuse, but Kang So insists on helping her. After a while, the courier brings the grandmother to the alley. She smiles and thanks him for his help. Suddenly, a smile appears on Kang So's face, and he says that he understands perfectly well that the Black Cat is disguised as the grandmother. The grandmother says nothing for a while and silently stares straight ahead, but suddenly her smile and gaze take on a terrible expression, and she congratulates the hero on his discovery. However, the grandmother points to the neighboring building and says that the black cat is definitely there. Then she turns to the hero with a smile on her face and wishes that her assistant finds his cat as soon as possible. But the courier is confident in his words and says that he can clearly sense the black cat's aura. After these words, he smiles and asks the black cat to surrender voluntarily. Then the black cat throws a smoke grenade right at the hero's feet, and huge columns of smoke begin to spread around. When the smoke clears, Kang-so sees that the black cat is standing right on the roof in front of him. The criminal smiles and says that the courier has excellent abilities, but that is not enough to catch him. After these words, the black cat stretches out her hand and asks when Kang-so understood everything. In response, the Emperor of Flame exhales heavily and says that he understood everything from the very beginning. This greatly alarms the black cat, and she looks at the hero in surprise. Then she says that Kang-so is probably referring to the moment when she was hiding among the crowd. But the hero shakes his head and says that his suspicions began at the water park. The black cat looks at Kang-so in surprise and does not understand what water park he is talking about. The hero smiles and says that the black cat's name is Han-so, like the participant who made it to the end of the obstacle course. Han-so looks at the hero in surprise and does not understand how he revealed her identity so easily. The hero notes that the girl has talent and does not understand why she wastes it on such activities. After these words, the girl says in a calm voice that you cannot learn everything about a person at once. Tears well up in her eyes, and she shouts loudly that Kang-so must be a member of a gang. He then opens his cloak and throws several playing cards at the hero. In front of the hero's nose, the card instantly turns into a grant with a torn-off check. After that, a loud explosion is heard throughout the street, and thick smoke completely obscures the view. At that moment, the black cat sits down on his hang glider and tries to fly as far away as possible. The girl takes off her mask and realizes that now she will have to hide for a while so as not to be caught. Suddenly, Kang-so appears next to her, holding onto the wing of the hang glider, and asks why the girl is talking about her father. The hang glider cannot withstand such weight and falls apart into pieces, and the heroes fall down. At that moment, the girl rummages through the pockets of her clothes and takes out a cat hook. As she falls, she quickly aims and tries to hook onto something. The shot is successful, and Han-so hooks onto a sign without any problems. After that, she swings and lands gently right on top of the sign. At that moment, a smile flashes across her face. She feels like the absolute winner. However, the metal structure cannot withstand the girl's weight and begins to fall down with her. Han-so flies down at tremendous speed and thinks that this is her last moment of life. But at the very last moment, Kang-so catches her and says that no object is worth a human life. After these words, he lands gently on the ground, and the girl is surprised that she is still alive. She looks at her magic ring and does not understand why it did not sense the magical aura. Meanwhile, Kang-so gently lays the girl on the ground and asks why she is stealing jewelry. Han-so smiles and says that she has always dreamed of being a real mystery and playing the role of a villain. But the hero quickly realizes that this is a lie, begins to treat the girl's leg, and asks her to tell the whole truth. Han-so then tells the courier that one of the diamonds contains a weapon capable of destroying the demon. This information greatly surprises the hero, and he asks the girl to tell him more about it. After these words, Han-so sighs heavily and says that this task is the most important thing in her life. The hero looks the girl straight in the eyes and says that he believes her and wants to know the whole story. The girl looks down and says that the whole story began with her father's research. The story goes back several years, when an experienced scientist and archaeologist carefully studies his find. He is very excited about the find and does not notice his daughter standing behind him with a toy in her hands. Finally, the father notices his daughter and shows her a red stone of incredible beauty. When the girl looks at this ruby, her eyes light up with delight, and she cannot take her eyes off it. After a while, the girl's father sits down at the computer and begins to write a study about a weapon capable of destroying the demon. After a while, hired killers break into the house, take the head of the family by surprise, and he receives several wounds. At that moment, the man realizes that this is his last day, and with rage in his eyes, lunges at the killers. He is shot several times and instantly sent to the other world. The mercenaries look around and collect all the documents and important files. Meanwhile, little Han-so sits in hiding and watches what is happening with tears in her eyes. The mercenaries destroy everything of value and then set a fire, and the huge house burns to the ground. The news reports that a famous archaeologist has been involved in a terrible accident and that his research is fake. Han-so hides in the basement of the house for a while, crying constantly and not knowing how to live without her father. At this moment, Kang-so realizes that he has encountered a weapon capable of destroying demons before. He recalls his conversation with Myung-hee, who says that, according to stories, the monster is still capable of awakening the weapon. She also says that Dagon knows something about the weapon that is hidden from human eyes, but is not going to share this information. Kang-so tries to analyze the information he has received, and thinks that a weapon capable of destroying the demon definitely exists. The girl also says that the weapon usually sleeps inside a gemstone and waits for the moment of its awakening. After these words, Kang-so suggests that there are probably several such weapons. Then, the hero gets to his feet and says that he believes the girl and promises to help her in her search. After that, he extends his hand to Han-so and helps her to her feet. The girl is surprised that the hero believed her story so quickly and adds that she will be grateful for any help. Suddenly, the diamond stolen by the girl appears in Kang-so's hand, and he asks Han-so to stop stealing. The girl sighs heavily and says that she had no other way to find the hidden weapon. Meanwhile, Mr. Mullen reaches the ruins of an ancient fortress and collapses in the center of it. On the way, he sees a huge number of red roses lying on the road. After a while, he finds his master and asks him for a moment to talk. Then he kneels on one knee and tells him that Dagon is now in prison in a small state. The figure in the cloak cuts several roses from the wall and says that he will give the necessary power to save this creature. At that moment, Mullen feels his staff begin to absorb huge streams of dark energy. He bows low and promises to immediately set about rescuing Dagon from human prison. The mysterious figure also tells Mullen to deal with Dagon if it turns out that he has said too much. The next day, the old man sits by the fountain and reads a small book intently. The text is too small, so the old man takes off his glasses and tries to squint to make out the words. At that moment, a boy walks by and starts crying when he sees the old man's face. He hugs his mother tightly and asks her to leave as quickly as possible.